for. Watch out, what we got you can't handle. Step out, 'cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match. Now blasting off, I rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Give an arm of that third degree, I'm the kerosene, and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble.
I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can handle. Step out, no, we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
claro de una vez que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con ataca. Quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú quieres mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. ¿Qué te explica si otra me habla? Si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con ataque.
taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never kill. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, oh, this is our century. All together, and we won't let go. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never kill. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never kill. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a Oh, there is a light the darkness can never kill. Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
own flame, and I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain. I feel the fire in us. Whoa, they looking for the goals. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs, the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you own.
Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude, that's where I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this is happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do everything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have
everybody, and welcome to the Tacticians Crown for Space Gods. We are live here in Alicante, Spain, ready to bring you the action for this incredible 3-day event and eventually crown our set champion at the end of it all. My name is Dekra, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so excited to be here along some of my greatest friends. We got Makes and Gangly to start out our day, and how are you both doing?
I mean, amazing. How could it be any different with the biggest tournament this set has to offer right in front of the doorstep? I'm incredibly excited.
It's been another great season of the TPC. I love the Tactician's Crown because this is the ultimate accomplishment. Everyone's been fighting all set long to get here, and now they've gotten here, they got a new goal in their sights.
They've got one weekend to get the job done. Today is just number 1 of these 3 days, and we will have 40 tacticians take this global stage. At the end of 6 games, we're going to cut the bottom 8 competitors, so we only have 32 that will go into day 2 tomorrow.
That's right, but the points today still matter. You have to set yourself up for success because tomorrow is the day of eliminations.
That's right, and if you set yourself up for success well enough, you actually don't even have to play all of the games tomorrow, which could also be a bad thing. But keep in mind, after game number 12, the top 4 players in the standings will auto-qualify into that top 8. So you want to start out hot if you can.
While our competitors are trying to grab all the points that they can, maybe you will be able to grab your own points for Pick'ems. Pick'ems powered by AWS are back, and this is going to be your last chance to get them in before predictions close when we start our first game of the day. So please head to pick'em.competetft.com to get your predictions locked in and win some great rewards throughout the weekend. We're here to help you out just a little bit, though, and so if you're unfamiliar with some of our players, let's start off with the big one, the regional winners from just last weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at this roster here, as you can see, there are some surprises from particularly the West, Americas, and EMEA sending players that weren't really expected going into the regionals.
I completely agree. I think Giosko is a perfect example of this. He is who I would have considered going into this set to be a known quantity, someone that we have seen compete for a very long time, and they really didn't show a lot of the same promise that we saw this set. But here they are. I mean, it just takes one tournament to turn your entire story around. Giosko is the regional champion.
And right after he realized he had won regional finals, he said on his stream, "You don't know how many times I thought about quitting and that I was washed. I thought I would never make it to TAC round, but I always believed I had it in me," and that's what pushed him. And I think that is such a beautiful story in itself.
It is, because TFT really is built on hard work and dedication, and I feel like another competitor that really embodies that has to be our NA regional final winner, Kaiwing. Someone who before this regional finals had never made a final lobby of that event and now makes it and wins it all.
2 sets ago, I don't think I would have considered a Kai Wang a major threat in the Americas at all. He's always been a very strong ladder player, but last set he had this incredible Cinderella run, making it to the regional finals, making top 8, making it to Tactician's Crown, and then here he is again, making another strong run after a respectable TPC to win the regional finals for the Americas.
Well, let's talk a little bit about our competitors from the East, because there's less surprises over there. Chitu, Steppy, both players with now multi-regional titles. And funny enough, I looked up when Steppy last won the regional title, which was in Inkborn Fables, and that's pretty much exactly 2 years ago on the 7/7/2024. So he's back here. Maybe that's just his month.
I mean, something about Steppy winning too, I think you can't understate how hard it is to win in APAC. This is the region that, since the merging of the regions in set 11, has really showcased a level of dominance over the global scene that the other regions haven't been able to reach. If you are winning in APAC, you are not getting anything for free.
Yeah, well, what about CN? Because that region is also filled with heavy hitters, and Chi2X ended up accomplishing something that has never been done before in the entire world. 3-time regional final winner now, and comes into this one probably with a lot of momentum.
I love that Chi2 has won 3 times, and the way he did it was very fun to watch because he's been the checkmate master. It's not about winning, it's about finding the right time to get that one win and win in checkmate.
Well, we can't forget our JOC players because time and time again, we have put a little bit of disrespect on that circuit, and time again, they have shown up in really big ways and really stomped competition. So JJ is certainly someone we should be looking out for.
Absolutely. And all of our regional final winners walked away with not just the title, but also a little bit of a reward heading into the Tactician's Crown. They are our first seeds and got split up amongst these lobbies to do one of my favorite parts of the Tactician's Crown, draft their opponents for the first 2 games of the day. So you can see how they shook out. Any quick reactions for the lobbies you see here?
Yeah, the disrespect for EMEA needs to be studied, I think. That's my first takeaway. And then secondly, that lobby 3 gangly, it looks so brutal. Mainly because BCLF wasn't there and auto-picked Jedusor leading into this.
I will say I've seen a lot of Tactician's Crowns, and I've seen some unbelievable drafts. All things considered, this is a pretty respectable draft. Lobby 3 is a little strong, I'll give you that, but I actually feel like people might have done their homework this time around.
Yeah, pretty tame, pretty well distributed across the board. We will only be able to follow one lobby on the main broadcast at a time, but we will do our best to give you multi-lobby coverage, as we'll have our sideline reporters be able to keep you up to date with all the happenings in the other games as they go throughout the day. But you know, this is going to be the last chance you can get your pick'ems in, so make sure that you lock those in. But let's talk a little bit more about the set of Space Gods. Our set mechanic brought some very powerful beings that you can take some offerings from, and let's remind you about some of the ways that our competitors are going to make the best use of those with our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. We throw over to our experts, Hupe-san and Panda, to do just that.
Thank you, Nekra. Exactly. 9 gods right now, Panda, are ruling over the convergence, giving us offerings. So what do we do with that? You already saw players to watch, so now let's talk about gods to watch. The first one, Yasuo, my personal favorite. This is a guy that gives you combat power, the best one if you must. From the Abyss, he brings Hex. So you have Cryogenic Hex for massive healing. You have the Cosmic Hex to do HP scaling. And of course, you want to play it with 3-star. You want to get a massive tank, and maybe also mech can be a possibility.
Yasuo is also great to supplement what you're missing in your comp. If you're in stage 3, you don't have burn, all of a sudden, Solar Hex comes up. Fantastic, a great pickup. Even Acceleration Hex for when you don't have a Rage Blade for your LeBlanc or you don't have a red buff for your Xayah. That's kind of like a 4th item for your carry. That being said, Yasuo has some downsides, especially at this level of pro play. The Hexes cannot be moved, so in the late game, you might be at the mercy of some positioning puzzles that you can't really solve because you have those Hexes, and that could be a problem. I have to also mention Aurelion Sol. I mean, the god of wonder, some call him. I call him the god of quests, especially the trait quest in stage 2. At this level of pro play, the adaptability from these players when you don't have direction, you just say, you know what, give me a random emblem, I'll play around that.
Yeah, also you can high roll, right? You can get Space Groove, you can go into Darkstar, that is the preferred angle if you will, so that's also a possibility. But the final one is the God of Packs, the random one, Thresh. And this is a question for the desk. What does Thresh give you? What do you get with Thresh?
Oh, chaos, of course.
Chaos?
Everything.
Anything? Okay, give me examples.
Dummies, which I don't want.
Okay, give me some examples.
All right, how about this one?
Okay, gold. Okay, you can get
one?
stats also.
Okay.
Or you can miss. Okay, you can get something that you don't want.
0 out of 3.
You can giga miss sometimes.
And the important about Thresh is that you get economy, you get so many things, and then you can plan to play something strong, something different. You can also recomb up and make something crazy.
You can bring in some flashy high roll moments. Both Dish Soap in the America Regional Finals and Horo X in EMEA Regional Finals. They had a 3-star Ornn on stage 3 off of different, Build-A-Bud and Worth the Wait Recombobulate combos. Mini Recombobulate from Thresh in stage 2 can help reach those high rolls and make those really flashy, crazy moments. But he also just gets a lot of resources in the late game for the Fast 9 boards, for just some extra stats as well from stage 5 and onward. So definitely a god to watch out for. But back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Hupe-san and Panda, for giving us the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. Now I know what our competitors will be looking out for to try to make their boards the strongest based on the gods that are going to be in the game. But let's talk about maybe some of the other gods, our players, that are going to be hitting the stage today, 2 of which I think are coming in as huge favorites because while they have been veterans of the TFT competitive scene, they are hitting the highest highs in Space Gods.
Yeah, and as we're looking at this graphic here, this is their set stats with a delta to their career stats. So really showing off here Soju with that 3.97, his best set ever. So good on the average.
Yeah, I keep waiting for this K3 Soju train to have the wheels fall off at some point, and it just doesn't. He actually has just been one of the best players in the Americas since the TPC has started. This set, what I love about Soju is that he not only has been able to play that iconic tempo style, but he found 2 wins in the TPC, his first ever solos wins, to show that he can find that first place when he needs it.
Last time that Soju has been at the Tactician's crown was during Dragonlands, and so now he gets kind of this new lease on life. I feel like this is going to be a really great showing from him, especially after making it to the final lobby of the regional finals, even though it ended up not being a win. But Maris, I mean, we cannot forget about Maris's elite regional run, breaking records left and right.
I mean, you looked at it there on that graphic, 2.70. That's an average that we rarely see. Now, there's an asterisk attached to that. There was only 23 games tracked for Maris, but getting that in the APAC finals, which arguably is the hardest field of competition, still absolutely deserves respect.
Completely agree. Yeah, he might have only played in the regional finals, the rest of his season coming from Tier 2, but that is the story. You go from playing in Tier 2 to making the regional finals and being, get this, the point leader on every single day of competition. That is a feat we have never seen before in TFT. Maris is making history.
Well, just a small ad. I also want to thank Maris for streaming scrims, because we all been taking notes on that.
Yes, I mean, hey, we got to get a little bit of insight there before we end up seeing how the competition will shake out today. And while these are the stats and we love numbers, we of course love our players because of the personality that they show us. So please take a look.
Que no es... Que la tengo en la pantalla, en plan, ¿es mi bat? Bro, es enorme, claro que es enorme. O sea, ¿qué hago? Ooh! Bro, what the f? I just lost dude!
Oh, all right. So not the bounce? Yo! He's got, okay, wait, he's got the flares. Oh, he's got the moves.
God damn!
Damn!
Holy!
Wow!
I mean, I don't use any stats. I use stats.
Highway will be your regional finals champion. Comes out on top.
Okay, the thing is, it's actually, okay, the thing is, it's not even that good. Now what? Funny.
Ah! Mon Dieu, la reine! Elle n'est pas terminée! Revenez tous dans le bateau!
Bro, I'm so happy you guys have no idea.
La conseguí.
Wait, he asked me to get on the boat, but where's the boat going?
Straight to the finals, baby.
That's right.
Take free.
My favorite, I love dank memes. You go, enters the clip. The villainous laugh.
I don't know if you noticed, but the clip there from Safo, that's 2 different clips where a wasp
Oh my
has
God.
entered
They're like
his
a
room
year apart,
during
right?
a tournament. Yeah, 2 years apart, actually.
Oh my god.
Someone call the exterminator for him so he doesn't have a bee in his house when he's playing today. I don't know. Or maybe the competitors will unleash them for nefarious purposes. But you know, we love our competitors and we're going to be keeping our eyes on their cameras all weekend long because who doesn't love moments like that? But also please make sure that you're continuing to watch our stream because we will have Set 18 exclusive reveals during our competition, and you're not going to want to miss those. The set looks great.
I'm not going to say
that?
anything.
No leaks.
I know if I open my mouth, I'm going to leak.
Okay.
I'm not saying a word.
I just think that,
Thumbs
but
up.
I say this about every set. The set looks great and the set looks amazing, so you're going to want to stay tuned for all of that. But one thing before we get into the action today has to be addressing the elephant in the room, and that we can make history here at the Tactician's Crown with 4 competitors in particular.
Look at them there. Those names are names most of our viewers will already know. But if not, don't worry. We're going to keep you up to speed here. Dish Soap and Tidal on the outer fringes there. Really the behemoths that you're looking for. 2-time Tactician's Crown champions in their own right. The only 2 players in the world that carry 2 of those crowns, now with a chance to get a triple.
Both of which have been on a journey for the last few sets. It hasn't been since set 13 that Dish Soap made top 8 in a regional finals. And for Tidal, we haven't seen him return to this dominant domestic form really since he won in set 12. Despite that, they both had fantastic sets. Dish Soap, especially in particular, 3rd in pro points in the Americas, still has the best career average placement in the region. I have very high hopes for these players.
It is an odd numbered prime number set.
Oh.
Right? Set 17 is a prime number. So
Yeah,
I
believe
feel
so.
like it might be Dish Soap's time for the 3rd.
He is good on odd-numbered sets.
So
Yeah.
he says.
But, you know, there's also the fact that you got to think about Darth Nub coming off of as the reigning Tactician's Crown champion. Is this time for a 2-peat to happen?
Well, right. We've never seen the 2P, and Darthnub went into the last TAC round as a strong player, but maybe not a favorite. This time around, because he's continued to have that dominance domestically, this is the first time that we've seen Darthnub enter a global international tournament, perhaps as one of the elite favorites of the event.
See, I think Darthnub won last time because you guys put him in D tier.
Yep.
You didn't put him in D tier this time. There isn't even a D tier, which I understand after that
We put him in
homage.
S.
So maybe he needs that kind of fire
Yes.
to be doubted, because I remember him retweeting it as well. But of course, speaking of fire, speaking of passion, and speaking of a player that you need to watch out for, I mean, Juanya is in here. He has won Tactician's Crown, but he has also won an Open. And there is an argument to be made about the Opens having a very different difficulty curve. And it's not too long ago either.
Yeah, there's a certain level of prestige that comes with winning an Open because there are more competitors, varying degrees of skill, which just means that you've got to change your tune whenever you are in a lobby with different folks.
When I think of Juanmie, the one thing that comes to mind is that he is hot and cold. He can sometimes have an incredible set in the CN region and go to TAC round and not perform. In fact, the last 2 TAC rounds that he's played in have not been very successful. Despite that, he has been on fire this set. 33% win rate in the CN TPC. Juanmie looks like an elite player.
I mean, I feel like in general, the CN region is something that in the past sets was maybe a little bit undervalued, but last set in particular, Zion nearly ran away with it, wasn't able to clutch it up. There is, I think, a bill still open from CN.
Oh, jeez. Sias AVP will be one to remember forever
Yep, but
at a
instead,
Tactician's Crown.
Aaliyah stopped him from winning and gave the alley-oop to the Americans. High five, Makes. Give it, come on, give it to me. All right.
Well, you know what? These competitors, we will certainly keep you up to date on whether or not history will be made here. But hopefully you will join us in making your own history by coming to compete at a TFT event yourself. Scan the QR code, head to CompeteTFT.com, and figure out how you can either start or continue your journey as a competitive TFT player.
Yeah, I mean, you at home watching, you could be the next player at a Tactician's Crown. Isn't that amazing? Everybody can make it.
Everybody, I could do it.
I don't know about you, but they could make it.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Gangley.
All right.
Yeah.
But I mean, the best part is that you could compete at a sub-regional. It doesn't even have to be just going straight into a trials. You could go to our sub-regional and check it out for yourself. We're going to be focusing on our competition here on the main broadcast, but there are other avenues in which you can also enjoy the fun. We've got a bunch of amazing co-streamers for you to hang out with in other languages and just covering other lobby, so hopefully you'll go and visit them, as well as checking out all of our competitors and their first-person perspectives, because they will also be streaming all of their games. So if you've got a particular favorite that you're excited to root for, then you can check them out and hang out with just them. But hopefully you've got a couple different monitors going so that you can make sure that you're soaking up all of the TFT this weekend. We're about ready to get into our first game, but any final thoughts?
Final thoughts. For me, this is the set where I think Soju will actually break out internationally. I really want to see it happen. I think there are some people that have their doubts on whether or not his style is going to hold up when he's competing against some really fast and aggressive players, especially those from APAC. But there's something magical in the air. I can feel it.
Oh, I would love it. Listen, just for the storyline alone, I'd be very happy if that was the case. But we're going to be taking a look at our lobby here, which will be that lobby 3 that we were talking about. Soju is in here, but he is not the only player in this lobby that is a threat. This entire lobby is extremely, extremely stacked. And personally, I think there's so many good players from all of our regions. I had a really hard time with my pickups.
Yeah, this one was a tough one, especially when you're going to be starting out in a lobby like this. We didn't get a chance to talk about YBY1, but this is a competitor that how many times has been at a Tactician's crown?
Wait a second, our gods are being chosen.
Oh, it's
we can
Thresh.
Oh.
Very cool.
Okay.
Seeing Thresh and Yasuo for game number 1.
Well, we had our experts break it down, and Thresh brings so much randomness and fun and whimsy, dare I say, to a Tactician's Crown game.
And Yasuo on the other side, they explained, brought a lot of the combat power, lets you sometimes get a soft 4th item on your carry.
A little bit of chaos or trusted stability. Let's see what our players are going to be choosing, but it will be loot subscription on top of that, so really a high variance game to start us off.
Now, Necra, you brought something up that we didn't get to talk about too much, which was YBY being in this lobby, who we didn't get to cover in the pre-show. He is, in my mind, the favorite for the entire event. I actually think this player, you look at his Tactician's Crown record of going 3rd, 9th, right? He's been elite internationally and domestically for so long. He has to be the best player in the world who has not won a TAC crown for.
I mean, all of those 3rd places add up to a 1st at some point, right?
Well, they actually add up to a 9,
works,
which is how we got the 9.
Oh, okay. No, we got the 9, and it's got split into 3rds, which gives you the 3 third places. And that's going to get split into 3rds, and then you get the 1st place.
Okay.
That's how math works.
Okay, I'm going to let you guys fight this one out, personally, and I will choose to focus on one of the GOATs, Hwanmi. We talked about him in the pre-show here as well. I do agree with you, Gangly. I think he can be very hot and cold. I think Tidal and Dish Soap are similar in that regard. It's just something on these absolute beast players where if they're good, they're really good. But even if they're not at that very high level, they are still reaching the Tactician's Crown. They're still playing among the best of the world. So we'll have to watch and see if this is one of the sets where Hwanmi can really pop off.
Ooh, first augment we're going to get in the game is going to be gold. Now, it's kind of interesting because we're seeing a couple of good spots to start out with. We've got a Nova start for Steppy. We've got the Meeple start for VCLF. 2-star Leona, which could certainly lead into something more there for Hwanmi. But do you kind of try to think about like your start when you're picking your augment, or are you hoping that you're going to get econ out of this to think about the long game?
Does seem like he's considering Heart of Steel here. That is what he takes. Also, the loot subscription comes in, and it is going to be a lucky item chest. And I really like this. I don't know if he knew what the loot sub was. He might have been scouting around to see if someone else had picked it already. But what this does allow you to do is get an immediate 2 items on your Leona. And he's actually going to go for 3, it looks like, instead. Actually, slamming the Heartsteel on the Leona, not only will he get 2 procs of the additional maximum HP, but he actually now has the ability to maybe just make a backline item instead.
Yeah, I really like this very strong early estate game as we are looking across our augment choices. I'm also seeing the Cluttered Mind there at the bottom for Soju, which I'm very interested on what kind of comp he's looking at, that he went down that route. And of course, we're looking at Steppy right now, who just picked up, you know, a little bit of Gamba here for the start.
Econ is always really valuable on stage 2, so picking up Booster Pack can not only give you money and get your interest going, it also can give you direction. You find out what to upgrade it on your board. You can see he was able to find the Leona 2 off that Booster Pack, so gives him at least an idea that he wants to play maybe into the Shepherd line or have something with a Vanguard front line.
Is that the Jax?
It sure is.
Hero augment?
That is going to be the Jax Hero augment. We don't get to see hero augments all too often, but the Jax Hero one has been quite strong for a while. It's gotten a little bit of a touch here and there to bring it down, but it is still a very reasonable augment, especially when you're able to play it with a Jax 2 on stage 2.
We've seen it in our regional finals do really well week 1, and then it did a lot worse week 2. I feel like when everybody was catching up to the hero augments, the reach for the stars, really something that can do well if your Stargazer's also in your favor. A little bit of an update on that is going to be the altar for this game, so you can play among that Stargazer for sure to get that Jax comp online.
What other types of carries are you looking for? Because I feel like that does lend itself pretty well to being able to also play Xayah, but that might be kind of difficult if you're trying to re-roll for the Jax and then also try to hit 8.
Yeah, I think the most reasonable way to think about it is that how can I play around the Stargazer reroll line? So you could play it around TF, but I think most likely we're going to be seeing it around the Lulu, which has been a little bit more popular. Also, because you're going to be playing for level 7, more units will be dying, so you'll be able to get the altar proc a little bit faster as well. So I would expect this to look like a pretty standard Lulu reroll board.
I think so too. Going to be looking to also get probably that Pantheon in there to really round out those 3 stars. But let's take a look here at YBY1. We mentioned him, one of the players to watch in this entire tournament for sure, is currently playing around this just AP flex around the Fate Weavers. I'm pretty sure he hasn't locked himself in too much just yet, is thinking about Dark Stars, thinking about LeBlanc. Both are options you can go into from here, I think.
I feel like we're going to see a pretty hotly contested Vanguard AP. If you see the Leona lock-in from Hwamie already getting the stacks on the Leona, you see the item slam right now with the Rabadons and the Jewel Gauntlet. And a couple of other competitors are also already formulating these Vanguard front lines. I'm nervous. A couple of these players are going to lose out on that race.
Let's see how many of them are tempted by the gods here. I see a lot of those little legends spawning over on the side of Thresh. Steppy notably not going over there. Soju also deciding to go with Yasuo instead.
This is such a classic Soju move. We saw this throughout the regional finals in the Americas, that many times that other players will opt to take Econ or some of the more chaotic options. Soju will consistently play for what gives him a strong stage 3. He wants to be able to save HP on stage 3 so that he can play a 4-cost line that allows him to have enough health to still be strong. And even if he doesn't play for a top 1 or a top 2 very consistently, saving that HP through raw combat power is where he earns his top 4s.
Checking in with Horo, playing what Emiya does best, right? This is the comp Emiya has played so much more than all the other regions, is playing around the Primordians, just looking on the items here, but seems like he sold the Jinx he had early, so deciding to maybe go a little bit more into a late game board. So there's a bit of a pivot that we're actually watching. So I saw his board, I saw a Jinx, I saw the Death Blade and the Rage Blade, and I was like, okay, clearly Jinx, Primordian reroll, but Horo actually moving here.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the cause of the pivot was. Probably was something to do with hitting the Gwen 2. He thought the board would be stronger, but he is on the 3-loss, now a 4-loss, so I don't think he's all that concerned with winning this next fight. So the question here is, depending on what Jetasaur's board looks like, is Horo ever actually concerned about needing to make his board weaker to secure this 5-loss? Ooh, the Xayah being found there. Rageblade, maybe not best in slot for Xayah, but certainly a serviceable item. Can carry the AD from the Deathblade as well.
And of course, that's really bad news if you were the player that picked up Reach for the Stars. You're playing around that Stargazer. Another player just gets that Xayah delivered to his hands. Feels a little bit bad, but let's check in with VCLF, is also one of the players that came from Tier 2, has broken into the regional finals in the Americas and has done really well there. Small sample size, but a player with a lot of history.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back to the older days of TFT, he was at the Tactician's crown sets 6, 7, and 8, 3 back-to-back-to-back. And this set, he was really known as being an AP specialist, played 6 games of Shepard, 4 of AP Flex, 3 of Groove, and then 3 of Lulu reroll as well. And based on the item slams we're seeing right now, it feels like that might just be the lane that he wants to stick in. Ooh, Hwanmei loses his streak. Nobody 5-streaking all the way into Krugs.
Tells us something about tempo in this lobby here. That is definitely something players will want to try and avoid to let others run away with it. Something else that we kind of have to mention here with how popular it's been in the regional finals as well is we don't have a contender for Anima here right now. So nobody really looking for that full loss streak opener into high risk, high reward. Of course, could be that nobody had a spot, but still something that is a little bit more rare.
I think you're seeing a lot of people actually have pretty strong boards. For the most part, everyone has upgraded some pretty key frontline units, already itemized some things. I think you're right, like maybe there just wasn't a spot, but also the tempo of the lobby seems pretty strong.
Let's see what the loot sub is going to be.
Oh,
Gonna be some gold coming in. Everybody quite rich right now. Soju is going to be thinking about probably going to level 6 here. Yeah, it's a very cheap level up, so just needing to hit the 40 econ breakpoint while keeping that cluttered mind in. I think he's going to be really happy. And with no one else win streaking, there's a world where he actually is an uncontested level 6, but we'll find out right now. No Steppy's going to go for the last minute
Horox
level up.
Also is going to level up here because he has birthday reunion.
Horox actually opted to not get the 5 loss streak, even though he was on 4. We don't know if that was on purpose or not, but once that loss streak was snapped, very clearly now just going to try and be winning through stage 3.
Another item slam since the last time that we saw him here is going to be that red buff there to really build out that AD trifecta. Let's see what the next augment is going to be. Maybe it will be favorable to build out on the birthday reunion into a strong AD line.
Ooh, another gold.
Thinking about booster pack, it seems. Probably does want to get the econ. So Horox is set up, like Necro mentioned, taking the birthday reunion means that you really want to be able to go level 9, right? And once you get to level 9, you get a 2-star 5 cost. You also get the Thieves' Gloves by going level 7, which we can see here. The early level 7 is going to be able to pick up the Thieves' Gloves and get a lot of combat power.
I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate, right? You're angling AD, you're hoping for any of the tanks or an AD champion gets LeBlanc instead.
Well, the thing is, you actually can play the LeBlanc and just play an attack speed LeBlanc, right? You do have the Gwen that you have the Rage Blade and the red buff on, which will eventually go to something like the Vex. So hitting LeBlanc actually gives you now an item holder that you can use through stage 4 as you're going all the way to level 9.
Don't have a great spot for the Death Blade. I don't think you want to put that on the LeBlanc, but yeah, it's very nice to be able to maybe put in the Shepherds. It's going to be very contested, though. You know, as we start to see the game take a little bit more shape, there are a lot more competitors looking at that line. I mean, Soju will put some Vanguards in. We do also have the YBY1 with a couple of those Shepherds. Hwanmei did find Arbiter to pair with that with the Zoe and the Leona that he's trying to beef up.
I think you are completely correct that we're going to have a lot of people contesting one another when we're at our level 8 boards. Hwanmei opts to take Earth's Gambit and then does lose the next fight, giving him the Frying Pan. So we'll have to see where he's headed with that.
Yeah, I didn't see if he had open components there. I'm not sure if he's going to be slamming that emblem in the immediate, but we'll keep tabs on it and see. We'll check in on how that is working out. In the meantime, let's hop over to Soju, who has Shepard in, has been leveling on the back of his Coded Mind, but is also the player that has spent the most of his gold already here, as he's currently sitting at 23.
One of the problems that Soju did face in the Americas Regional Finals is that, like we're seeing here, he's very quick to spend his gold, to lose interest if it means he can continue his streak. And actually, hold on, I'm going to hold this thought for a second.
Hold on. Will he,
Jack
though?
is looking scary, and the heal comes
He's
through.
going to lose it.
Wow, the level to lose your streak is pretty brutal there, because one of the problems when you play this sort of play style is that despite the fact that you will be saving HP, the other players in the lobby will have more money than you because they're reaching these early interest thresholds, which means they should be able to roll a little faster. Granted, Cluttered Mind will make up for some of that econ, but he might find himself in a spot where he doesn't have the money to contest these other players who are rolling on 8.
Time to get gold from your mystery loot.
Hopefully, we'll see what Thresh gives our players. Certainly less of the players currently hopping on to Thresh on the right-hand side here. Maybe just wanting to benefit off of the Yasuo Hex for this one, trying to keep their options open on what final boon they're going to be taking from the gods.
Jetasaur, oh, did he just get 5 rerolls from his Thresh? I think he did.
I think he did.
Wow, that is quite the high roll.
How nice when you're re-rolling.
Yep. And so what we're going to see here is he has the ability to roll on 6, also to roll on 7. And so one of the forms of skill expression you find in this composition is whether you decide to stay on 6 to get your Jax all the way to 3-star, or if you feel, hey, I need to go 7 to stabilize my board a little bit earlier, have better odds for Lulu. So you can be rolling for basically everything on this board. Pantheon, Maokai, Jax, Lulu. So you have to find the right way to be strong at the right time.
Really nice that he has found the Lulu already to just help with that unit being there, being able to itemize it even though it's Lulu 1. But I do think you want just a couple more copies of the Pantheon and the Jax to set yourself up for the best of success. I mean, he's streaking. He doesn't really need to make something happen right now, so he can afford to just spend a little time longer here and dig all of the extra gold into it. There's also another player that has picked up Thresh. That was VCLF. He got the training dummy. Everybody else got Storm Hex.
Oh, I feel a little bad. I would not want the training dummy personally.
Ooh, why do I teched in Anima, it looks like, that would have been maybe 2 rounds ago, it looks like. So you're just having the 1 loss.
I like this, though, because while it's too late to try to get the 400 Anima cash out, there's still good cash outs at 100 and 200 stacks that are just going to help give you some economy. So if you don't have anything else that you want to try to put in on your board, may as well get like the little 3-piece Anima and get some value out of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's something we will also see throughout the tournament a little bit more often whenever players can afford to do that. We're just checking in with this fight here between Jetasaur and VCLF. VCLF, of course, on that Veigar printer. We talked about that one a lot across all regions, but he is struggling a little bit. Has been on an 8-loss streak, so not in the best position right now.
I have a feeling that VCLF is going to abandon his board entirely and go more into Space Groove. We did see on his bench he was holding two Orans, yep. And playing the Epic Roll Down, he should be able to have enough econ to hit a lot of those pieces. Soju finds a Blitz on 7, does not, oh, he is going to pick it up, okay. So going to be trying to flex around some sort of Shepherd Vanguard board, finding Nunu, Blitzcrank, and holding the Leona pair on his bench as well. Gives him a lot of those pieces.
Yeah.
Such a flexible front line that you can play when you're playing around the Shepherd board, but you do still need to find your Karma and your LeBlanc. Those do generally feel like important parts of the board.
That's right. A lot of upgrades now coming in across our board.
Okay.
Checking in with Huan Yi, who has also been playing around this Veigar similar to VCLF.
He is printing.
Is printing.
Does find... Wait, who is
he needs to...
Fizz.
Yeah, found one. Just there.
Okay, we're good. Get to print. And sitting at 5 Veigars means that he doesn't have to wait that long. One of the nice things about the composition, too, is that you do get a little bit of money every time you print, so he'll have some drip economy as he slowly gets his way. My fear for him, I'm going to be honest, though, is that 47 HP is not that much HP to be at when you are carrying a Veigar 2 in Stage 4.
Yeah, I think that's where you have to hope that this Rammus is going to tank enough for you to buy time for the Veigar and everything else to actually do its job. And the solo tanking has worked for now. Every win that Huan Yi is going to get is going to at least help to stave off some of it. But, oh, maybe you get something here from the Prismatic Augment.
Definitely a little bit of a game changer here. If you can just get the correct thing, Call to Chaos being picked up by Juanmie is going to be a big question mark on what he actually gets. But of course, for all our other players, that is prismatic inflation. We're even seeing the Baron Slayer being picked up by Jedu as he plays against Juanmie.
And VCLF did find Earth's grab bag, which we mentioned the pivot into Space Groove now means he'll be able to play the board with the Space Groove emblem, which is really what turns this board online, and finds the Riven 2 on the roll down. Still just the Nami 1. Oh, finds Shen as well. A lot of pieces here. Is about to finish his last free reroll, so cannot find the upgrade to this Nami, but does have a pretty strong board. Even the Morgana 2 will allow us to live for quite a bit.
YBY1 has actually teched in some of the mecha units alongside Karma. And Soju here did go down into the Arbiter line and the Shepherd line. Despite that being hotly contested, Steppy is also looking for those units.
Not the only player that's looking for them, for sure. We did see the very early pickup from Horo as well. And we also saw a Sona mod there on the side of Soju, so Sona already on the board there as well. He did have the Blitzcrank earlier, so some legendaries coming in for him right now to just help out the board a little bit as we are taking a look. Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, is able to get 5 Shepherd in and has a lot of the core pieces. The Nunu 2 is really good, but we do want to upgrade something in the back line. You can see he's even holding the Namis. If he does hit Nami 2, he can still play that. You get the Replicator in from the Lysandra, and he wants to find something, whether it's Karma 2, LeBlanc 2, Nami 2, anything that's going to give us a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, but he's still trying to think about what is the best way for me to do this while also keeping my cluttered mind active.
Yeah, well, the nice thing is it lets him hold all the units in his bench that he could pivot. He can just do a straight Space Groove pivot if he hits Nami 2. He has the Blitzcrank already. He has a Teemo there as well. He's holding a lot of pieces that would allow him to play a Nunu front line with the Space Groove board.
Well, the problem is 3 of those Namis are already out of the pool as they're sitting on VCL's board, as we see right now. And he has certainly really had a luck with this pivot that we saw there early. Also
has
a Shen 2 on his board. Yeah, I was getting there.
Okay. Sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit. It was a pure shock.
I get it. Last choice, though, on our gods, and players are reverting back to Thresh.
Get yourselves a little bit of money, but also when you do just have 2 Yasuo hexes, when you get the boon from Yasuo, you also get a little bit of money as well, in addition to making your hexes a little stronger.
I'm starting to get a little worried about Jedusor. All of these competitors getting these 4-cost units upgraded, and Jedusor is still missing some critical copies of the Jax and the Pantheon.
Yeah. We'll need to look at his board. There is an upgrade coming in here.
Wow, this is a beefy board from YBY. Yeah. We don't generally see players playing the Mecha Asol composition without something like Anima. One of the conditions that YBY clearly believes is good enough, though, is playing from an artifact to start. Silvermere Dawn is one of the most powerful artifacts on that mighty mech because he is a solo tank, and he does scale off of AD as well. So he clearly is finding that this is maybe his best way to stabilize the board.
YBY1 also got Lovers from the random boon, so a 5-cost and a 4-cost that share a trait that might have enabled the really massive board that we saw there just a little bit, but we are checking in with Horo X, who is playing a little bit of a Piba board, not good enough against a little Jax 3 with his Lantern.
Okay, so Jedu did find the Jax. I was a little nervous because when we checked in through those roll downs, it had not appeared yet, but not too many copies off of some of the other upgrades that Jedusor is going to want with the Aatrox as well as the Pantheon.
Yeah, 1 off the Pantheon, as we can see right now, it appears.
Ooh.
We're going to be able to make that happen. That's great news. And you mentioned it earlier, Gangly, we're still on level 6. This is rather late to hit those 2 upgrades, but we can still go to 7 and then finish out on the Lulu on the Maokai.
Yeah, I agree. This does feel a little bit late, but one of the nice things about the composition is how much power that Jax gives you in the mid game. At this point in time, you've kind of done your job already. I don't know if Jedu was taking this augment thinking, hey, this is my ticket to winning the game. I think a lot of people are taking this thinking, hey, this is my ticket to finding a top 4. And sitting at 74 HP right now, I think finding those 2 pieces might feel like it gives you enough HP to really punch in that top 4.
Hwan Yi kind of on the brink of elimination, though, with getting the Poppy 3 online now. That was a huge hit from this Horo, not the Horo export, but it would be actually.
Yeah.
When I'm looking at that, I'm like, that's a level 9 board. I mean, Hwan Yi as well, actually, just hitting level 9. I don't think that this Veigar and this Poppy reroll is going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, Hwan Yi needs to kind of solve a puzzle that seems rather unsolvable in terms of taking the lobby into account right now. I definitely agree with that. We do have a Sona. She's going to be itemized to help this Veigar just a little bit, but I'm not sure this front line can hold as much in comparison to some of the other boards we've seen. I'm a little bit worried for this one.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, the loot sub's going to give a 2-star 4 cost.
Corki, he now has a chance to maybe run for the Corki 3. Can't carry alone though. Don't try to sell your board. Just warning.
Yeah, but you're on 1 life and you might think that you're going to end up losing. Maybe we get a little lucky in the matchmaking. It is going to be up against Jedusaur's board. If there's a board that you could potentially beat, it might be another, reroll, but this Jax is looking mighty scary. Wow.
Also, Jedu found the Riven 2 off of the loot sub, giving him a rogue. There's a lot of damage, though. The question here is, does the Jax live long enough for Baron's Lair to let him just 1v9?
Yeah.
Just the stain on
I
this
think
Jax.
the answer is yes.
It's brutal, right? So much sustain, so much healing that he is getting back there. He's just going to run over Hwan Yi, and we're going to have our first knockout in game number 1 of the Tactician's crown. In the meantime, we're checking in with Horo. He has built out this legendary soup board around the Vex now. LeBlanc before that. Still missing the upgrade on the Vex 2, though. That's the biggest factor here, and I believe that's also the reason why we're free-falling.
We also have our Radiant Thieves Gloves on a Fiora 1. If you're really concerned about winning this fight, I actually wouldn't even mind if you moved those Thieves Gloves onto the Shen, who can utilize those items really well, the Morello and the Hextech Gunblade with the Radiant versions. But like you're calling out, Makes, the question is damage. We've got a lot of sustain, we've got a lot of frontline. We did get another Graves upgrade as well, so it's possible that with this build, that's going to be enough damage to break through. Sitting on the other side, the Nunu 2 is holding up, and the back line is actually starting to crumble here, so it looks like Horo will be able to win this fight, and on the left-hand side, YBY is going to take a fight loss there.
I think the biggest factor between Horo and Steppy on the right here is the fact that Steppy is also running a LeBlanc 1. So probably one of the best players you could have run to in the current state of your board. You kind of both looking at each other saying, okay, at least that's a fair fight. We neither have a carry that's upgraded.
TK giveth a nice reward with the gold that just got belched out of his body. VCLF, with this pivot into the Space Groove, has hit basically everything at this point. You just kind of are missing out on that Blitzcrank, but there are a ton of Blitzcranks gone. K3 Soju having a 2-star, Horo X also holding a copy or a pair, and Steppy as well with 1. So I'm not sure you're going to be able to actually get that upgraded just yet.
Good news is he has it in the first place, right? So for that, Space Groove is going to be helping out, but I agree, a big factor in bringing this board together is the sustain it supports, but we are getting a showdown between YBY1 and Jedu here. Who could win? A little guy with his lantern or the giant mechs? And the answer is going to be clear. YBY1 taking an L and a 7th place, despite a board that looked really good to the eye.
It looked really strong, but it didn't have the single target damage that you need to be able to take out the Jax. The Acel board is really good at killing many things all at once, much less good at just dealing with a strong frontliner and then the Jax behind him.
Well, that's going to be 7th place determined, and let's see who's going to follow suit. VCLF and Horo X are also both in danger of getting eliminated here in single-digit life. VCLF actually holding 5 copies of Nami. I don't think that it's going to be possible. Yeah, sells them. Wasn't going to be possible to try to maybe sell the board, but the journey might end here. Jedusaurus knocked out 2 competitors already. So is VCLF going to be the next to follow on the left-hand side?
Blitzcrank is going to start his revive, and the Blitzcrank displacement actually could be really important on this fight on the left. The Pantheon does get hit, but then the Jax is taken out immediately. There's a lot of damage from the Nami, though, and it actually could burst down the Jax if it has it as the only target. It's going to be really close. Last cast comes through.
Wow.
Is not able to take out the Jax. VCLF will fall, and on the right-hand side, Horo X is able to turn that loss streak into a win streak and knock out Soju, who takes a 5th.
So, Gangly, what were you saying about Emiya again?
Just high rollers, man. That's all. That's all you need to know.
Right. I'm seeing, personally, 2 Emiya players in this lobby. A lobby we were talking about is extremely strong. And both of those Emiya players currently top 4. I think that says enough.
I will say, I think a lot of that is props to them picking lines that were not contested. Horo X kind of understood that one of the assignments of this weekend is going to be Fast 9. Very successful. Let's take Birthday Reunion and get there. And on the other side, Jedusor said, okay, well, I don't see anybody trying to contest Stargazer right now. I've got the Jax augment, so let me try to go for that reroll. We're going to see Jedusor versus Steppy. Steppy still stuck on level 8, but did get a chance to actually upgrade both the Karma and the LeBlanc. The target focus into the Jax is going to be enough to actually take it out. And so Jedusor takes a loss.
But Hwanmei is going to knock out Horo X in the wings there. And so Horo, whose board really looked like it might have finally come online, is going to take the hit there to the mech board that Hwanmei was able to build. This is another interesting spot because we talked earlier about how many people are not willing to play mech without something like the Anima Cache, but both Hwanmei and YBY leaning into this line.
Yeah, I like it as well. I do want to follow up on the Horo X thing. I think the biggest factor there is not having augments beside that Radiance TG that really help your board, right? We went for Econ, we went for Tempo, we went for Gold. All of those are nice to get there, but once you arrive at level 9, you are just falling short due to boards like the one we have in front of our eyes from Hwanmei here.
Pair of Blitzcranks in the shop as soon as he hits level 10.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Just hits it off the rip. Got 2 item anvils to be able to give some completed items over to that Blitzcrank, and Steppy's going to try to make some final improvements, staring down elimination for 3rd.
Big turn coming from Steppy, going to use the Salvager to remake his items as optimally as he can. He's able to get 3 items on both of his backline carries, does have the leftover QSS. There's so many damage threats on the side of Hwanmei now that he has the Blitz 2, though. I don't know if this front line's going to be able to hold up.
I'm not sure either, as most of it has already crumbled for a little while longer. That Nunu will try, but not succeed. Steppy hoping to maybe get to level 9 here is not going to be able to do just that. Jedu, though, is going to be beating that Ghost copy, and it will be behind between Hwanmei and Jedu.
Well, now I'm really excited for the showdown because the last time we saw the Jedusor board go up against Mech, it was actually knocking out YBY1, which was also with the Aurelian Soul, the Mighty Mech, the Karma. But a big difference here for Hwanmei is level 10, and the Morgana and the Mighty Mech have been getting scaling from this Steadfast Heart augment from the very beginning of the game.
I also think the Blitzcrank 2 and the Bard are going to be providing the 2 things that the YBY1 board was missing. It's the single target damage that can quickly burst down a tank.
Yeah, I think you both are very, very correct. The writing is a little bit on the wall, but you know, we could always watch and see what happens. For now, that ASOL is going to decimate anything that's not a Hero Augment Freestar or a Riven 2, and Jax will be the last unit standing. He does charge, he does get resets as the Blitzcrank heals, and that was perfect targeting for the Jax to actually find his way through the board. Wow.
That is crazy.
This might actually be a more interesting positioning battle than I was giving it credit for. In that fight, the Jax was able to dodge so much of the aggro that even the Blitzcrank 2 didn't actually get its full value. By the time the Blitzcrank was able to revive, the fight was over. So I'd like to see Hwanmei find a way to get this Blitz into the fray a little bit earlier.
But a lot of this puzzle is going to be simplified by the fact that this Jax wants to sit in the Hex alongside
not
Lulu.
anymore. He's breaking ankles.
Wow, he did. Okay, so he's going to give up the combat power of the Hex to get the positioning for this Jax.
Well, let's see if it is any good. You really want that Jax to ideally find his way into the backline. For now, he's super stuck on this ultra beefed up Morgana as the rest of the board is already kind of going through. But there it is. He finds the reset. He finds the backline, and he is going to be slicing through the board from here on out. Does Hwanmi have an answer to this?
I don't think so. If Jedusor was willing to give up the positioning on the hexes just to ensure the victory, Jedusor also only needs to do this one more time, where Hwanmi is going to need to win 2 fights.
I think the Blitzcrank is really going to be the most important part of this. Also, keep in mind we do get an extra item here. Is there anything that we're missing on the side of Hwanmi that can really turn this fight around? It doesn't feel like it to me. Oh, it's going to just be some extra damage. I think it makes more sense than frontline. We don't want the fight to go on long because there is a Baron's Lair on the other side.
I do like the pickup here for the Karma to just try and get the damage onto the Jax as quickly as possible. We're going to be positioning back into the Hexes here. Let's see if this Jax can do it one more time.
Jax is going to be on the right side of the board, helping to burst down and focus fire with the Riven. But that is going to be a lot of the left side blown up as Hwanmi is able to get those mechs through. The Jax is going to be at half HP, but it's healing up considerably because of the Bloodthirster. And I think that's the Jax down, but can the Riven actually clean it up?
Oh, Blitzcrank 2 versus the Riven.
That's a tough battle for the Riven.
It's going to cast. No, the cast doesn't come through. And Jedusor playing the Jax reroll finds a pretty unsuspected first place finish.
And me on top, baby.
Wow, I mean, the Baron's Lair. Okay, how cinematic, first off, is it that Jedusor actually beat Hwanmi with the Baron's Lair?
That's true.
But also, just for how long that fight had extended, gave so much power to that Riven to finish the job that the Jax had started. What a great first game for our Tactician's crown.
I really like the way Jedusor approached this game, leaning so much into combat power. We saw in his 3 augments, there was no econ taken. It was the Spirit Visage augment taken in Stage 3 that allowed that Pantheon to be so tanky to allow the fight to go long. And guess what his 3rd augment was? It was the augment that is the best augment you can get when your fight goes long. He takes the Baron's Lair, lets the Jax scale up, and that's how he's able to beat these really capped out boards.
I just want to follow up on that and say that I think a lot of this final solve was in his positioning, right? The fact that he was able to consistently out-position Hwanmi there. I think there was a world where that fight could have gone the other way, and the fact that we didn't see it 3 fights back-to-back speaks to Jedu and really understanding the strengths of his board and how to navigate this one. I really like that.
Giving up on the Hex positioning. I think a lot of competitors in that situation would be like, wow, but I'm missing out on so much combat power. Also love that the payoff that we have from that initial tactical breakdown of the day to talk about Yasuo also helping to enable things like reroll when you're going to try to put a lot of resources into one particular champion. I love it. But we do have an ongoing lobby we're going to be jumping over to, so let's check out what's happening in lobby 4.
All right, Lisao.
That is a Karma 3!
Leading.
That is a Karma 3!
With a Karma 3, with a Jin 2. I can see how he's been winning. Yeah, that's a quick analysis for you. That one's free.
Oh my goodness.
Does Along have an answer to that? He has an Orange 3. Unfortunately, not of equal value here. You'd hope, though.
Are some disgusting boards, I will say. Even on the other side there, Along's board looks like it would win many lobbies. Certainly not this one, though. Lisao finding a good win there. And CN finding a top 2 in each of the 2 lobbies that we found there. One for Lisao, one for Hwanmi.
Yeah.
I love that we got a chance to see the Karma 3 in action. We didn't see a single 3-star forecast at the NA Regional Finals.
That's a skill diff. EMEA had 3 3-star legendaries on one board. I'm just saying.
Okay, so you guys really love reroll is what I'm hearing.
That's right.
Yeah, they're rerolling 5
legendaries.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we got a chance to see a 3-star forecast, super juiced mech board, and also the Jax Hero Augment reroll take over for our first 2 games. But I would love to hear more about what was going on in the lobbies we didn't get a chance to see. So what you guys got?
Talking about taking over, talking about EMEA, and talking about Spain, because both Safo and Guillosco won their lobbies off of Anima cash out into
You are
Mech
kidding.
Ace, which is all we were seeing in EMEA regional finals. Let's hone in on lobby E and tell the whole story, because Guillosco and Tidal both started off with Anima. Upset Max was on Calcloss and choosing to be the hero of the lobby the same way he was doing so in America Regionals.
That's my
I have
boy.
some bad news for Gangly. It did not work.
Oh, no.
Tidal, his streak was broken, but Guillosco had a 10 loss into Stabilize on Anima, took over the game. Tidal 4-2, Bard 2, Corky 2, Ramis 2, incredibly strong off a Rogue Emblem start. And Upset Max, unfortunately, he was contested on Stargazer. Had a really good opener with Calcloss into Cosmic Restart, but he went 8th.
Wow. Yeah, unfortunately, we heard it. Anima cash outs at 400 are a little bit too powerful. 2 Spanish lobbies, 2 same results. But now we're going to be taking a look at the rest of the lobby, which were the win streakers. Diao Mei, unfortunately, was the one that actually sent Upset Max to 8th place because he had a disgusting start on that Boar Stargazer. Early on, had the Pandoras for a double Kraken start, and then had Spreading Roots on 3-2 to print infinite money. It was only up until Guillosco's board where he couldn't overcome. But that just shows you a lot of players are talking about these specific augment combinations really carrying the day.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
I mean,
That's
okay,
it, you guys.
some more backstory. Dank Beams looked like he was going to get eliminated in that lobby. Surenka was on Samira 3,
Treasure
Orn
was
3
really
on
good.
4-2, and Dank Beams was also paying Space Groove. But in the end, Dank Beams went from a potential 7th place, which is what it was looking like on one life, to a 4th. So
Hey,
he actually saved a ton of
Nice. Good
placements.
salvage.
He's in a good, I think, confidence position coming into game 2.
So, Panda, one question,
Yes.
because I don't know, of course, how much you were following the on-stream, the broadcast
We were trying our
lobby.
best. There's a lot.
3 EMEA players taking a lobby in our first game. I just want to point that out.
I think they called us the Thunderbolts. Well,
Yep.
I mean,
That's
there might be
right.
some surprises across
There might
day
be some
one. All I'm
thunder
saying.
rolling.
Ooh, I
But that's
like
it from us. That's all the recaps we have. Hopefully more action in the game 2.
Thank
All
you,
right, well,
guys.
thank you both so much. I like that we get the updates on that lobby number 5 because that's actually where we're going to be going next. And so I'm really excited to be able to see what they have offering.
Yeah, I think every single lobby here has their kind of main characters. I really like that we got to start with Lobby 3, who Jedisor, again, one of the players we did not mention at the top of the day, is someone who has had an incredible set thus far. Top 8 in all of the TPCs that he competed in, was one of the best looking players for the entire set until regional finals, had a little stumble, but I would say in an EMEA roster that many people are considering weaker, he is most certainly the brightest spot on that team.
Well, I think those people would be incorrect for starters, but you are right. I think Jedu is for sure the player from the EMEA where people are expecting him to do well. He, of course, has been consistently competing at a very high level, and I think this being his best set ever really shows once more that we are looking at something that could culminate in a really big win. But we do have our standings ready here, so let's take a look from the bottom up. Those are our 8th places. They're at the bottom, Ironbach, Tartman, down to Zyko as we move through.
As a reminder, you want to avoid that final page because that's going to be the one where you will be eliminated at the end of the day. So those competitors towards the bottom do have a little work cut out for them, but good news is it's only the first game. We still have 5 left today.
And that's a big part of the competition. You have to be able to take those 8th places early and still come back, because if you lose sight of everything now, then there's just no way for you to ever make it. We are going to see the top 8, though, right after this. A lot of the players that we know and love that are here. Maris, one of the key players that we've been talking about on the day, finding a 2nd place there.
First,
Very nice.
So, yeah, on top, it is EMEA 1, 2, and 3. So a couple...
Enjoy it while it lasts.
I will enjoy it, and it will last. You're welcome.
Well, one of the competitors that we have in this lobby number 5, which we will be going to in just a moment, is Dank Memes. And what you saw in that highlight package at the start of the day was Dank Memes starting to celebrate the fact he finally made it into the TFT Pro Circuit after having 2 incredible sets back to back without the Pro Circuit's inception. And he fought a long time to get there. So see how the rest of that reaction went.
I actually can't believe it. I actually can't believe it.
So happy. You know, like playing TFT, making it to tier 1. I actually love this game so much. It's like today I woke up, I didn't even care about like winning. I just didn't want my set to be over today. Like I thought like if today is the last day I play this set, I'll be so sad. Thank God. I'm actually so happy. Can't believe it.
It's so heartwarming when you see players reacting like that, because I think it really does touch on an important factor of TFT, which is that hard work is so hard, and when it pays off, it feels so good.
You have to understand the journey he's been on, and you talked about it before we watched that, but for Dank Memes to go from being back-to-back Tacticians Crown competitors to barely not making regional finals, and then he just misses TPC time and time again, so close despite dominating the tier 2 scene. I mean, he was head and shoulders above anyone else that competed in tier 2 in the Americas over the last few sets. Every single person who watches the TPC was expecting him to make it back, and you can see even someone who is expected to accomplish their goal, for him to finally make it over the finish line had such a visceral impact on him.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big things that sometimes maybe we can't really carry over as much as our players can, is how much it really means to them to be able to compete in the game that they love, to play the game that brings them so much joy and be at the very top of it, like Dank Memes there. It's such a joy to be a part of that.
It's a unique part of TFT because this is one of the few games where you get to root for a single person, right? It's not a team of people that are all working together. Everything falls on their shoulders, and so when you are a fan and you're a viewer, you get to feel that win so closely. And it's actually, I think it's a big reason why people love to watch individual point of views. Granted, I'm glad everyone who's watching this is watching us right now, but you can go and watch the individual point of views of these players and feel that raw emotion of the highs and the lows and accompany them on this journey.
Yeah, I just love being able to see our players have those positive reactions. And even though that was a very positive reaction, a very emotional reaction, it is why I love watching Dank Memes so much, because the highs are very high, the lows are also kind of entertaining. You know, I think that's another thing that Dank Memes has always brought to the table, is that he wears his heart on his sleeve. But let's see what this next game is going to hold for us. Oh, I thought we were about to get
Ari
a thresh,
and
but Varus. I was so nervous when the picture started to blur out. I was like, are we getting another Thresh game?
We're loading in.
Two contrasting gods offered here. There's a lot of people who, when they see Ari offered, want to be able to angle into that fast 9 because of the immediate econ that you get. On the other side, Varus, yes, he does give you econ, and he can offer you ways to go fast 9, but he also opens up a lot of reroll lines that are generally a little harder or more narrow to play.
Yeah, I mean, reroll is certainly something that you can do if everything else align, and the possibility for that is the Lulu reroll, as we do have a Mountain Stargazer in this game here, so something to look out for some of our players potentially to go down that Lulu reroll route. And of course, we also have Golden Gala, which means we know something like those hero augments could make a return.
We heard from the analysts in the post game about some of the players that are sitting in this lobby. Let's just do a little recap. We've got AQ1H, one of the most elite players from APAC that we've seen over the last few years. We have players like Upset Max, one of the up-and-comers from the Americas, a very flippy first or 8th style player. Dank Memes, who we've already just seen so much about. Title, one of 2 players chasing his 3rd Tactician's crown. And then Xiaoga, who you may not recognize his name, has also entered as Saka, who has 2 4th place finishes at the Tactician's crown. So while it may not look like a star-studded lineup from the get-go, this is a very deep lobby.
Sneaky. It's sneaky successful.
That's right.
I feel like a lot of our players, this crown in particular, are like that, where it's like, you look at them and you're like, I think I heard that name somewhere, and then it's like 5 sets ago in a Tactician's crown, they did like final lobby or something, and there's a lot of these players making a return, a lot of the old greats, but Xiaoge getting a temptation option here. Anima Commander was offered, was rolled away, says I'm not going to be engaging in that nonsense.
That is the best choice because you can never take Anima Commander while Upset Max is in the lobby.
Oh,
I'm
true.
telling you, you can never take it. If you are forced to have things on your board, he will grief you every time.
I love it. A man with a mission.
All right, it's bodyguard training instead of no scout, no pivot. I thought we could see Timebreaker reroll, even though I know that's not very popular. Maybe we see a worth the wait. Okay, worth the wait Ezreal.
Wow. So AQ1H opted to take the worth the wait over 2 tanky that was offered. Many people know about 2. Oh, you know what? It's because 2 tanky was already picked. I say, never mind. I thought it was some dark secret tech that we were about to get leaked to us.
I think he's like, I don't want to go 8th.
Yeah. That's the tech. He's not
good
going
tech.
8th.
Hopping across our boards here. I'm also seeing a title there on
Birthday Reunion.
Birthday Reunion, exactly. So we're going to be seeing what he does with it after we got a taste of what HoroX was doing with it. Tidal is somebody that can play to the strength of a lobby with absolute expertise. Like, he's very good at figuring out the spots for everyone and what that means in terms of strength of the boards. And so it usually is a treat to see him on a line like this.
I know that Clement has oftentimes talked about Tidal as being a, what was the term, format player. Someone who is willing to play what is necessary of him at this point in the tournament, and then when we get to checkmate, completely change your playstyle to play more for the 1st or 8th.
We have a fantastic German saying for that. I think I shared it before, and it's a good horse only jumps as high as it needs.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's like that.
You say it in English. Or you're saying...
I translated it for you. Yeah. Did you want me to say it?
I would love to hear it, yeah.
Ein gutes Pferd springt nur so hoch, wie es muss.
I say that
there
all
you
the
go.
time, believe
I
it or
know.
not.
I heard you say it the other day. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. We've got the Gilded Steel. We have a Brawler emblem that has appeared for Steel Skull.
I always get them confused. The Frontline Foundation versus Backline Blueprint.
I hate that.
Yeah, so he is going to be able to get the Brawler emblem there to get him started. So could maybe see something into the Master Yi board, which is pretty common for Brawler. In general, I feel like the stocks on Brawler emblem have been down this set compared to other. You don't get the flat HP in the early game that really enabled the Brawler units to be like a win streak sort of emblem. But he is able to get it with a Primordian start, which is ideal. It's exactly what you want when you're playing this Brawler emblem.
I smell a Master Yi coming.
Very well may.
We have seen a lot of the Yi boards, I think, across the regions, with the exception of EMEA. A little bit less of that board in our region. Haven't seen it in that first game, but definitely something a lot of our players are leaning to default into when they can't find another spot in the current meta.
I'm laughing because why did Upset Max sell things on his board? Who did he see in his lobby that was like, I'm ready to grief?
It could have just been maybe that he wanted to make econ, but actually, no, you're right, because he bought units afterwards. So he definitely did not have to. So it's possible that Swirenka is the player that is also sitting on a 2-loss, or Daomei. They might have been trying to contest him off the loss streak, and he's asserting his dominance. No one loses like I do.
I love this from Upset Max. I want to keep tabs on how often we see him do it. But for now, we're going to be checking in with Ari and Varus, getting rerolls from our Queen of Opulence. Whereas Varus is going to be giving us 3 costs. Both good options if you are thinking about the Lulu, if you're thinking about those reroll lines.
I mean, Surenka wants to play the Samira, so I feel like that has to be an instant pick.
Agreed. Makes a lot of sense. Is Surenka the only Varus? We're still waiting for a couple people. Okay. Gyosko is also going to be Varus, as well as Xiaoge.
Well, Gyosko would have an opportunity to star up the Urgot.
Not the only player on Urgot, if I saw correctly. But he does have it. Gonna be ratting it, not buying it too early. Make sure nobody knows.
I do wonder if some of the hesitation also comes from the fact that he's on 2-loss. And if he does buy this, he's also incentivized to level up. But he doesn't necessarily feel like his board is strong enough to break the streak of some of the win streakers, so it does feel bad to spend so much gold only to lose again. And we did see Gyosko did not level up even going into the fight after finding the Urgot too.
You were talking about the Anima boards, Necra, and the chances of maybe Surenka or Diaume having one. We're checking in with Diaume here. He's going to be on a Cho. Lysandra, for now, is an option to maybe go down that route. I'm not sure if
Anima on
Surenka
anybody's
is on.
board.
Yeah, I don't see it either, but it could be that they're ratting it. Sometimes that tracks a little bit weirdly. You still need to check Surenka. I'm not sure.
They could be holding it on their board, on their bench.
Exactly.
Right.
They just won, so probably not.
Not anymore.
Going into 2-6, Title is the only player that can contend the 5 win, while Upset Max is the only player that can contend the 5 loss. So I think both of them can take a sigh of relief knowing that there's probably not another board in the lobby that can threaten to take away what they've earned thus far. Maybe AQ1H, because he is on the 3 win though. Does not look like Title has him in his pool, so I think he might have fought him already.
I gotta ask though, Upset Max is playing Treasure Hunt and also Lost Streaking. So what is the objective there?
When you're playing around reroll, the most important thing over anything else in the game is that you are strong on stage 3. That is the part in the game where if you think of it as a your turn versus my turn, that's your turn to be strong and you need to be able to streak. So what Upset Max is doing here is he's saying, I'm going to maximize my economy in stage 2 so that when I roll, I can, 1, have enough gold to proc Treasure Hunt multiple times, but also make sure I find the units that stabilize my board.
And I think that's also why we have been seeing him be so aggressive on that lost streak, even though we couldn't find any Anima players. He's just really saying, I don't want you to mess up my lost streak. I don't want anybody to be me when everybody else is trying to lost streak, so I'm going to be playing it safe and keep selling board, keep putting in just one cost around last second to try and sustain myself. But we are checking in with the man we talked so much about. Here's Dangmemes playing around the Steadfast Augment, currently sitting on that Jax. And of course, we mentioned it is Mountain, so it's going to be printing the first couple of emblems already.
I am interested to see exactly where this goes. Obviously, when you're playing Mountain from 2-1, you would think that most players are definitely playing Xayah or Lulu, right? The 2 lines that you would traditionally play out of Stargazer. The one thing we saw at the regional finals, I actually saw this one on the one day that I got to cast the EMEA regional finals, is there are some players who are willing to play Stargazer to just get emblems and then build a completely different board. Something to think about is if you drop a Reforger, you now have 2 emblems that you can just reforge. Scipeus was the player that really caught my eye in the EMEA regional finals.
I will say, that's very much a Scipeus thing to do. I'm not sure how many players here at the TAC Crown are willing to go down that route of chaos and risk, but if they are, I'd be very happy to see it. We're going to be checking in with Gyosko for now.
He hit a Kindred on his board, which is a very good hit when you're trying to play around the Master Yi. That Kindred is going to be your backline damage. So being able to get that with also an open Rod does mean that once he finds a bow, he'll have a Rage Blade, he'll have a Last Whisper. A lot of strong components for when you're playing into the Melee, Bruiser, Nova, Marauder line.
Augments are next. It's going to be Golden Augments. We know that already. But what will they be? Magic Roll, always a little bit enticing to our players.
You never know. There's always
gamble.
there's this feeling that's like,
fun.
but what if it gave me the perfect thing I need?
I would take it every single time.
And he did.
Oh, and his champions are bigger. Maybe that's not good.
HP1.
He is win streaking, so being able to get the combat power could be something. Whoa, 6 Jinxes found for Upset Max, but also you got to find the rest of the parts because you want to make sure that you're winning now. You want to stop this loss streak and build a strong board. He's going to get the second Treasure Hunt proc, which will give him a little bit of gold and a component. But no upgraded frontline, no upgraded Primordians, only the Jinx 2.
Yeah, not even a Rek'Sai 2.
This is a weak board for how much he rolled.
Yeah. And it's not really, I mean, it's being contested a little, like there's some of the Primordial package on Gyosko and Title's board, so it might be a little bit harder to hit those things, but there's still enough copies of the champions in the pool that you can 3-star them.
greatest point here is we're on 6 Jinx, right? If he's
Yeah.
able to find that Jinx 3, that would stabilize him a ton. And we have, of course, that Tahm Kench that is helping and buying time despite the rest of the front line looking very fraudulent. He will be able to win this fight here, but I do agree that was a lot of investment, and I'm not sure the payout is all the way there just yet. We are on a good trajectory, I would say.
Tahm Kench is very tanky.
Yes.
You are correct. But he also is going to give us a little more economy, right? Because of the Oracle procs coming through every few rounds, he might be able to print us a little bit of money. He might drop us a 2 cost, give us the pieces we need. And Primordians will eventually find themselves, right? They will print
That's
the
true.
1 cost units, and eventually you'll find your Primordians. But I think if you're upset max, you would just feel a whole lot better if you're Rek'Sai 2, Akali 2 right now.
Well, somebody that must be feeling good is Yao Mei, 1 copy of the Cho'Gath, and I believe 3 or 2 copies of the Lysandra here. No, it should be 3. As he already found a Karma to actually item hold and be stronger than Lysandra for now to get this board going. Big question is how many stacks were we able to get onto our Cho in those early rounds? We know he's been kind of flip-flopping on the wins and losses, so that's something to keep in mind. He also spent a lot of gold.
He spent a lot of gold.
Yeah.
And I do wonder, do you think that him rolling down to 10 there has something to do with him winning that last round, where now he might feel like he has to keep winning to build up this streak?
Very possible.
Or you knew that Varus was going to give you rerolls, or you were hoping.
And ephemeral rerolls is a very powerful blessing that can come through from the gods. Think of it effectively as 2 gold every turn for the rest of the game. There are very few boards that you'll be playing where you don't ever want to roll for the next 15 rounds.
It's if Money Monsoon was a gold augment.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, Dank Memes is going to do some investing. I really do wonder where this board is going to go.
This looks more like Xayah at this point in time with the red buff and the Clockwork Accelerator.
Yeah.
Feels more like he is just going to say, let's put the fries in the bag, keep it simple. No need to rock the boat. We got 3 items on our frontliner. We have 3 items on a backliner. We got the red buff. The Deathblade is maybe not the best item, but it is very, very effective. I think we just probably want to get 1 more attack speed item on the Xayah, and we'll feel very good about it.
All right, well, Tidal on the other side did end up getting a Nova emblem out of the Earth's Gambit. Has 50 gold, level 7, so pretty good. Looking on track to be able to hit level 9.
Oh, and this fight is going to be close. It looks like Upset Max doesn't have the front line. This is what I said, that when you're playing these these reroll boards, the most important thing is that you're strong on stage 3 because you oftentimes rely on the HP that it earns you, but also the gold from streaking for the entire stage.
Yeah, and I mean, really unfortunate for Upset Max there as well, that he goes up against Tidal, who has so many of the Primordians on board. It's kind of the board you wish you had if you had the chance to play tempo around this line, which is exactly what Tidal is doing. In the meantime, though, Yao Mei is going to be able to find that Cho too, and Xiaoge, sneakily, steadily, under her eyes, with that slamming, is going to be picking up that A-Soul and trying to build out a mecha board.
But this is another one where I'm surprised, since we've seen mech mostly played out of Anima, and that's what happened in that first game from Fiosco, that we are seeing another mech spot without the Anima cash out.
That spot to me looks a little bit more like the AP Flex Conduit setup. I would personally be surprised if we saw another full mech pivot out of it, but at this point in time, you never know.
I'm not going to put it past this APAC player.
Checking in here between Gyosco and Dank Memes. Stargazer against the Brawlers, but Gyosco will be able to defend his streak here. 7 wins already as he moves on to Wolves, building out a lot of money.
Surenka is rolling now, but only has a pair of Samiras.
Still has a lot of gold, though. Is going to greed the money this turn.
We also have a little bit of unfortunate items for our Samira, I will say. You can use that Shojin. The rest of it, not so great for her to
Just
to
find
really
Nami.
pop off.
Just find Nami on 7. Problem solved.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
but you're
Oh, wow. Missed on sword from the anvil there is so tragic. Okay, yeah, now the items are terrible. I'm with you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing about reroll, right? You want to have your rerolled unit to get perfect items. That is where that power lies. And so if you're playing around the 2 tank, if you're playing around that Samira Orin double combination, you really need items for her.
Oh, upset Max. Roll.
Yeah, there is a lot to do on Max's board. You can see he still doesn't even have all the items completed. He's now going to get his 3rd item on the Jinx. Also make a TG, so should have enough power to beat this board from Danknews, who's still carrying the Caitlyn too. But he's running out of time.
I'm so worried. After taking an 8th place in the first game, that's a spot where you want to avoid, because that can start to become a self-fulfilling prophecy a little bit.
Now, you got to
Multiple
prove
ace
to
back
yourself
back.
that you can fight and actually get those wins in. I
Right.
agree. It's a mental aspect here more than anything. I will say, though, that's a win for Upset Max. There are players below him that are poorer on the overall conditions in terms of HP as well as
True.
gold. So let's see if maybe this last gold augment will be what saves him here. He does have healing orbs.
Ooh, Daume playing on the Darkstar line. Was able to beat Gyosko's streak in the last fight, and now is able to get Earth, which will allow him to make the Darkstar emblem. This is what turns this composition from a relatively stable board into its highest cap. But you still have to be able to get level 8 so you can get all 6 of those Darkstars in. You could actually drop a Time Breaker if you do find our last Darkstar.
I mean, for now, though, you may as well just put the package in since you can't make 6.
Upset Max finds that Jinx 3 as we are loading into the next fight. Big upgrade for him here. We were talking about how necessary it is. Let's hope he's able to win, though. We are going to be checking in with Serenka, who has found that Samira 2 for now.
Yeah, but I think it's just like, this is one of those spots where I feel like you're very behind the 8-ball now. At this point, I would have felt more confident if you had like 6 copies of Samira.
Well, we have 4.
Yeah,
Right. That's not
And a
6.
duplicator.
Okay.
I agree. It's not a great spot. We're missing that 3rd
very
item.
precarious.
Serenka is dropping in HP lower and lower.
Yeah.
Something needs to happen here.
I honestly think if we had 3 items on Samira, I wouldn't feel that bad about the spot. It would feel not great, but still salvageable. This, to me, looks like a disastrous spot for the Samira player right now, and I don't know how much we're going to be able to get away
Finds
from
Nami too. That could help as he is rolling right now and trying to get those upgrades. We're checking in with Upset Max. We mentioned that Jinx 3 has been found, and Rek'Sai 3 also now online. Also missing an item there is also very important to get the triple onto your front line, but hopefully for Upset Max, that is going to continue to produce wins like it has those last 2 rounds.
It's all about bursting through the front line as fast as you can. You can see once the Jinx cast comes through, a lot of the pieces will fall. But this is where it gets tricky. If they can break your Rek'Sai before you can break that Leona, they might be able to get to your Jinx a little bit too fast. But now the Rek'Sai will do his job, and Jinx will clean it up. The healing orb's doing a lot for Upset Max's board, and you can see he invested twice into combat power, similar to what we actually saw from Jetasaur in the last
You
game.
have to on the rerolls. You cannot afford to sink more than 1 augment into tempo gold resources unless it is a good item for your carries.
Ooh, interesting decision. If you're Upset Max, do you take 7 rerolls or the guaranteed champion duplicator and a little bit of extra gold on top? If you use the champion duplicator on the last copy, it is worth a lot more. The only reason you might take the rerolls instead is if you feel you need to hit multiple things, but I think being that close to the Bel'Veth decides, okay, I'm just going to hit the Bel'Veth naturally, and I need one Akali,
I always
and we're
decide
there.
to play like that too.
Yeah.
I'm just
I
gonna
decide to
hit her
hit.
next shop she appears.
Yeah, why not?
Well, good news is Serenka was able to find a win after the upgrades we saw. We're checking in with AQ1H, who also has the potential to go for Nami 2 here. I don't think he wants it. I think we should be happy on the LeBlanc line. playing around the Arbiter, playing around that Leona 3. We're just being a little bit mean, huh?
I wonder if there's actually, like, I know that Voyager is very strong, and having the Darkstar piece, okay, never mind. My point is void now because he sold them. I was gonna say there's a possibility you just like slot it in over the Karma, but I think the people that you were trying to hold that Nami from, like Surenka, already found the 2-star Nami.
That's true. There are, you know, weird outs where other people might try to find in the late game, but no, I think you're spot on there. Decides not worth holding. And despite finding the Nami 2, we are still very far away from getting
we have two duplicators.
No, sorry, yeah, you're right.
So
I did not realize.
I was thinking about what are we doing here with this puzzle, and he decides I'm going to be using both of those on Ornn rather than using one on the Samira, and I think that's the right call because of the item predicament that we were talking about. Now the question is this Ornn 3 good enough to help you out with the Nami 2 in the background there, as she's obviously not profiting from that 2 tanky? I would be inclined to say yes, and I think he should be winning this round, especially against Stank Memes, who's still running that Zaya 1. But I'm not sure Surenka's out of the woods just yet with only 1 life to give.
No, I at least like with the Ornn, you are going to get one of those tank items turned Radiant, so that does help out a little bit with the longevity. But yeah, I don't know, like looking around at some of the other boards, most people have hit everything that they need at this point. Upset Max is still missing out on a couple copies of the Akali. But for everyone else that's on reroll, I think you're feeling good. Dalmei did hit both Cho and List 2, or List 3, excuse me.
Oh, there's Zaya 2.
Okay.
Stank Memes desperately needed that, but still missing
front line.
No Nunu 2 is going to be very, very scary for this board.
Thankfully, he still has a little bit of HP to work with here as a resource. Is going to be moving around some of those items. Last slams coming in here as he tries to put a little bit of an HP difference between him, Xiaoge and Surenka, who are currently on those elimination spots. Xiaoge also getting upgrades, finds that Nunu too.
And now Tank Memes is going to hope that those get back in the pool very soon.
There's a chance.
Oh, there's Samira.
So Surenka had the care package, his final care package, come in and give him a full 3rd item, which now allows him to build Guard Breaker, Infinity Edge, and Spear of Sojin on the Samira. And then he's actually going to use the rest of his items to go into the 2nd Samira as well, instead of putting 3 items on Nami. I'm actually a little surprised by this. You don't actually get additional combat stats from the 2 tanky. You get defensive stats, and you are still getting the ramping AD and AP from Space Groove on the Nami, but clearly he knows something here, that he's saying it's better to split my items because he believes that he'll get more damage overall.
I do think that that was really cutting it close here for Surenka. And somebody that wasn't able to cut it close is going to be Xiaoge, who will be eliminated here. Was playing, just as a reminder, around this mecha board. And we were talking about how mecha is so expensive, how you need to have those resources to build those out. And he is unable to get it together.
Well, he tried to pivot, actually. Went from the mecha board as an item holder over to the LeBlanc, tried to put those shepherds together, and did end up getting that Nunu too. But it was just not enough. And I think just not having like the right items and the right units, it just didn't come together the way that he would have liked it to.
Ooh, the positioning here could be very interesting. Watch the E on the left-hand side, because after he does kill these units here, there actually might be a wrap. No, okay, he does actually dodge the Nami. If he hits the Nami there, he could double wrap, or the Ornn could fall. But instead, actually, he's going to hit the Nami now. He's going to go to the back line. No, he'll wrap again. I feel like Surenka is getting a little bit lucky on some of these 50-50s, but it's going to work out as the Ornn does live long enough for him to take the win over Kiosko.
I appreciate that these 2 Samiras are focus firing. I think that single target damage, especially if you can actually get the right one, has been very powerful. We've seen this in a couple fights now.
We have, and I did want to check in with Title, which is exactly what we're doing right now, because after seeing the Gyosko board, I was wondering what exactly is Title doing? We were talking about the birthday reunion, we were talking about the Nova emblem, and I thought we would be playing around the Master Yi for this board here as well. Instead, we moved that onto a Fiora, and he's playing around those legendaries, and I really like what I'm seeing.
Must have gotten that Fiora out of the birthday reunion or sold it. Or so whatever he got out of there for the 2-star legendary.
2 players on the lower end of the health spectrum. Gyosko up against Upset Max. Upset Max did hit just about the entire board. A lot of that front line has been upgraded, but it's still a Yi 2 and a Kindred 2 on the other side. The question is, how long does the Tahm Kench hold up before they start hitting the Master Yi? So a lot of the front line starting to fall on Max's side. He's going to be able to hold on, though. Gyosko takes another hit, and the first place player from the last game is now threatening a potential bot 2.
Yeah, is going to be sitting on 5 HP. Does this help is the question. Is that really the upgrade you need? You can, of course, put something on your Urgot here, or try to help the front line, maybe. It's going to be going for the completed item anvil.
All right, 4 Marauder in.
It is going to be an upgrade, but the question is which of the units are really upgraded by the Marauder. If you have the Marauder Spatula, then being able to get the upgrade onto Kindred can be a really big deal. But without it, I don't actually know if we're upgrading enough meaningful parts of our board unless we truly believe the Master Yi is going to be able to take over against AQ1H.
But it's on the weak side of the board. I think that's a big deal to be there on the right-hand side. Maybe you're able to get the wrap onto the Lissandra, but it's giving time for this LeBlanc to actually start to stack up with the Rage Blade.
But he wraps.
But yes,
Yeah,
he does get
very
back
nice.
there.
Very good positioning there on the side of Gyosko. Finds the backline, finds the Karma, and is going to come back now to help the rest of the team with that front line. Very nicely done. Hopefully intentional, as he obviously had a lot of people still in his matchmaking pool to be able to claw that win. We are checking in with Jaume, though.
This big Cho'Gath. Wow, got the 6 Dark Star as well. We're finally able to find a singular Karma to do that and go up to level 9.
Oh yeah, Daume was actually, he was trapped on level 7 still. So I think a big part of his downfall was
I got baited by the HUD.
Yeah. He was able to find the 6 Dark Star, but because he's still stuck on level 7, he just has 1 or 2 fewer units than every other board in the game.
Here comes Title, Legendary Nova Flex right now. The only thing that isn't upgraded is the Maokai in the front line, the Tahm Kench in the front line, and the Kindred in the back line. But those legendaries are all 2-star. Fiora's going to be falling, but Graves will finish out here together with that Kindred, and that will be a double elimination, triple elimination in our game number 2. Gyosko finding the 5th place out of that triple.
Wow. I think Upset Max is very happy to take this top 4. When you're playing in a Jinx, generally your target is to land in that 3rd or 4th place position, and based on how his 3-2 roll down went, I was very concerned about him being able to find it, but it does go to show the power of Treasure Hunt, right? Being able to find the artifact to give mittens to the Bel'Veth 3. He was very patient also with that last duplicator, did not spend all of his gold just to hit the Akali, instead made sure he was able to get to level 7, add the Rosk, and find the Akali. So I think Upset Max clearly playing on a razor's edge, exactly in his comfort zone.
Finally find a 3rd tank item. Maybe you just take the Dragon's Claw here for your Maokai, but everybody is basically kind of hit critical mass now with the boards that they were hoping to put together. Dank Memes can still make a couple of upgrades, finding a Blitzcrank, finding a Graves. Would love to be able to find something like a Jhin as the secondary sniper rather than this single Samira. So maybe he has the farthest to go, but Let's check out the re-rolls.
Someone will get eliminated here between our two players that made it from what was like a brink of death between Serenka and Upset Max. The question is, who is it going to be? That Ornn will hold for strong. Jinx has good AoE strat, but she does not reach into the backline, and so Serenka will remain on top here. I know 2 tanky is good, and that's not the point I want to make, but the way Serenka piloted this one really, to me, shows a great knowledge on the power curve of this board, because he had a lot of problems to actually get it online, have the right items and all of that, and I think that was very nicely done.
Dank Memes has been able to scale not only his board by getting the emblems from the Stargazer, but also because he found this early Graves. At this point in time, I'd love to see the upgrades that this Graves has. He's on the 2-win streak, but also even able to just beat Title's board. And he's going to have the rematch, so it looks like it would have been Title's Ghost last turn. And now it's the level 9 Xayah board with a lot of strong pieces, including the Marksman Graves, or the Caster Graves. Question is it able to take out the front line here that is supporting the Fiora and the Kindred in the back line?
Oh, I mean, the Fiora just sniped the back right corner, but can't actually get access to the Xayah, so another big win for Take Memes, the Smiles.
The double kill.
The double. Very nice work there for Dank Memes to be able to get the first place in this game.
Amazing. Well played from Dank Memes. Playing around the Xayah, which is not considered a highly S-tier composition, but in the right conditions can be so powerful. I love that in that spot, even though he was late to find the Xayah, was able to play around the Graves, get the upgrades necessary to make that a real carry, and once he found that upgraded frontline, instantly had the damage ready in the pocket.
I thought that was a really fun game. We did, of course, see our glory of the gods here once more, and a lot of the players really running with those re-rolls that enabled them. Upset Max, Serenka getting in there as well. I thought that was really nicely done. I mentioned during the cast here as well. Unfortunately, some of those things not working out as much, but we'll see how the day continues.
You might have seen some chatter online about the upcoming Vegas Open, but did you know that actually there might be more than that? Check this out.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
Into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open, and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back here at the Space Gods Tacticians Crown. We're so excited about the Convergence Fest. We even changed your casters. So with me are Impatches Panda and Clement. Guys, I know you're big into Riftbound. How excited are you?
It's, I think, what a lot of people have been asking for, right? The convergence of these two worlds, that it's all about strategy when it comes to Riot Games, and it's fantastic to see both these things coming together in Vegas as well. I think the perfect place for this merging.
I think it's the perfect two titles. You know, we're strategy titles. We're kind of more cerebral. We sit down and get our slow time to play. I think joining the community together is going to be absolutely amazing. We're doubling the player base for both of our games.
I love it as well. You know, it's so fun to be with your besties, and I feel like TFT and Riftbound are exactly that. We're all very much looking forward to the Convergence Fest later in the year. And we also... yeah, we do have a cool stage. Thank you, production. It's awesome, actually. If you just look around, I think we've been having so much fun with it as well. But keep in mind, everybody, you can earn our emotes by watching. All you need to do is watch for 30 minutes and you get a drop from Twitch. So that is still ongoing. But of course, you're welcome to stay longer with us as our tournament day moves on.
Let's talk about the games, though. Those Game 2 games, they just wrapped up, I think. We were on the verge of maybe casting the final of some of those games off of delays. I do think I saw a second win from Jedusor as well, playing a Nova Fast 9 board with Graves coming in as well with Kindred. So Jedusor right now, I have to imagine, the only player with 2 wins back-to-back. A very strong start for one of the players who has been hoping to come back to TAC for quite a while.
And I do want to mention the usual suspects that have been sweeping up our lobby wins. We've seen 2 very dominant compositions. It has been the Mecha ASO start out of the Anima. A lot of these Spanish MEA players banking off of that fact. If no one's stopping the 400 cash out, it's basically an auto win. The other one that we've seen actually pick up 2 lobbies already is going to be that birthday reunion. It was changed in the most recent patch to give you a little bit more gold early, and we've seen that if you can still maintain the win streak, it is another dominant force to consider.
Yeah, birthday reunion picked in 2 out of 2 lobbies. Granted, that's not the biggest sample size, but it still tells you that players are very keen on that augment in general. We're of course waiting on the final lobbies to finish out here to see what our standings are actually looking like from those first 2 games. You mentioned, Panda, you think Jedu is the only one that can find those 2 wins back to back. I wouldn't be so sure. There are some crazy players here.
I know for certain the 2 Spanish players did not win their lobbies. They ended kind of middle of the pack, adding some points, but not really dominating as Jedu has.
2 more to go.
That is true. I will say as well, from the comps overall, I think you guys didn't touch on it on pre-show. The regional comparison was actually for the first time quite jarring in terms of the differences. There was comps like Anima and Tamek Asol. It was played maybe like 10% of games and then very little in the rest of the region. But we're seeing here the standings, some massive names rather, Dish Soap and YBY1 on the lower end of this page.
3 of the players that were in the very last round of draft have actually ended up here, saying that, you know, maybe luck isn't going their way or maybe scrims aren't that accurate.
Well, sometimes it's not just scrims, sometimes it's also just the reputation of a player, and it's not looking great for Dish Soap right now, but I have seen this story before. He can kick it into gear and then just find those wins back to back. Don't count him out just yet. We're going to be keeping all of our players all throughout today, and only the bottom 8 get eliminated at the end of it as we are moving through the ranks here towards the top. Soju going to be sitting on that 17th spot as we look upon our top 16.
A big bounce back from someone like Ironbog, 8th place. You have to recover from that mentally in your first game of TAC round, and he does perfectly with the first place in game 2, right back into the fight for the qualification to day 2.
A lot of the strong CM players ending up on this page. We have Ringo, Lee Sao, and Juan Mia going into this one. Juan Mia last time around, huge hype, but started off with an 8-8. Hype kind of died off very quickly. This time around, we said best set ever. He's back to claim the crown.
Well, seems like you were right over there, Panda. Jedu, the only player that's going to be getting those first back-to-back here. Dank memes right behind, followed by none other than our current reigning champion, Darthnub, and Title in those top 4. I'm really excited to see what those players bring.
And what a run of momentum from Dank memes. From tier 2 to week 1 regionals, to week 2 regionals, to TAC Crown, and now sitting second place in the standings as well. When is this momentum going to end? Is he just going to continue rocketing his way forward through days 1 and 2?
Breaking news, Gangly was completely wrong when he put Gyosko in B tier. What do we say about that?
I agree completely, and that's not the first time Gangly has been wrong. I will say
all of you.
It's quite frequent. Me, no, I was realistic.
You make this draft
I
together,
did say
guys.
there's one player we each chose in the tier list, and I said my dark horse player is Gyosko. He can surprise everyone on a good day.
Yep, mine was Ringo, and I do want to add to the Gyosko conversation because every single EMEA player I asked actually put him even lower. So I think,
How many
you
did
can't
you
blame
ask?
us. Quite a few. Quite a few.
Hammond has many friends. Yeah.
I was kind of, if it's just one,
I think the case with Gyosko is that he finished 32nd in TPC. He had a very bad debut season in TPC. He was not locked in. He was not in tune with the meta. But I will tell you right now, just eye test wise, casting his games throughout week 1 of regionals in EMEA and week 2, I was shocked in how well he was playing. He had some incredibly difficult spots that I thought he would tilt out of his mind, and still he managed to continue clutching up and finding unique and creative ways to win games, to place top 4.
The thing that I think impressed me the most, not just from Gyosko, but also from Safo, is their early boards and how they move through the early and early mid stages of the game, where they really understand the power curves and they're able to play heads up. They're able to play from a win streak, where many of these players are looking for loss streaks, where many of that anima, at least in EMEA, was very, very present. And I think that's a big strength that both of these players actually have.
You're mentioning the early board. I'm just thinking about 3 anima on their board.
Well, that was today.
I also think that, Gyosko was very lucky. He actually dodged a 10-loss streak against someone like Upset Max. Calc loss never touched him during those games. So I think, he's playing above the probability curve just a little bit. Usually in APAC and CN region for that fact, if you are the second, if you're very, very low, the bottom 2 in terms of HP, you have to snap that anima streak because you're the next one on the dinner menu. They're instantly going to pick you up. You have the least HP. You have the most to lose in that situation. So I want to see if the lobby complexion, if there's more APAC and CN players, will we still let the Spanish anima group run away with things?
If there's several EMEA players in the lobby after the reseed, I would say yes, because no one in EMEA was breaking streaks. This is why I think players got so used to playing into anima, picking anima commander without even really thinking about it or just scouting a little bit. All in all, there was huge regional differences. In the past few sets, we've seen just through the evolution of prep groups and information online, by the time TAC Crown comes around, everyone's meta is solved and it's very similar. I think this is the first regionals in a while where there was a big change in Shepherd being played a lot of Americas, not so much in EMEA. Nova 9 to 5 being played a lot in every region except in EMEA. 0 games in EMEA whatsoever, so there were some big discrepancies.
Well, let's take a look at some of those anima games because we have a little bit of a compilation for you guys on how those anima games played out from this morning, from the first 2 games from Gyosko and Safo as they were moving through it.
Yeah, really good spot for Gyosko. He actually gets the Soraka's Miracle here that gets him extra HP. He is able to finish his roll down in very good speed and hit every single 2-star that he required in this single roll down to stabilize on 4-1. So he got the correct artifact items. He got the correct cash out. You're usually looking for the tank items or the AP ones. So your hit rate is about 5 out of 9. He passed both of those checks and was able to go on and clinch a win.
Safo copying the homework. He's like, oh, you're playing anima into Mech Acel? Okay, that's a good idea. I'll do so as well.
Are they in the same study group, I would imagine?
Yeah, all Spanish players. There's not that many options in the Spanish group, so we all said, okay, either we band together and follow Revan's example, or we're done.
Listen, that's a little bit of the fault of, I feel like, the French players in EMEA, where there's so many different study groups. A lot of the other countries basically only have one study group.
There's more balance now.
If you speak that language, you're speaking in the same study group. Of course, there's some study groups that are transatlantic. They go across the continents, and a lot of our DACH players are actually in one of those. None of them have made it here, unfortunately, so we are going to be seeing how our roster from Spain, from France, Haro from the UK, how they can do here at the Crown.
Another player with a strong start, Brubra, who finished 9th in America Regional, still qualified to TAC Crown, now 9th in the standings as well, off of 2 strong games. I've said it time and time again, in your debut season in or debut experience in TAC Crown, the start of your tournament is incredibly important in terms of your confidence, in terms of your mental, in terms of I belong here. I belong among these elite players who have played, in some cases, 7 TAC rounds, like Title, for example, and Hwanmye. And a strong start for Brubra, who I think is great news for him personally and for America as a whole to have their few debut players starting strong.
I think so as well. I think there's been some surprises in those first wins. Now, I don't want to overvalue those first 2 games too much because, of course, they are important. They're important for your mental. They're important for the trajectory that you kind of go into, but it's only 2 out of many. There's 4 more to go today. It's not even the half-point check mark. So that's one thing I would kind of put out there, but I think we've seen a lot of very interesting things. I liked how Serenka was playing around this 2 tanky board. I don't know how much of that you guys were seeing. It looked super doomed and able to claw back from that. I thought was really awesome.
It's really interesting about 2 tanky because yes, everyone agrees it is the strongest board available if you hit, but the problem is Groove 5 is also very strong. So we've seen comments from players like Hwanmye who say, 2 tanky is not actually clickable at a high level. You don't want to instant pick this. You want to scout the lobby and see how many Space Groove players are going to be coming into your space. And there is an unwritten pact in APAC as well, is if you see a 2 tanky player, you hold those Samiras. You send them 8th, because if they get there, they're taking over the lobby, but if they don't, they fall off really quickly. They don't have that secondary option like a more macro Space Groove where they can rely on the Nami. They have to get those 9 copies online.
Even without 2 tanky, Serenka had a treasure hunt start. He was playing more towards Vanguards. He found 2 Orns in his shop in the very first game. And he decided to play into also Samira Orn reroll, and he hit 2 gold, generating augments on 3-2 and 4-2, had a ton of gold, loaded up 4-2 with exactly Samira 3 and Orn 3. So it seems like some players have some comfort lines, even without the 2 tanky, that they're open to play very often if they're not contested, and that's the case for Serenka.
I'm really curious to see how much Vex Flex is going to come up. I know that was really big in some of the regions that aren't EMEA. We saw it pop off in the Americas. We saw it pop off in APAC as well. And I haven't seen too much of it just yet. But what I am seeing is our lobby for game number 3. So those 8 players will be the ones that we will be following. We were, of course, watching the previous lobby with Title in it, and we did see Soju this morning. Some of these players we're seeing for the first time.
One of the players that love the Nova 9-5, or the Vex Flex as we call it in EMEA, is going to be Title. This is kind of the resurgence story of Title. Him going back to high cap compositions. He played 5 of these Fast 9 lines during the regionals, did a very good job on them. And this is a line that requires a lot of patience and resilience. A lot of times you need those extra rounds to get your Graves online, to get that Fiora too. It's a multiple 5-star copy line.
I'm looking at this lobby and I'm thinking about Anima yet again. Title and Gyosko were 2 of those players in game 1. Hypno played 6 games of Anima into Mech Acel in EMEA regional finals, which I think was a big part of him qualifying a TAC round in the first place.
He knows what he's good at.
Or is AQ1H, for example, Clement, the type of player that would open for it, would break a streak? Is he a hero type player in APAC?
Typically, no, but I would say that it depends on the situation, right? If he doesn't have a good start himself, then I do expect him to be the savior, go in, jump in the ring, make sure you don't take a 7th place and try to break that streak.
Well, we are going to be going into the game. Yasuo and Acel await us as we are loading in.
Biggest mention, of course, here. We actually talked about it on pre-show, these 2 gods in particular, but Yasuo is kind of obvious why he's relevant and good and quite versatile in so many different comps, but Acel in particular, if we see Trait Quest on stage 2, can be quite interesting to play into Darkstar, for example. We haven't seen too much of this line, at least from the lobbies I was looking at across the first 2 games. The Darkstar +1 from an emblem, Space Group +1, of course, maybe a Meeple +1 into 2 Meeple emblems and a 10 Meeple game. You have much more options in terms of these high verticals.
I have to assume this is going to be a very emblem-dominant game. You have the +1 augment reroll to really fish for things like the Earth to come online, or the extra spatulas that you can use. And also, like Hubei-san was mentioning earlier, when you think about Acel, you have a 75% chance after stage 2 and stage 3 to have hit that extra emblem roll. It happens about 50% of the time in stage 2, 50% of the time in stage 3. So there's a very high chance that we see comps like Darkstar, like the Space Groove start taking over.
Yep, that is certainly something that players will be looking for. Of course, something like the Arbiter is also needed to be checked by them as well. So Huanyi on that currently has found an early Arbiter on the back of that Diana as he's going to be moving through those first couple of rounds. And we're just going to be checking in with what our players are finding.
This is a really interesting start that I've only seen in CN, is that they do play auto attack into AP Arbiter if you have a Diana early. It's incredibly strong. And Wani, only one in the lobby to be able to pick up this Expedition if he doesn't roll it away. One of the highest cap augments you can get, and really good if you're looking for points.
Actually, some tech that I think a lot of viewers might not know. I hope all players in TAC do know. You can hold augments hostage, especially relevant for Expedition. For hero augments on some patches, like Gragas a few patches ago was very strong. If you don't have the right items for it, you just don't click it. Just wait. And then when everyone has picked their augment already, then you can roll it and make sure it is not going to be something you're playing against.
Does look like a potentially Caretaker Jinx. That's the only 2 cost available. Or it could be a Pantheon. We're going to wait for confirmation.
It is Jinx. We are getting word.
Ooh. Jinx definitely one of the better ones. I think Jinx is just, in terms of abilities, are just better than a Misfortune in a lot of ways. So he has set himself in a very good spot. Tardament Magic Roll, I believe he just got the Pike out of the units coming out here. Another really good option, and I like that he gambled for it. You have a 1 in 6 chance of getting that extra emblem to match up with the Aesol.
Right, and of course for AQ1H with that Caretaker, you mentioned it's Jinx, just really good. Also very straightforward. You know what you're going for. Your game plan is now clear. Problem is, it's also clear to everybody else.
True, and I think the one that will most likely contest him will be Kai Wang, because he is starting with extra blades here. Is locked into a physical copy, but just looking at the units he's holding currently, doesn't look that close just yet. Maybe trying to angle more for a Samira. We'll be able to see if he picks this Teemo up.
We did just see Tartman with a Pike 2. This is kind of the strongest unit possible in Stage 2. He just kills everything, especially backliners. You can't really position to defend against it. So Tartman, I imagine, will be one of the win-streaking players off of that kickstart for this Stage 2 start.
Yeah, and that was what he got from the Magic Roll, so he got 2-cost 2-star. Soju, just to finish that one up, got a Spatula and a Component. We'll need to see if he can find an early emblem on the back of it, or if he's just going to be holding. Like you mentioned, with those extra augment rerolls, that's something players will need to be aware of.
And it's really interesting to see the specific units that the players were still to hold, because there's an Aesol coming up. You really want to get that extra emblem online as soon as possible. So most of the times you see things like Pantheon, Cho'Gath, Lysandra. That's a really good line. Or you could do 3 Pantheon with Urgot, and then with 2 Nova or Gwen. Those are kind of a very good hold, specifically because Aesol is so prominent in giving up the emblems, and you get the augment rerolls as well. So those are unique holds that we might be seeing extra.
Especially for Gyosko. If we see Trade Quest, he's on 8 and Forge. He, in theory, will not have really any direction until he gets the artifact. He doesn't want to commit too hard in any which way. And if he can proc a Trade Quest, for example, get an emblem, and then know that to have his artifact pull, that could be pretty big for the Spanish player as well. We're seeing here the Meeple +1 for Soju. I mentioned it. There's a potential for a Meeple +2 if the high roll player high rolls.
Setting himself up for that. Not really humble TFT, though. That is a little bit of a different
It's a content game, It's
from Soju's playbook. And yeah, I was going to get there. He's playing around the tuber line, which means watch me. I'm going to be seeing something fun.
You get it.
Will be Trade Quest offered by Aurelion Sol.
Wow, this is absolutely huge for someone like Soju that already has that 1 Meeple. He only requires 2 emblems and then a level 10 to summon the 4 Meeple Lords to his board, and at that point you're basically kind of unkillable at this point. So there's already a very clear win-out player if you let him run away with tempo.
And there is a lot of randomness with the trade quest. It's not like Soju's guaranteed to get Amiibo +1, but he can hit his spreading roots on 3-2, and then you have one extra emblem if you find a Reforger to have a triple Reforge. It just opens up the doors for a lot more shenanigans than you would have in a normal lobby.
Interestingly enough, Kiosko, the only player, if I saw correctly, who's on Yasuo here, so he's going to be trying to build out Anima, and says, actually, that's too annoying for me to now play around this trade quest as well. I'm just going to be getting the sheer power of those Yasuo hexes instead.
I think it would be a little bit too much work to make sure to proc it on stage 4 with a potential Anima cash out, with a Latent Forge cash out. In this case, Kiosko's just going to play his usual game plan. He does have a Rage Blade already built, so he is not really able to play into the mech line too easily. Potentially just plays into the Shepherd vertical, which is going to be also, I think, one of the better comps to play into from Latent Forge. There are a ton of very strong artifacts, Blighting Jewel in particular for LeBlanc, for example. So Kiosko really hedging his bets on playing around the AP lines.
I'm actually kind of surprised that in a loose speech situation he would actually commit himself to the Rage Blade, but as Panda was saying, you know, there's a lot of great artifact options for that. I would also add the Flickering Blades. Any tank sort of artifact does work well there as well.
Well, we're just going to be hopping across boards, and something that we've seen do really well is, of course, that AP Flex. Hypno was thinking about it as well. However, we're checking in with Tidal, who's currently, once again, playing a little bit of everything to build out this Pyke into a beast.
This makes a lot of sense with Trade Quest in particular. I think historically this set, Yi has been one of the best comps in terms of, you know, being able to make very good use of a ton of emblems. We saw it from Frontline Foundation and Backline Blueprint in the last few games, but I think also from the ASOL Trade Quest.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing the group stage format title coming out here. It's just an aim straight for third place type of composition. He already has 13 points in the bank, relatively comfortable here. He's under no pressure. A lot of players, if they don't do well, especially if you're in a spot like Dish Soap, will feel very, very pressured to go for high cap comps. Title here, not really. And he hands Tartamin the 5-win streak.
Something we predicted right off of the start on the very start of Stage 2. Pyke 2 just so strong when there are a few units on the board. Gets worse and worse as the game progresses. I imagine this won't be Tarmin's main strategy coming into Stage 4, but definitely a good start for Tarmin, who's on 4 points, one of the lower point players in the tournament right now. He needs a bounce-back game in this Game 3.
That's right, he does need it. He's also one of the players that's leaning a little bit more emotional, to put it in good terms. We saw him at the Vegas Open, of course, where he kind of made his mark as a competitive player. Very reactive, very led by emotions through that game. Let's hope he can stay a little bit more stable this TAC round around. Definitely a joy to watch.
And we have Kiosko here with his Anima streak actually broken. So most players here actually will go for the 100 sort of cash out. You're not... 300 is actually statistically the worst items you could get. So, you know, unfortunate for Kiosko, his lost streak strategy has been broken. Not going to be able to go back to his, you know, Mecha ASOL type of line. So I think he's kind of clawing for a top 4 at this point.
Well, you say that, but this is another Kindred on 2-7 for Kiosko. This is the second game in a row where he's able to just find that.
Oh, yeah.
So he can just play around that and say, actually, I never cared about Anima that much. I'm just going to be playing around this Kindred.
And that's the great user for the Rage Blade as well. He had already built from early on in Stage 2.
He knew.
It's going to have to hope for a viable artifact from his Latent Forge that feeds into this AD line. He does have the chance of playing to the Maokai as well. Horizon's Focus is a very strong Maokai option, considering he is using that Cosmic Hex on the Maokai from very early on if he sticks to the Nova tree overall going to Stage 4. So there are some potential for some big hits from Kiosko still.
And this is a pretty important round for most of our players here. I think I've seen at least 6 ASOL players, so how quickly can you actually get that emblem? If you get that emblem on 3-1, like maybe Tartamin was able to do, then it gives you a lot more direction on which augment you want to choose here. So that could be pretty massive for Tartamin if he actually was able to cash out on the random emblem.
When you said there were 6 ASOL players, I'm like, the meta's not that bad, Clement. Surely there's not 6 ASOL players, but he meant the god, of course.
Yes, the god.
Well, they could. I don't think they would, but there's a potential.
Oh, very good start here for Tartman.
Wow, and a Reforge on the Darkstar +1 into an Anima +1 for Tartman. Not what he was hoping for at all. Anima essentially a dead emblem at this point in the game because he is playing from a 6-win streak. Obviously, he's playing from a 6-win streak, so he didn't want to play into Darkstar and kind of have to assemble some kind of value from that emblem in the stage 3 to continue the win streak. Not a good series of events here for Tartman, unfortunately.
Well, maybe his win streak can continue nonetheless, even though this this emblem is a little bit unfortunate there for him. He finds Soju on the other side, who's currently carrying this Gnar, and Gnar generally is a very strong unit, similar to Pyke, but the movement there is not
targeting.
going to be helping that Pyke out. Tartman gets his streak snapped, and Soju is going to be very happy about this one.
Not just that, but his shop as well. Asol into Rammus couldn't really make good use of it, so just a really terrible round for Tartman on the side of just variance, really, which is obviously a part of TFT. For Soju here, Marauder +1 doesn't synergize too well with a Meeple. Arbiter also does not. There is one more Reforge. I imagine Soju would want to wait to try and use that last Reforger after the Trait Quest proc. Or no, this is the Trait Quest proc, right?
Yeah, that was it. That's where he got the Marauders from.
This is a really difficult spot for, I think, Kaiwang. He's trying to go into the Corki Riven line, but usually you want to go into that line on a massive win streak. It's, you know, kind of considered a B+ C tier composition, a B- C tier composition where you can't really top 3. And he's also getting contested by K3 Soju that is expected to win throughout the entire lobby. So I feel like his spot is the most perilous, and he does need to find some, some very good luck or augments coming into it.
Well, maybe luck is on the next page, as we are going to be convening Wither Gods once more. Let's see what else Asol has in store as we are looking upon their selections. And it will be Starry Quest on the right-hand side, so just a little bit of gold.
Storm Hex pretty big as well. Some great users like Jin in the late game just to stun pretty much your entire board. Could be quite disruptive depending on the strategies of some of our players coming into that stage 4, stage 5.
One of the secret APAC techs is that whenever you see a Storm Hex, it's very good for using Asol to transition, because Asol cannot be stunned when you put him in mech mode, while everyone else's backline can actually be locked down. We've even seen this play being used in sort of like an AP flex line. You just make your Asol roll around, and then you get an extra 5 seconds of crowd control against their back.
Checking in with AQ1Age, that was the player that got Jing's Caretaker. You can see that he's on very little gold here, so 22 to give, has leveled to 7 instead of actually going for the Primordian reroll here.
Picked up the Bastion emblem, really, really big for playing the Aatrox here on 7. Is going to get the Jinxes from the Caretakers, so doesn't have to maybe rely on playing the traditional Jinx reroll game. You can just play for just the Jinx 3 and pushing levels to level 8, and maybe making it to 9. Who knows? Playing more like a Nova Flex, but without Vex. Instead, it's going to be Jinx. Especially with the Bastion +1, I think you can do some really cool things in the late game with Shen coming online as well as a nice way to cap the comp even higher.
Yeah, I think you nailed the exact line. It's probably a 5 Nova board with Jinx too, and he could contest a lot of Rammus this year, which would be fun for the lobby.
Well, something that is maybe potentially fun for the lobby, but maybe not so potentially fun for Soju, is he rolled his emblem once more. Quick reminder that he's looking for the meeples. He got Psionic.
You can use Psionic in the late game to round out the Shepherd count with Sona, but it's very far. I definitely agree with you. It's not one of the premier options that he would be looking for.
Well, somebody that found a really good option in itself is Tidal with that Space Groove emblem. However, his board is kind of not really too tailored for it. You could maybe move some of those 80 items over to a Samira, but with the vertical Space Groove, you're really looking to carry that Nami, and we don't have any items for her.
He can play for the Riven as a carry. The biggest problem there, he has boxing lessons as well. You're not really getting full value from boxing lessons in Space Groove with the Shen setup you usually have in the late game as well. So we'll see how Tidal navigates, and if he does decide to pivot entirely from the Yi plan he had into the Space Groove.
And I want to pay attention to Hwan Yi's roll down here. He is on the Expedition, down to potentially 1 life if he gets a bad fight matchup. Very rarely will it happen. It's usually 2 lives, but he's cutting it extremely close. We'll see what comp he actually ends up going towards, because I feel like a lot of the comps have already been taken out of the pool, and it does look like he's aiming for that Mecha Asol with the Yasuo line. This is one of the few conditions that you can actually play the Mecha. You really want some juiced up items, and this is most likely going to just be the Radiant Gargoyles.
Unfortunately, doesn't have the gold yet from Expedition. We'll get it after this PvE round, sacrificing the Fizz. So he is going to be tested on 4-1. He's going to have to roll down a ton of gold. He does have the free rolls, but obviously he can't just push levels yet. We're looking at the very least, Mech 2, I think, to stabilize, and a clean turn where he can mech both of his key units and have maybe a Morgana 2 coming in as well.
Well, let's see if the APM giveth. And if the shop giveth for Hwanyi, now that the Expedition does come in, Bard and Sona going to be found. But yeah, it does go 8 here. Find Asol, find the Mighty Mech to move in. No upgrades on them just yet. 19 gold to move with.
Oh,
There's a
never mind.
Wow!
You can find the Mech 2 as well. That would be so big.
I mean, for 19 gold, you are not going to be mad at this one. Yes, the Mighty Mech upgrade would be even better, but that is a pretty good hit on that Asol.
Yeah, never punished as well. You know, he actually just straight up Radiant items the death cap because he didn't have enough time to go through everything here, and does get the Asol 2 on the next shot. So very lucky here.
The moment he hits that Mech 2, I think he should be stable. We'll see what the 4-2 augments will be as well. This is one of the players that, it's not an Anima cash out, but it's similar enough. It's a very similar game plan to Anima, where you are sacking most of your early game, you have this huge spike, and the reason why Mech Asol is so strong as a cash out exit from Anima and from Expeditions, because these mechs essentially benefit as kind of like 1.5, 2 times the item strength on Radiance, on artifacts, on Anima items as well.
And for this round, I think Tardaman is the player that's still, we're not really sure where he's going yet. He has that Pike 2 and Temple play, but got kind of snapped by Stage 3, how aggressive the other players were. So I'm really curious where he can go with that just lingering Anima emblem on his board.
Well, it is going to be golden augments for our players, and Tartman deciding to go for the reinforcement will buy the Tom Kenshir, and the Riven from the shop is sitting on a Riven pair. No items for her though, as he is going to be building out Space Crew from the looks of it.
This is the board a lot of players will default to as their, I'm lose streaking, I need to stabilize on an AP line. 5 Groove is definitely the strongest of this line. You can flex in a lot of great units like the Riven, like the Morgana here. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't really find the Nami 2 here, so not a lot of damage to take opponent units off the board at this point.
And Tidal did end up moving into the Space Group line as well, so both of these players are looking for the same units. They are rolling down heavily on 4-2. They will be making each other's time more difficult in terms of finding the key upgrades like the Nami 2, as you're mentioning, Clement.
Tidal moving there with set up Brawler E items is a very interesting move, and bad news for EMEA. I'm very interested to see Tidal's board next.
We're going to be trying to take a look at it after we finish Kai Wing and Tartman here in the matchup, but there it is. So Morgana in play with, of course, that Space Groove emblem in the front line, has found 1 Nami, and the rest of the board is not upgraded yet. There is a Shen that helps it out just a little bit, but we're certainly missing a lot of those upgrades, and we're missing gold.
That's what I was talking about with the anti-synergy between boxing lessons and the Shen. We're seeing here you're not getting full value from the Shen sword, unfortunately. Tidal, I think, had to cut his corners there and just decide this is for the best after he got that Space Crew +1. Adapting to the emblem, as we talked about in the pre-show, this is what these players have to do when you get trait quests from Asol.
Yeah, very interesting. He just completely abandoned his own line that was wide open for this contested Space Groove line. I'm not sure he can make it through wholly. On the meantime, Gyosco actually found the best artifact for this Misfortune composition. It is going to be the Dawn Core Challenger Misfortune, which just, as you can see right now, is spitting out spells like it's her auto attacks.
And it helps with the Maokai investment as well from early on. You're going to get max value from Maokai being your main tank if you're able to 3-star him, and this is really the only line that's able to do so outside of like Lulu, for example, in a really high roll situation. And he benefits from the Kindred as well. So he said, I need to spike a little bit earlier. I won't be strong enough on stage 4 just playing off of this Kindred. I need to find a way to just maybe off of MF3, take over the game in stage 4 and fight for a top 4.
Last choice here between our gods to really solidify which of those blessings you're also going to be taking. The Yasuo one, of course, very strong if you have built into those hexes. For Gyosko, the answer is going to be Aesol, and he will be getting a gold inflection, as do everybody else that will drop low on 21 HP.
This is an interesting spot for Kai Wang. So as I expected, the Corki was going to be a little bit hard with the Soju on the same line, but he did get a legendary out of nowhere just on level 8, going in with the Jin 2 to help him stabilize. The problem with this board is he'll never be able to really print anything. He's still so far away from the Riven. He's still 2 copies away from the Corki. This is kind of a salvage situation.
And he just committed. He sold the Corki for the Kaisa. So he is all in on this Jin being his salvation. If he finds a Jin 2, that could be his pass into
That is a Jin 2.
Is it a Jin 2?
Oh, that is a Jin 2.
He's cheating already.
It was not updated on our stats feed. That's okay. So never mind. I have full faith now in this Jin 2. I was surprised he was investing in a Jin 1.
No, it's a Jin 2.
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you, guys.
Our observer went to the board and then sent us a skull emoji saying Jin. Yeah, it's a Jin 2 waiting in the wings there for Kai Wang, helping out on the board. And Hwanye, who we were talking about earlier on that expedition, missed out on the Mighty Mech 2 when we were watching, has found it since, and has been very, very stable on this board as well, has made back the econ, and has been streaking.
I just want a slight correction here. This is Hwan Yi, which is, they share this first character, which is Dream. The second character means wings. So his dreams hopefully can take flight from this Mecha Aesol spot. I think it's a very strong situation for him, and he's also found his necessary upgrades in the Galio. I'm never calling him Mighty Mech. So he's just kind of scooting his way
the Mighty
onto
Mech.
level 9. That's true.
It's his name.
We're seeing Tidal there on the other side, rolling to 0, Donkey rolling on 8, desperately trying to find the Nami upgrade, the Morgana upgrade, still paired on the bench there, and an expected loss, I would say, against Hwanye with the Expedition cash out. It's going to be hard for both Tidal and for Tartman. I would be surprised to see them both make it out. Although Tartman is on a 3-win streak, and at 50 HP right now, it's a really good cushion going into stage 5, especially looking at the HP totals from Hypno, Hwanye, and Tidal right now.
I want to share words of wisdom with you guys while our players are going to be picking their blessings here. Sometimes it's enough to not outrun the bear if you can outrun the other campers. That's exactly what's happening for our players here right now. They're all kind of hoping on each other to fall first, to not take that 8th place. Even a 7th for your mental plays a big role, and any point you can salvage here is going to be something you're looking for. Among the bottom 3 there, Title, Hwanye, and Hypno, they're all kind of looking at each other, trying to push each other off the cliff.
Really strong setup in the end from Gyosko. Double artifacts on both of his potentially 3-star 3 costs. He's 1 off of Maokai right now. We haven't seen too much MF reroll in regionals. I think it's a really cool comp for Gyosko to bring out in this exact situation. I think it's an expected top 3, maybe even a first place from Gyosko, depending how strong Hwanye gets off of the mech.
It averaged a 5.8 overall in regionals, but he has the perfect spot for it. He has Dawn Core, the best artifact you can ask for, and he had a 2-3 Maokai.
That's right. We're going to be seeing it go up against each other. The Maokai 3 unfortunately was not found just yet. Gyosko has enough HP to fall back onto, but can that misfortune actually reach the backline before the Aesol finishes her off? And the answer to that is no. Hwanye is going to continue to streak. Hypno at the bottom there, though, did find the LeBlanc upgrade, had to sell the Morgana pair for it, so one of the Morganas is now gone, was able to get a win on the back of that as well.
Okay, Blitz 2 changes things just a tiny bit. I would say that was a Maokai 3 diff, but now I'm not so certain anymore, especially if Blitz is going to start getting itemized for Hwanye as well. Those 2 players definitely seem to be the strongest in the lobby. Hypno now on his last life. We're in stage 5. 13 HP is not too healthy at this point in the game. Trying to play around a comp that wasn't seen too much in the EMEA regionals. Almost able to buy this Morgana upgrade, but just a little bit short.
He's trying to cheat forward towards the top 4, but I don't think there's anything special about this composition. And in this patch, you really need great augment synergies to elevate your compositions. On the flip side, I think the same is true of AQ1H. You know, he's going to 9 on the Nova 5 board without a Nova emblem, this is also considered kind of salvaging position. You're just trying to claw out as much as possible.
Problem is the front line there for Hypno, definitely not very strong, is going to be able just to claw that win here against AQ1H. But you mentioned it, that board was already weak. This Morgana 2 will help the front line, but it's not going to be the answer to some of those other boards.
That was a huge fight to win, though, considering the rest of the players who are also now on 1 life. 4 different players, depending on the matchmaking here, could be going down in this next fight. Soju among those players.
I was really surprised at how far Soju fell, despite how strong his early game was. This is the problem with the Nars. If you can't natural enough copies, it just takes too long to actually print all of them out when you go to stage 4. He's still he does have the Nar 3, but was very, very late on the Rammus. I think Gyosko, for me, is one of the... Gyosko and Wani, definitely the lobby leaders here. Very strong boards in this situation, and Maokai passive gets you 50% extra max HP.
Dude, Hypno is standing up and watching from afar. Definitely relatable here. An unfortunate placement is going to be the only player out of the 5 players that were on a single life that will get eliminated in this round. Makes it hurt just a little bit more. You always had the hope of maybe getting the minus HP to count here, but was not the case.
And that final upgrade from Gyosko as well, the bad timing to face Hypno right after he hit that major spike, which makes him one of the stronger players in the lobby. Definitely has to be frustrating on Hypno's side. For title, he has hit the Nami 2. The contest has slowed him down, has forced him to donkey roll on 8 for quite a while, so he is not level 9 yet. We don't see a single copy of Blitz on his board or bench, so his cap is quite low. Potentially, this could be a 7th place for the Japanese player who had a really strong start in the first 2 games. He might be set back a tiny bit.
Yeah, I think he was scared off by how many lines were requiring the Kindred, so he felt like he didn't have his most stable carry in that Brawler E line, and he pivoted directly into this Space Groove, contested with another player. I feel like he was a little bit too averse to just staying the course on his own path, and, you know, Space Groove not really worthwhile.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think he got a little bit baited by that emblem. Maybe he should have just forgone that Space Groove, just played for the emblem, and stayed on his line for sure. But with that, we have 3 more eliminations coming in here in game number 3. Title in that 7th place, followed by Tartman, followed by AQ1H, and Soju, who we were talking about, actually makes it out into the top 4 on the back of those meatballs.
The Scavenger does what he does best, which is salvage placements, go from an 8th place in 2 rounds to a 4th place, getting a ton of points on the board in this game 3. And he goes out here, yes, most likely, he's facing Gyosko, he's looking very strong, but job is done for Soju in this game 3.
And, you know, there's a player that has silently been taking over the lobby. We really have to mention how good Kai Wang has been playing this one. Of course, he got lucky off the Jin 2, and then he got lucky again reforging into a Darkstar emblem. But having the presence of mind to just shift gears into a stronger emblem-centric composition was just beautifully done. He didn't limit himself to just playing the Corki.
This Jin.
Itemization as well. Double Deathblade, IE.
Wow. We have another Deathblade too, if we wanted to hit. All of those BS swords really helping out here to beef up that backline there, to beef up the carries for Kai Wang. Do we have any bards in play? I don't think so. Gyosko doesn't have one, Kai Wang doesn't have one. And I believe Huan Yi, wait, he could have one. Did we get a dragon?
He has a bard pair played on his board for this round, trying to get an Elder Dragon for the stage 6 fights once he's able to push levels. Every player left alive on 1 life, so we could see a very interesting round depending on the matchmaking here.
Ooh, and it does come down to some of these hexes in later game fights. The combat power of the Storm Hex earlier on is going to make a huge difference here against some of these backline carries like the Kindred and the Misfortune here. We do have him going up against Huan Yi, so we'll see how this Aurelion Soul is going to path. Can those small carrier fighters actually target the backline, or is it going to be, you know, A Soul moving himself into a bad position?
And we do see that he wasn't able to pick up that Elder Drake, but this mecha board still is going to do a lot of AoE damage. All the smallies have exploded. The front line is gone as well, and the Misfortune will be falling here as well. Nonetheless, a great game played by Gyosko is going to earn him a 3rd place, followed by Kai Wang in the 2nd, and Hwani is going to be the one that takes this lobby home.
Dreams sometimes do take wings. That's what his tournament ID means. And this was a really beautifully played game. Of course, on this patch, there can only be one player with that expedition. Everyone kind of knew where he was going. He got blessed by the Yasuo hexes in terms of the Storm Hex, one of the best options for Aurelion Sol, and was able to stabilize on 15 HP. So everything going well for him. Congratulations to this JOC mobile player.
Anima. Expedition, no diff for Hwan Yi, apparently. Taking a page out of Gyosko's book. Gyosko's like, you know what? I'll let it slide here. I'm pretty happy with the 3rd place. I think for Gyosko and Kai Wang, both deserved top 3s for these 2 players. I think they played some really good gameplay from stage 3 onwards in their decision making. I think, as you mentioned, with Kai Wang trying to find a way out on the Soju contests that someone like Tidal and Tartman could not, and we saw them both going out in the bottom 4, for example. So this game, and the fact that it was Trade Quest in particular, I think adaptability is the key word for this game 3, and the players who adapted better were able to bounce back.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at Lobby 3 here. They're still ongoing, so let's hop in together as Elder Dragon is currently before us, and Xiaoge is leading the lobby. The other 4 players on a single life, though.
CN1234. I think Horo also counts as like an honorary CN member sometimes.
That's not how it works.
It says me on the tag. That's what it is. Sorry, Clement.
No, I think, I've listened to Horo in the study group. He's, a great player and very calm, very stats heavy. So I'm glad he finally gets to make it here under the EMEA flag after 5 different attempts at regional finals. This time, the 6th time, was finally the charm.
And another consistent game from Brabrahu in the top 5 right now. Could potentially climb up a few more placements. Definitely a strong start for one of the rookie players coming out from Americas.
Going to be checking in with some of those boards here. Li Sao on the Zaya altar with the Stargazer, whereas Chitu is playing around the Riven Corki, one of the lines that players usually just kind of fall back into, not really lines players look for from the start, but if you cannot find anything else, this is what we'll see. The board from Brabrahu is certainly a little bit more interesting around this ASOL, but not the mecha version.
Yeah, looking across the board, I would have to give the strongest board to Li Sao here. This is a completed Altar Zaya board, so has all the correct conditions online here, has the Jin 2 even in the back line. So he's looking like the player to win out the lobby.
Well, awfully close there between the 2 of them.
It is a Bard 2. It is a lot of upfront damage, a lot of burst coming out from that Bard ASOL plus a Shen combo. But I think I agree with Clements. Their boards did look fairly strong. Maybe Brabrahu had the more uncertain board in terms of the composition he had built for G2 as well. They should cap fairly low. We are seeing a pretty strong ribbon setup.
Get ready for your pick'ems. Horo knows he's not going to win with the Brawler E. He has 6 Fioras online.
I put 0. No, please, Horo, don't do it.
Go, Horo, go.
Come on, Horo. Come on, Horo.
They're hiding on his board. Not letting people know that he has them.
Yes, he still has an extra life here to spare as well. So the question is, how many more rounds can he make it? How many more copies can he actually natural? And will anyone start the ping train at TAC round?
And if he's winning fights regardless, that just buys him more and more time. Doesn't have to sell board or do anything crazy until he sees that he's on 1 life and facing a stronger board than his.
Look at this
For
TG.
now, he's just looking naturally strong.
Whoa!
2 players
Edge
left
of Night
alive.
Deathblade TG on the Fiora 2 that he was hiding on top
Not
of
bad.
everything else. Horo with a chance, but not enough gold to make it happen here.
He will try this fight. He will most likely lose, and if he does, that's where we see the fireworks start to happen. How good is Horo on his APM? Do you EMEA casters have a clue?
I'd say he's not, I think, like middle of the pack, I would say. Not the flashiest, not the craziest. I will say Li Sao can potentially hold a Fiora locked in his shop without telling Horo, of course, and Horo can just roll for absolutely no reason. So I'll have to check out Li Sao's shop as well after this round concludes if Horo loses.
That's right. That's the big question. Lisao, though, with 18 HP, could definitely hang in there one more round as well if it's just close enough. So let's see if the double Fiora is going to be good. The TG, not the worst, not the best. No healing, no Edge of Night there to sustain the second one. The main Fiora has already fallen over, but it looks like it's still going to be good enough. This Tahm Kench is just such a chunky beast.
This is the best possible result for my pick'ems. Horo, you're looking strong. No need to do anything crazy.
Go, Horo, go.
He's probably holding a
Horo,
Fiora in
go.
his shop. You don't need to sell your board.
No one knows. No rats.
And the group hug value is insane here. The Warmox value as well for
Horo,
both
you don't
Overflow
have
is
time.
pretty insane as well.
Go.
Yeah, Bodyguard here is all the best combat augments. Pretty much triple combat augments, and that Tahm Kench was able to stay alive so long. Usually this is a top 3 composition, but because he is able to get that many combats, he's looking like the clear winner here. I know we have to root for Lisao, okay? Let's root against Panda.
No. He didn't even roll for that Fiora because Lisao has a Fiora on his board. So Horo says, okay,
It's hidden.
2 Fioras, she's
Behind
behind the Zaya. But let's see if the positioning is good enough.
If Horo loses here, he can maybe, I guess not, he doesn't have time to go 10 for the Bodyguard training value.
First Fiora going to be falling right now. That was the additional one. Our main Fiora now also on the floor. It's only the Kindred in the backline there. And while that Tahm Kench buys time, this fight is not looking good for Horo, and he will take an L this matchup. One more fight to conclude our lobby.
The big difference here is that his Tahm Kench wasn't the first one being targeted. You really want your main tank right in front of the 2 snipers right there, taking away the damage, and it's going to be a positioning fight. We saw the differences.
He sold the Fiora, so if Horo knows, he can still go for Fiora 3. I'm not giving up the stream.
He's baiting him. I feel like
38 gold.
Activating him.
Yeah.
He's baiting him to selling board. I think Lisao knows that was kind of fight RNG, that maybe he's not 100% guaranteed to be stronger. And with the Ultra, he can swap up both sides as well, so it makes life a little bit more difficult for Horo X. The Fioras, if they get targeted early, he could be in big
gold.
trouble.
He needed 15. A good chop, and it would have been yours, Horo. I'm just saying, but maybe it will be good enough either way. Let's see if they can find their way around and maybe reach the backline. Those Fioras being the answer to the success as they wrap around the front line. The first Fiora has reached behind, is targeting that Ross, but it's not good enough. Front line going to crumble here. Hold on.
Close fight. The Yi does not come up in time. The Kindred does go down. Horo goes down with him. Unfortunately, Lisao will be taking the game when it was a close fought fight, though, from both players in the end.
And congratulations to Lisao, such a consistent player. Whenever I see Lisao and most of his fans see him, they have this warm, fuzzy feeling knowing that he's going to do whatever he can to get the best ranking right here, already averaging over a 3 in this tournament.
Why didn't we roll a gold? 38 gold! We could have had it. We could have had that
He
Fiora
won the
3.
last
You
fight.
didn't need anything else. What were you saving for? There was no more HP to move. I'm upset. Horo will hear of this.
I think he might have thought that when he sold the Fiora, he had one locked in shop. That's like the game theory element of this final 1v1. And it's unlikely still with 40 gold. It's hard to hit a Fiora 3 from that.
It is unlikely, but also that gold is not going anywhere, so you could have just sent it and tried your luck at it. I feel like you kind of have to in this moment, but I personally would have really liked that. That was, of course, one of our other lobbies that was still going on here, so we are hopping across the lobbies wherever we can, and we are also following all of the lobbies across this broadcast. I'm seeing 2 of our awesome caster friends over there getting ready. Gangly, Hupasan, you guys have been watching, but we're going to take a look at the standings first. So we're going to be seeing Dish actually having a little bit of, well, actually a little bit is an understatement, a big bad start.
I want to give out a historical fact. The lowest points someone made on day 1 and still be able to make it to finals in our current format is 25 points. So even if Dish goes 8-8-8, like, he can still do it. He can still do it, but it's very difficult.
First, you mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that third game was a make or break for Dish Soap, and now it's going to be incredibly difficult just purely from a stat-based perspective for him to come back. But if anyone can do it, it's a 2-time TAC Round champion, of course.
hopping across the higher placements here for now. A lot of players on those 14, 15 points in our halfway checkpoint through the day after game number 3. And here, top 16 titles. Still among them was top 4 before this game. Had a little bit of an unfortunate situation as we were watching. And Horo, a little bit of the opposite story. Not the greatest start, but that second place really helping out. And Jedu not going to be able to get away with it. It's not going to get a triple first place, but still very, very solidly sitting in that first place.
Wow, a lot of surprises on that last graph because we have 2 APAC players with combined less than 30 Tier 1 games before this set. Along and Stila of Bora right there in the top 8. So, wow, okay, well, interesting.
Well, I mentioned it already. You guys had a little bit of a pause to think about it longer. Gangly, Hupasan, what do you have for us?
Yeah, we got to watch a lot of the lobbies off in the wings while you guys were handling that one. So you did talk a little bit about it. We watched lobby 1, which was the lobby where Dish Soap unfortunately took a bottom 2. But I have an honest question for the casters here, okay? I'm going to set the stage. It's the Evelyn God. It's stage 2. Steamroll is presented. How many fights do you need to win for you to feel like it's worth it?
I'd say at least 6.
I would have said 5.
Okay.
I think it's actually just 2.
That's what I think. I actually was going to say 2 or 3. VCLF seems to agree with David because he went with 7. He won the next 7 rounds playing Birthday Reunion. So VCLF went with a Fast 9 composition, getting a ton of econ, and then was able to take out Maris, who got the 400 cash out and still did not have enough to take out VCLF's Fast 9 board.
Yeah, on the other hand, Lobby 3, more of a risky line. We saw Sappho once again trying to go with the mech, but he was shy this time. It was a 6. Also, Expeditionist for Darknoof. Didn't work out. He got an 8th. He tried to really risk it and didn't get the LeBlanc 2. So you need everything to work out if you go for those risky line. And of course, in the top, we got 2 guys. First one playing 2 tanky. It was fully strong, and of course, Upset Max.
Upset Max, baby. That's right. Yeah, it was Stila Bora versus Upset Max. So we got to see this interesting dichotomy of the risky players going bot 4, Sappho, and Darth Nub. Not a good day if you're a Tactician's Crown champion, but the re-rollers came out on top in that lobby.
And the final one, Lobby 5, it was a long win streak for Along. He got the Mr. 100.
What?
Making it work, playing amazing. And of course, just playing full tempo with the deadlier swords there with the Jinx, the deadlier blades. And it was just boom, boom, boom. Everyone just lost HP so fast.
Pick'em's
and
ruined.
it came the lobby.
He didn't lose a single round the entire game, you're telling me.
No.
100 HP TAC round win.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is a rare one in the TAC round stage with such a league competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good day to be a re-roller.
That's crazy.
That's it for us.
Thank you guys so much. A Mr. 100 in the Tactician's Crown. I'm sorry for your pick'ems, guys. That's
I believe
wild.
that's only happened once before. We did have YYDM that also had a 100 game back in set 12. But between then, no one has been able to achieve that. Very surprising.
We actually had one in EMEA Regionals Week 1 from Nuri, and it was the same exact spot, I have to imagine. A Deadlier Blade into like Jinx, and then you just completely steamroll the lobby, and you have something that's capping you out even higher. But we're looking at our next lobby. It will be Lobby 3 for this upcoming Game 4 already of the day 1 here at TAC Crown. Sappho, Ironbog, one of the players we talked about having to bounce back. 13 points for now across these first 3 games. Lichutron as well, similar position, did bounce back from that bottom page into 14 points.
And we do have YBY1 here doing a K3 Soju impression. Oh, he's finally rising back to the occasion. Okay, getting ready to dig his way out of the bottom half of the graphic right there. A pretty bad start for YBY1, who is generally considered our strongest contestant.
Well, let's see what our gods are going to be bringing as we see Evelyn light up for our game, and we'll be even Yasuo into game number 4. As we're entering with the lobby you just saw, our portal is going to be coming in there as well, of course.
I just want to say, Tempo Timmies, rejoice. This is the best setup for this. You get 2 extra items for perfect items. You get Evelyn that might offer you Steamroll that is lowering everyone's HP, and then you have Yasuo that is also pure combat. So we're in for a fast and furious fight.
Reroll enjoyers as well. We just talked about Upset Max and Stilo of Bora. Gangly and Hubeson gave us the juice over there. They were rerolling that last game. So having component anvils, having a chance to not just fight for your base, as you're mentioning, Clement, but also have a 3-item carry online earlier is a big deal as well for reroll overall.
As you can, of course, see, the game's currently been paused. We'll start as soon as we can, but this allows us to talk a little bit more about the lobby. I feel like we talked a lot about Sappho, about Mia. Clement, maybe tell us a little bit more about your APAC players, because there's 3 of them in this lobby. They're all rather similar in points right now. Of course, most people know about YBY1 and Ironbach, but maybe for those that are watching for the first time.
I think YBY1 is the strongest player of the TPC era. Get ready to listen to his stats. They're absolutely insane, okay? He has made 8 out of 9 TPC finals, the best out of any TPC player.
Wow.
His group stage AVP is also the best, 3.5. And you know how many times he auto-qualified to finals? 5 out of 9 times. Now, we might think of the rest of players, when we think of TPC, we usually think of Wei Jun Iverson as the second best, and he is. But you know how much of a gap is there between YBY and Wei Jun Iverson?
No, but you're going to tell me?
Yes, there's a 50-point gap between those 2 players over their careers. And there's a really good reason why basically every single tier list has put YBY1 as the player to beat, essentially. He's incredibly fast in his mechanics, and this sets particularly, he has developed a very interesting playstyle where he levels to 4 on 2-1 no matter what. There's just too many people not playing actual boards, so he has figured it out that that's actually just the most cost-effective way to win streak.
Thank you so much, Clement. Yeah, I think a lot of people are now, of course, YBY1 fans, although this day is not starting too well for him. In the meantime, we're giving you a little bit of an overview at what our caster friends are doing whenever they're not on a broadcast, because this is what we get to have here at the Tactician's Crown, to look across all of the lobbies in case you ever wondered how we're able to follow them all. We have this huge screen that we get to switch back and forth between on, and I mean, you guys were there for the first 2 games already. It's fun, right?
Hot take, as a caster here at TAC-Crown, I prefer not casting because you get to see every single game and you get to see all the action. You don't miss what our Mia players are doing, who's losing their anima streak. It's just so much fun to see everything. One day we'll be casting with 5 screens in front of us, but for now...
It'll be too hectic.
I'll settle for this game 4 with you two. I'm still happy to go into it as well, especially with the lobby we have. One thing to mention with YBY1, Clement, that I think is important, his dominance is not just in TPCs. In TAC-Crown, last set was his worst performance at 17th, but before that, he had never finished lower than 9th place, which is absolutely crazy for the amount of times that he's qualified to the international stage and the competition that we have here with 40 players competing in the TAC-Crown. So he's my favorite to win it this entire weekend, despite being from EMEA, and I do hope he can bounce back. He's still in range to do so at 9 points.
Well, we are going to be going into game here now after that short interruption. And like you mentioned, Clement, back on track. Tempo Timmy, we have component anvils. We have the chance to play around the steamroll from the Evelyn. Or we can just go for perfect items and a reroll composition with the Yasuo Hex.
Whenever you see just the Poppy coming up as the encounter, usually you want to check the Stargazer as soon as possible, because Xayah compositions are super enabled by the amount of bows that you can get out of this.
Okay, I'll tell you, it's the boar.
Oh, that's really decent. You know, we've seen Dialme play that to a 2nd place already, so might be a lot of players angling that. JJ, definitely, I think, one of them that are thinking about that.
Also, we have Yasuo, so you can pick up Acceleration Hex, very, very strong with Xayah, especially with the Boar, where I think you're more locked into your positioning anyway. You don't have that much of a downside from Yasuo, if that's going to be the case. So Xayah, definitely one of the comps to look out for. Can't usually be played in every lobby, so we'll see some more variety in terms of the forecasts that are available in the Stage 4.
Well, we are checking in with Darthnob, our reigning champion, of course. He had a little bit of an unfortunate game previously, but the first 2 games went really well. Is going to be able to get the Cho'Gath upgrade here. Thinking about going down that Cho Lysandra reroll that we've been seeing a lot about. But of course, like you mentioned, component anvils you have to kind of keep in mind. what the rest of the lobby is going to do. If you're unable to get those one costs upgraded early on, you can quickly get caught between the tempo pressure.
We see how many players are holding on to Chos and just trying to bank on the fact there might be a Cosmic Hex coming on. There's 3 players like, yeah, I'm holding all the Chos possible. We're going to get a look at the artifacts here. None of them immediately scream a Cho'Gath line to me. I think Sniper Focus is kind of the one that's like the most flexible. But if you're going this is something that we have already seen Darth Nub on, and it's most likely going to be the Shepherd.
Yeah, LeBlanc incredibly strong with that Blooding 2. I think her best artifact. We're seeing at a triple item Veigar 2 already built. This is the power of Component Anvil Start. You have a really, really strong setup.
We're getting word on what the aura farming is there for Upset Max, and it is going to be Vex. So I was actually talking about this earlier. I feel like we've seen not a whole lot of Vex. The AP Flex usually leaning more into the lines of LeBlanc like we've seen, or even around the Darkstar or around the Space Group Nami. So he is going to be locked into going for that Vex.
And the issue is, even if you have a Vex too, if you don't have the 5 Shepherd, it's actually worse than the LeBlanc. So it's pretty much kind of a Nova line. And I have to say, Upset Max is the loose streaker, but this is a pretty tough lobby to try and pull it off because everyone is on the Tempo Timmy route.
And we're seeing the power of the anvils and 3-item setups. We have 3 players on Portable Forge, 1 player on Apotheotic Forge as well. So a lot of artifacts coming into play here in this game 4. Safo's on 6 Cho'Gaths as well. We have to check his setup. I think he maybe was one of the Forge players. If that's the case, he can be incredibly scary because Cho'Gath scales and gains more HP depending on his star level. You can't, or you shouldn't rather, play Cho'Gath Lissandra reroll unless you have Cho 2 on 2-1 because he just gains less HP off of each ability cast. If you 3-star him very early, he can very quickly get out of control, especially on Yasuo as your god if you find a Cryogenic Hex. See you later, because this board will not be losing once that Cho is 3-starred.
Well, first it needs to get there, and Safo is setting himself up for success, of course, making sure that he has the highest chance to still get those one costs appear in his shop to really find that upgrade. And then, of course, we'll have to see if the Cryogenic does appear later on. I checked his camera, don't worry, there's no wasps here right now, so he's safe for now.
I feel like the lobby is quaking underneath Safo's weight that he's putting on against everyone. He also has the Brawler emblem here, so it's actually very easy to flex into a 4 Brawler composition. Darkstar endgame here, very powerful combination. YBY, also another one. Whenever you see a Space Groove emblem, you just have a warm, fuzzy feeling in your heart. This is one of those spots where you're like, yeah, I can't really do worse than 5th here.
True. Knows his game plan. That's always a plus on top of having a really good game plan, right? Being able to identify it so early, you know what you're playing for, but the rest of the lobby also knows. So we're just going to be hopping across boards for Ironbog. That was the Veigar 2 that we saw earlier. AP item slammed and also picked up the artifact there onto the Leona.
And it looks like around 6, maybe more players will be angling AP in this lobby compared to the AD, just from itemization and the different artifacts that were chosen off of Portable Forge. So a big indicator that contest will be coming through. I think YBY1 might be fortunate. At most, it looks like just Sleep 2 Chong might contest him on the Space Groove line, not really finding too much direction just yet. Could be very interesting on stage 4. The 4-2 roll downs will be dicey for some of our players. If they feel their forecasts are contested, they might have to roll a little bit earlier as well.
Well, we're getting a quick selection there for most of our players, going for the Cosmic Hex in the immediate.
For the Cho'Gath in particular, for Safo, could be a very strong synergy, of course, with Cosmic Hex. You want to invest early, and you want to invest in a big way in one of your key tanks who you know will be staying with you the rest of the game, and Cho'Gath is that tank for Safo.
We have a single player that is going to double down and take Steamroll. The only one in the lobby. Oh, 2 of them. Sorry, I missed one of them.
Jijit and Ironbog, both on the Steamrolls now. The worst thing that could happen right now is for those 2 players to go up against each other, right? That's the one thing you do not want. We have seen it time and time again. If you lose this Steamroll in the immediate, it is ruined.
I feel like Ironbog is one of the most precarious positions in this lobby because he doesn't have an obvious place to land on. He's just trying to play AP tempo here. And the lobby started out with 5 players going for rods. you know you're going to be contested many, many different ways on all of your carries, so this is his gambit. This is where Ironbog is actually traditionally most comfortable, when he has to go all in and he has to up the stakes again and again. This is what he is known for.
Well, that first steamroll is certainly working out in his favor. JJ has been on a win streak before, on the 100 streak there. I would assume that he's going to be able to carry his as well, but we'll need to wait and see. It's going to be a yes.
Yep, 4th win for JJ, for Ironbog here. Getting a Gnar, not going to be too impactful. Zoe there would have been fantastic in terms of getting that 5th win potentially. For Upset Max, he's back to doing Upset Max things. From what I heard in the American Regionals, a lot of open forwarding, a lot of lost streak starts from Upset Max, and then taking over the lobby in Stage 4 off of these massive spikes. It could be similar here with the Vex, but this is not like Anima, this is not like Expedition. You want to try and preserve HP so that when Vex comes online, you're not on 1 life. Because as you mentioned, Clement, Vex is good. Vex is strong, but all by herself, she can't do enough to win every fight in Stage 4 if you don't have that strong front line.
Yeah, usually in the Nova compositions, you really need to find like a Fiora or a Blitzcrank to kind of stabilize. If he's going for the AP route, I just think he's dead because there's way too many AP player flexes coming into here. I think JJ has landed himself in possibly the best spot. He's clearly going to be angling for the Xayah that we were talking about. He's carrying over with the Deathblade. And he's the only AD player, right? It can be other options rather than Xayah. The Corki is also available to him.
And this is great news for JJ because he's looking at every other player and he's saying, wow, you guys are all AP.
Playing AP.
Fantastic. I don't even have to consider the fact that I could be in trouble. I wonder as well, maybe if he's playing from a lot of tempo, he considers rolling on 4-5 instead of 4-2. Lets all these other 4-costs get out of the pool, hits the Xayah 2 essentially for free, and then can just push 9 off of that.
I really want to see the roll down coming in from Safo. He is very far ahead, but a big problem is that there's a ton of players that are holding Lissandras and Cho'Gath. I do expect him to roll a little bit here, and if he does hit, wow, that's massive tempo. If you get that Cho 3 starting on 3-1 with Cosmic Hex, it's going to be absolutely disgusting, and here we go.
I think he has to roll deep. Just what we mentioned earlier, the fact that he scales so much harder off of being a 3-star.
I mean, he's
massive.
1 copy off. Surely he can find it, and
Whoa.
he does. So Cho'Gath online on the 3-1 for Safo here.
We see the small nod from Safo. It's like, yes, I will accept that. That's good enough.
He's going to reforge a glove here, I have to imagine. Or no, just goes for the... Yeah, I imagine he was going to play Strikers first on Lissandra and then try and reforge a glove into a tank component, but opts to just play for the better item right now, not greeding it too much, and just playing for tempo.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times if you have a Cho'Gath that is this far ahead, you're willing to just throw on the Gargoyle Stoneplate. Otherwise, I really like going for something like the Adaptive Helm here. Solo tank, you're ahead of the curve. You're going to cast more often and just stack even more aggressively here. I think Safo, even though he's low HP, is going to start turning the corner. He's in a very comfortable space. If I'm Safo, I'm willing to say, you know what, I don't need to go for this Lissandra. There's way too many Lissandras out of the pool. I'm just going to go straight level and play around something else.
I think that's correct. You can hold him, of course. You can also go for Baron's Lair here and hit the 3rd tank item for the Cho'Gath while also giving the rest of your board some time. Sweet Treat's also interesting. Golden Gamble. I mean, all options were fantastic for Safo here. Really, any item moments were great. Loses the Gamble, unfortunately. I think would have been especially good in this case where you have 1 item is a Radiant and you have the next item to immediately finish on Lissandra and have your 2 carries fully itemized and no leftover items.
And we have another miss here from YBY as well. Doesn't find the Radiant item, but you know, it's fine. He was looking for the Nashers coming in for the Nami later on, but I still think he's in a very decent position. I wonder if I wonder if Ironbog was able to keep up his streak here. I think he was the player that, you know, was in kind of out in the wilderness. We didn't know where he was going. He was banking on just the steamroll working for him. And it seems that, yeah, he actually did hit the Zoe off of the steamroll and was able to stabilize.
That's huge. 4th win streak or a 4th win from Ironbog. Only concern is it is a Rageblade build. Yet again, there are a lot of players angling Rageblade LeBlanc on the AP side of things, which is a little bit concerning for the Stage 4. Some players might bypass maybe from a very high roll position, level 8 altogether, and play directly into level 9 and use Vex as a carry. Although with 3 Vexes out of the pool, with upset maxes, aura farming, that could also be a difficult game plan. It's going to be a really, really scary Stage 4 for most of our AP players, I have to say.
I can't imagine having like a B tier composition, LeBlanc 3-way contested between Darthnub, Ironbog, and Upset Max. It's gonna be just, I feel like Reinforcement is actually one of the better augments in this case. You're already tied, committed with the Blighted Jewel and also the Gwinsu's Rage Blade being built here. So yeah, we're gonna see a rush for that LeBlanc.
This is the kind of lobby where it looks like Steel of Bora and Ironbog off of the Steamroll and the win streaks. Very well positioned to top 4 this game. Safo, very well positioned off of the early Cho'Gath 3 and the setup he has. Everyone else scrambling for the same units. I think it's going to be a bloodbath in terms of the disparity in HP potentially as we move through stage 4 between these 3 players and everyone else in the lobby.
This is what we've seen from these Tempo Timmy kind of lobbies here. Upset Max and Lee Tuchuan, the 2 players that opted from their augments to start playing Lose Streak, are going to be under tremendous pressure. They're much lower HP than they typically would be in other starts.
The Ironbog streak has been broken, so it is now just Steel of Bora, who's on the top page in the standings, had a great games 2 and 3, is starting off really hot on this game 4 as well, so really good momentum for one of the lesser known players from APAC in this TAC round stage.
Will be our God selection here once more. Stormhacks on the side of Yasuo. Pretty even split between our players on where they're going, but I do agree with you guys. I think for some of these AP players, this could be a little bit of a bloodbath coming up.
Yeah, YB1 and Jija, the only 3 players, going for the Evelyn here. So they're going to forego their chances at hitting lucky shops and saying, I'm comfortable enough just going 8. I don't need my shops to buy any upgrades. I'm decent enough to just go for stage 4. I think that's a sign of confidence. Those are the players that are likely to be able to make it there comfortably.
Karma, a piece of the puzzle here for Darth now potentially for his stage 4 board, is found there off of the Pengu Orb. The Blighting Jewel is a huge, huge upside. If you can hit LeBlanc 2, I think LeBlanc 2 in particular is going to be the one unit that whoever hits LeBlanc 2 first will be winning most of their fights. Everyone else is going to be in so much trouble.
Upset Max has currently the Nami in play there as item holder for the Vex later on, of course. I do think Space Group is something players can think about if they are unable to find that LeBlanc, but it is just so much harder to play without the additional emblem to just get together. And of course, you also still need an answer for that front line then, if you're going to be playing around that as, or just in general, very popular.
It's really high EV as well, I think, for YBY1 and Safo to hold any LeBlanc they see. I think this is the type of unit where you kind of scout the lobby and say, all right, I'm not trying to grief everyone, but I kind of am, because it's just such a good thing for my own game plan to have everyone else miss if you can hold 1 or 2 LeBlancs on your roll down. This is what separates elite level players to just kind of your regular strong players on ladder.
I want to say, if it's only 1 person needing the LeBlanc, that's personal. But if it's 3, that's just business, right? It's good business.
If it's 1 person, that's checkmate, actually.
True.
True. Well, for Steel of Bora, that Karma has also come online to help out here for now. She is going to be holding 2 of those items and really help out with the AoE Shred, as Vhagar can't do it all by himself.
Very comfortable position for Steel of Bora here. This is one of the rising Korean players. He has played in, we've seen him mostly actually in the 4v4 circuit this year around, and he played in just maybe 20 previous Tier 1 games. So kind of a complete unknown, but his name is really cool and very memorable. He is known as the Style of Purple. That is what the direct translation is.
Bora in Portuguese is also kind of like let's go in some ways. So every time I see his name, I just think he's a BR player because of this. So he's maybe like a symbolic BR player from Korea.
A double agent, maybe.
Yeah, potentially.
Well, we're checking in with Lee Tuchuan, who's of course on that tiniest Titan, has been aggressively loss streaking on the back of it, down to 10 losses, printing gold here in our stage 3, and is very, very close to that level 8 as we are getting ready to get some rewards from that PvE stage. You can see players a little bit confused there as another game pause has hit, but that's going to allow to take a moment, hydrate, make sure you're looking at your game plan closely and you know what to do. We are getting word that one of our players has DC'd, so we're just waiting for them to reconnect.
Yeah, we do have some weather conditions going on in the Pacific here, so there might be some incidents where we can talk about the players more. You know, I'm always excited to do that one. Lee Tu-Chuan, I have a special connection with him because he's actually my most watched player. He explains every single move he does. I think his closest comp is someone like Dishsoap. And like Dishsoap, he also has the best stats starting from the set 11 era onwards. A lot of players do put him in the S rank in terms of the CM players. Very, very stable here.
Yes, chat, you can wear the Tactician's Crown trophy on your head. Unless you're Dishsoap entitled, then that would be too many. So you're welcome for that piece of information. Apparently, people have been asking on whether or not you can actually wear the trophy. Yes, you can. It is big enough to fit a average human-sized head. Some of our tacticians out there are really big brain, though, so I don't know if it fits everybody the same.
Personally, I would limit test. I think 3 is possible. We have to get there with our engineers, but I think...
Would you stack them?
Yeah. No,
or would you try to...
No, there's no other option. You must stack
How
them.
would you wear 3 crowns?
How else would you wear them?
On your shoulders?
On your shoulders?
I don't know.
I like the pauldron crowns.
Those are shoulder pads,
really good.
not crowns anymore.
I don't think you can balance 3.
We should maybe adapt it, and as you win more and more tack rounds, 20 years from now when Dishsoap has 7, he just gets different accessories, a belt, a shoulder pad.
Fully dripped out.
Yeah.
How about they get smaller and smaller so you can kind of just like stack one on top of another?
Like a much
You're losing value then
puppet.
for winning more tack rounds. That's not the incentive we want. But we're back into game. Stage 4 is coming up soon. A lot of our players are nervous, are expectant on their shops, on those rolls, especially the AP players.
I think YBY1 is definitely hate watching Lee Tu-Chuan right now. He is clearly going into direct conflict with him, going to go for the roll down onto the Namis, hits 2 Tahm Kenches right off the bat right here. It really is about the Namis since Upset Max already has one. Can he find those to kind of deny the Nashers already built up from YBY1? There goes the first copy.
Have to pop these anvils potentially soon as well to try and get some more space on the bench. It's a hard turn, a lot of gold to be rolled here from Lee Tu-Chuan. Still missing a Nami pair even, so far away from one of the key units here for the board for the CN player.
The good news is the front line is really strong, and sometimes that can kind of just fraught your way through fights if it buys you enough time for your 1-star unit to actually scale up to do the damage, while that front line just tanks everything. And the good news is that Ironbach also hasn't found the upgrade that he was looking for yet, so he's sitting on an Aurelion Soul 1. He does have the Zoe 2 in the backline there that's triple itemized, but that's not going to be any threat to that Tahm Kench, to that Morgana. So Lee Tu-Chuan very lucky on the matchmaking here.
Are you guys ready for the LeBlanc sweepstakes? Here we go. Who's going to hit the reinforcements, the panic button? And it is gold. That does mean that these players can potentially find that option. Of course, update, it's Darth Nub, it's Upset Max, and it's also, I believe, there's one other player that also needs it. Oh, Ironbog here looking for that LeBlanc.
Ironbog has rolled all of his gold. There's not a single LeBlanc on his shop or board. This is where things get dicey. Of course, it's just the Rage Blade that's linking you to the LeBlanc. You can try and play around other AP units we're seeing here with the mech pair and the Acel pair as well.
In the meantime, we did see the Nami 2 being picked up by Upset Max. And, I mean, if you pick your augments fast enough, that allows you to roll before everybody else, so long as they take a little bit more time to think about it. That might just be the win maker for Upset Max here, as he was one of the first ones to actually lock that in. Also has another Nami in shop, even though that's not even the carry he wants to run for the rest of the game.
YBY is thinking, hey, you're the Vex player. Why is there a Nami 2 on your board all of a sudden?
He's going to sell it next round, so YBY just has to wait a little bit. 4-3, the Vex will come down, and I expect the Nami... well, actually...
I'm not so sure. I think this Teemo might be going first.
Yeah.
Probably.
Especially if a Blitz is found for Upset Max, you can kind of have like a Vanguard, Vex, Space Group hybrid, and not play into the Shepherd at all, considering how contested that line will be.
We are getting word on our Cho'Gath stats as we take a look at this legendary board. So currently, the Cho'Gath has 1,600 HP and 9,000 HP total. So 1,600 as an additional, and we are checking in with JJ, who was actually the player that picked up reinforcement, and we were talking about how he probably should have a little bit of an easier game, being on the 80 line, being basically uncontested in this lobby, but he's been free-falling, 7 losses down the drain, and maybe he was looking for that Xayah 3, I think could be an option here.
It's an out. I think it's a desperation off of the reinforcement pickup to break the loss streak. You're playing the boar. Ideally, you're playing this from a win streak, so you can farm gold and just continue snowballing the lobby.
He was for a long time. At the beginning, he was win streaking.
Not for too long. I mean, it's a seven loss streak, so most of stage 3 was a lot of losses, a lot of HP lost, and you're also not seeing the best items. Morello having to be built here over the red buff, for example. When you have double death blades, your auto attacks hit so hard, you want to attack very fast. So the setup is not really there for JJ, unfortunately.
Do we find a 2-star 4-cost Xayah from Evelyn?
That means that he would only be 2 copies off from going to the 3 stars.
1. He has,
1 copy?
He has 2 Xayah on his bench.
Oh, yeah,
and
you're right.
2 on his board.
This would be a... I feel like...
Could be a difference maker here for JJ. Could be the answer.
I think he needs to take it. He's on a generational low roll. To find not a single bow when you're the only one playing AD Xayah is kind of painful.
Show me Xayah 2. Come on, JJ. Not going to be the case. Finds a Nunu instead. Litutron also chasing for potentially finding an upgrade, or maybe just holding the extra Namis as he is holding that LeBlanc.
JJ not getting too much extra value from his 3rd augment with the Sweet Treats, playing reinforcement due to that desperation. So all in all, it's not looking too great. Didn't find a Jhin as well on the roll down, only has a Samira 2 for now. We'll see if this new item build with very little attack speed is going to be good enough for the Xayah here against all of the AP boards. One of those being upset maxes. Vex 2 has come online. Nami, Vex, duo carry. But I believe a Blitzcrank was also added in that we saw in the shop earlier on. And it's looking pretty good for upset max for JJ, though. He's on his last life. And there are some very strong players like Safo in this lobby knocking on his door.
Yeah, it does look like JJ's just going to go dead last in this one. The items are just way too far off. He was really banking on hitting the acceleration hex in the previous God Boon offering, but doesn't find that one either. So I think he's just kind of stuck in the water here.
Yeah, none of the outs really working for him, neither going for the Xayah 3, nor finding the Hex, nor finding any bows at all. So very, very unfortunate situation as he finds himself on 5 HP. Litutron not too far off, so is YBY1. Both of these players on 13 and 14 HP respectively. Let's see if they can survive one more fight. Maybe. Darthnub doesn't have the upgrades on his backline just yet. That's a Karma one, that's a LeBlanc one. Sitting on pairs for both of these units. Maybe the Xayah can clutch this one out.
Mordekaiser still main tank, Blitz one as well, so this is one of the better boards that JJ could face. It is Gilded Steel, Baron's Lair, so some very strong combat augments coming in, but the Mordekaiser not going to hang on for too long. The Xayah, if she gets onto the backhand. Oh no, the LeBlanc gets to the Xayah first. It makes the fight much closer than it should be, but in the end, JJ will be surviving here. Darthnub taxed a tiny bit. Does anyone go down? No, Tutron now on 4 HP as well. So 3 players on 1 life. One of those is YBY1, and he is still sitting on the Nami 1. He has to feel quite frustrated considering he had the best early spot for Space Groove.
Yeah, victims of the AP car crash here, and this is the problem with letting players pick their own items, is like a lot of times someone can go, all of them can go in the same direction. So we have 2 Space Groove players that are likely going to be falling out relatively soon. I don't see them ever going up to 9 here. Ironbog, I think, is in the very same situation. So it's kind of down to Steelo of Bora versus Upset Max. I think those are kind of like strongest players in the lobby so far. And of course, Safo.
I just realized something. Safo is playing LeBlanc 2 as his backline carry with the Darkstar choke at board. He gave on to Lissandra. Oh no, this guy wants to be the villain apparently. I think no one's going to forget his name for the rest of this tournament after this betrayal in Stage 4.
That's genius. I absolutely love this play. You know, it's not your ideal carry, but if it kills all the rest of your competitors, why not?
We were hearing pings all game long in Stage 4. I think now we know why that was.
The
Maybe,
villain.
yeah. Are finding some last-second upgrades for our players here across the board, and Li Tuchuan, unfortunately, is going to go up against what can only be described as a wall of Cho'Gath. Let's see if he has anything to chew through that to try and help. Of course, in the backline, that Aurelion Soul is very, very high on the single target, so will help in melting. But look at that. Frontline is still holding strong for Li Tuchuan.
5 Space Crews is one of those scaling compositions where you continually just get AD and AP, and that allows you to deal with the Cho'Gath if the fight goes on long enough.
Li Tuchuan also the villain. He's playing 5 copies of Nami, so really making YBY1's life very, very difficult. YBY1 was hoping for an elimination here from Safo, but that hasn't been the case.
And Jijit has a huge find on his items here. Does get just a 1 Kraken at the very least, 1 attack speed item.
A singular bow.
I can't believe he didn't find any bows starting this game. It's actually kind of crazy. He actually had 2 PvE rounds.
He was picking Evelyn as well. He was like, please, let me get better items. Let me lose HP. I'm too strong.
Well, he is going to go up against Safo on the left-hand side. Li Tuchuan is up against Ironbox, so right-hand side very likely will give us an eliminated player. On the left-hand side, JG needs to survive to hang in the ropes, maybe claw another placement in game number 4 here at the Tactician's crown. Right-hand side, Ironbox is going to be fallen on the back of not being able to find that Nami. Clement, you were saying you find that Space Groove emblem, you get that warm, fuzzy feeling. You know you're just going to cruise into a top 5, not if everybody else and their mom is looking for Nami.
Their moms too? Oh no.
Everyone.
Okay. I mean, for YBY1, there was 6 Namis out of the pool before he could really do anything about it. And it's a very unfortunate situation. Usually when you're playing that Space Groove, you don't have to hit the Blitzcrank so early on. You can use Shen as a secondary carry. There's a lot of different outs, but his items were very concentrated in that Nami. Didn't really find them early on, and I think it's just kind of an unfortunate situation that Upset Max was also using that Nami.
Karthnub has turned the corner. LeBlanc 2 was found, still sitting on Karma. 1 still sitting on Blitz. 1 still sitting on Mordekaiser, main tank. That's maybe the bigger problem. A lot of Morganas also out of the pool from so many different players using the versatile tank. Safo not on the best ASOL build despite it being ASOL 2. We saw the last few fights lacking damage, not able to get through these Giga tanks. Through Mordekaiser though, it should be a little bit easier. This is maybe the fight Safo needed to try and stabilize this loss streak.
He's still also lacking on the upgrade of the Karma. Both of these players sitting on a pair as they go up against each other, but like you mentioned, for the Mordekaiser, it is good enough. Can he find the backline though? And the answer to that is no. The ASOL getting confused, a little bit dizzy and targeting the wrong side of the board. Safo takes another hit. Unfortunately, JJ going to be going down in that round as well. And we're down to our top 5. Can Safo make it into the top 4?
He really needs a better item on the ASOL over the QSS. He's clearly lacking the burst that ASOL really needs with this Darkstar comp.
Archangel
Staff, Archangel.
It's not ideal.
Better than QSS.
You already have a lot of base AP coming in from 6 Darkstar, and you're hoping for a more bursty fight with ASOL as a carry.
Yeah, in this situation, like a Striker's Flare would really have been the ideal situation for him. It's just going to have to make do with this one. You know, sometimes Aurelion Soul can just go through into the back line. Not in this case. Li Tuchuan position absolutely on the furthest sides, and Li Tuchuan did win the previous fights here. It's about how long can Li Tuchuan stall out the fight and get that additional 80 AP on his Namis.
That's a good question. Tank is down, so that was the main tank on the side of Li Tuchuan. So let's see if our Aurelion Soul can actually do something, and the answer is no. He won't even get there before the enemy backline finds him. Very, very unfortunate rounds for Safo there as he was trying to avoid the bottom 4. A 5th place though, I don't think you can be too mad at that, but if you know that could have been a top 4, it just kind of stings a little.
Yeah.
Safo also not really on the best sides. Most of those fights,
Yeah.
ASOL on a Giga tank and just getting stuck pretty much all throughout. It was a really strong start, but yeah, couldn't quite make it work. Big props to Li Tuchuan though. I think he survived a very dicey stage 4 and stage 5, and now the double Nami carry has been working wonders for him, and he's healing as well with Tiniest Titan, so he's maybe fighting his way into having 2 lives now, even in stage 6.
I really like the augment build that he chose for himself. He's healing at the same time, and then he has the glass cannon. You need damage amp if you have a lot of 80 AP with that Nami stacking right here. So I think Li Tuchuan probably overshot his expected position here, and I feel a little bit bad for Safo. I feel like probably too many Tom Kenches were out of the pool. He had a very strong 4 bruiser position, but never got the Tom Kench 2 online.
Well, Darthnop also going to be falling here to the power of the double Nami. Yeah, I mean, we know 2 tanky is really good for the space groove. I personally haven't seen too much 2 tanky Nami without the 2 tanky augment, but Li Tuchuan proving that it can work if you just bully the rest of the lobby into obedience.
I wonder for Safo as well, you could have considered playing, just dropping the Brawler, the Tongue altogether, and playing around Morgana 2 and Mech 2, Mech especially being uncontested this lobby, and not going for the greedier 4 Brawler setup for just a Cho as a main star. But some regrets that maybe Safo will deal with going to the next game. For now, our top 3 here. Upset Max in particular, also a player that I think we have to give props to in terms of aura farming, not off of a strong start, always dicey in terms of how you stabilize. He did it fantastically with just the Alawi as a main tank in stage 4.
Yeah, just do that 1-star Alawi to get through it. And Li Tuchuan here, I think the space groove is really strong because every single space groove actually benefits and adds to the amount of groove that you get on these units. So every additional unit, even duplicate units, do count towards that.
Very nicely done, as we do get a look at Upset Max, and I see something hiding in the background there. So he was able to Bard abduct an Elder Dragon.
I don't want to upset you, but that is not Max.
That is Stilo of Bora. Yes, I got baited by the camera. Yes, Stilo of Bora is our Meeple player, but he has an Elder Dragon, so that is the important thing that he can use if he can fit it onto his board.
He almost has the goal to make it to level 9 to fit in the Elder Dragon. Yeah, we're seeing there. Immediately gone to 9 now that he can fit it. So a big spike for our HP leader. Did just lose his last fight. I think Tuchuan is trying to send a message like maybe I am the strongest player in this lobby. It'll be close.
Upset Max also won his last fight. Arguably that was a ghost fight, I assume, because Stilo and Li Tuchuan met each other. So let's see if this Vex can take down the opposite board. That is going to be Stilo of Bora with the Elder Dragon this time on the board. Let's see if he has the power.
Large number of stuns that can be utilized here. We saw on the end, wow, Upset Max gets the triple stun onto the backline into a Nunu snowball. So very well positioned, very good use of the Sona positioning, the command button. But is it actually still enough? He stopped a ton of damage from coming in, and it looks like it is. He is going to clinch this fight, even against a level 9 with 8 Elder Dragon.
Stilo of Bora finding himself a little bit with the back against the wall as Li Tuchuan and Upside Max now both have more HP to work with, and he only has this last life. Not really much to do here. Is going to be moving some of those items. Lysandra is not going to be doing much with them anyway, and hoping to find the perfect positioning here against the opponent.
Yeah, I think a mistake having those items on Lysandra in that last fight, just Lysandra 2 when you had the Karma 2, and I guess he's hoping for the Bard 2 in particular, but it will be Li Tuchuan against Upset Max. Both players still on 2 lives, 20 and above HP, still very healthy. The Battle of the Blitzes here immediately gets targeted by the Namis there. Maybe some risky positioning in terms of the Blitz now, not having any more of a failsafe if the Namis target him again, or if he can sneak into the backline. The Namis have been stunned for such a long time. The Blitz will be going down here before he casts. Is that going to be a difference maker?
Frontline is gone, and with it, will that backline. Li Tuchuan is going to be hanging in by a thread, though. 2 HP and a dream, as a minor boon does come through from our god. Not necessarily the best thing of what you were hoping for, but will help on hopefully making that Kench a little bit stronger.
I think this is the end of the road for Li Tuchuan. I wonder if he tries to sell here. I don't think he's beating either of his opponents. He's going up against multiple combat augments while he's on Tiniest Titan. He's going to give it one last try. Not trying to sell. He probably has it in his mind that, you know, 3rd place, good enough with where I started.
Especially no Blitz too. I think that's the biggest loss here for Li Tuchuan.
Gonna go up against Stilo of Bora one more time. We're gonna be seeing that Elder Drake and how it can just tank pretty much anything in front of your eyes, but there is a chance that the Bard finds its way into the backline and just abduct the Namis, which would be a big matchmaker here for Stilo of Bora. Tahm Kench is down.
Damage
and
trade?
with that, hold on, Nami clutching up.
Stilo is out. Lee Tuchuan versus Upset Max in the final. 1v1 Upset Max still on to live. We're almost in stage 7. My pick'em said 7-2. Can we make it? I sure hope so. Does the math out? I don't think so, actually.
Can I say sorry to how good Space Groove is? That was ridiculous, man. That was a 3-star perfect artifact. You got the Elder Drake, everything maxed out Viger.
I didn't think
Still did not win.
The karma did go down right before her final cast. I think would have swung that fight in Stilo of Bora's way.
Well, we are looking what could be the last fight, unless the Namis can do it again. It's still only a Blitz 1 with the Tiniest Titan, no combat augment, but on the other side is that Karma 2, there is that Vex 2 that Upset Max has been knowing about ever since he found that Aura farming, and he will try and breach that backline, and he's going to succeed in that and will take Lee Tuchuan down. Very, very deserved second place, though, and a very deserved first place for Upset Max as well in a lobby where everybody was looking for those AP lines.
I love to see the bounce back from Upset Max. 8th place in game 1, debut in the TAC round. It's a hard place to be, but he has bounced back in a massive way. A really well-played game. He fed into the chaos with the aura farming, but still worked out.
Of course he bounces back. He does breakdance.
That is true. The bounce back against the caliber of players here must be a huge boon here against the reigning champions, against YBY1, Ironbog here, coming in as 2 of the most, highly rated players here. So I think it's a massive confidence boost to see that 20 number after finishing game 4. It's going to feel great.
Very, very exciting game for sure, as we have 4 of our games now concluded. 2 more are going to follow before we eliminate our bottom 8 players to find out who goes into day 2. Lots of exciting action is in front of us as we move through the Tactician's Crown day 1 here, and I'm really excited. I'm really excited in what we've seen. I was kind of worried we'd see a whole lot more Yimmerallers than we have seen throughout the board, but so far the meta is really very fun, and we are going to be going into a very quick break here at our Tactician's Crown. Grab a snack, grab something to drink, and we will be right back with more action.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of the Tactician's Crown for Space Gods. We have completed 4 games today, which means we only have 2 more before we cut our field of 40 competitors down to 32. My name is Nekra, and I'm excited to be back alongside Clement and Hupe-san to talk through these next 2 games and final 2 games of the day. But I hear we've got some updates. Hupe-san, why don't you share what you watched off screen?
Yeah, of course. I saw the lobby 4, so we had Soyu playing the humble Corky line that you guys were mentioning some more. He got a 4th, and the spot was so difficult because actually Huaji, he was playing a Nar into also the meeple line, so he get the Corky for fun because he didn't have it itemized, so it was just so stressful to watch Soyu there. And of course, in the end, Title was taking the risky line, that Nova 9-5 that is so difficult to accomplish. He got the Misfits, very difficult to get there, and then he pop off with Thresh, additional resources, first place for Title. The other lobby that also was very interesting was seen by Gangly, so I really want to hear about it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So, you already know I had to watch the King of the Americas dish soap as he tried to get out of this hole, right? Dead last right now. And so, I'm gonna set the scene for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stage 2, patience is a virtue. Generally speaking, this is taken as an augment where you do not roll, you save up, you bank your rerolls, and you spike really hard. Dish Soap instead, every 2 to 3 rounds would use his rerolls to make his board strong and 8 streak all the way through stage 3 into stage 4. He's playing Xayah, he's playing Altar. Altar's unlocked. 4-2, roll down comes, 1 Xayah, 0 Nunus, no board. What does he do instead? He uses the rerolls. He finds Rammus 2, plays Jax Rammus, a Bastion Xayah board on Xayah 1, and knowing that Jetasaur is contesting him, he instead of donkey rolling on level 8, goes 9. 5-5, he's level 9 now, finds Jin 2, plays a 4 Bastion Xayah Jin board, and he runs that all the way through stage 5. 6-1, he open sells Shen and Rammus, knowing the only way to truly cap his board is by finding Nunu 2 and the rest of the traditional board. He never finds Nunu 2, and instead of winning out, he goes 3rd, but had to be one of the best played Xayah games I have ever watched. Extremely adaptable game by Dish Soap, and what it showed me is that the king is not out yet. You can't count him out. He's still got some life left in him.
Oh, thank you so much, Gangly, for that report. We are going to take a look at the standings to show you exactly where Dish Soap falls. It was a very tough road at the beginning of the day, and it's still not over. 2 more games to make up the point differential. 11 points, even 9 points is doable to get out of this danger zone.
And as we talked about, 25 points is the historical benchmark here. So both for Dish Soap and YBY1, they're angling for 2 back-to-back finalists to get themselves out of this hole.
Yeah, for APA, also 2 bad placements here for Milo and Ironbog. Kaiwen also the same. He was a little popping off here, Nekra, but in the end, once again getting a tough return, playing the IP flex that didn't work. And middle ground there with the Spaniards, with Safo still holding up with the Mex and Anima.
There's a lot of competitors here that have had a previous Tactician's Crown run. But if it's been a little while, I feel like I worry about some of those players because it really is a different beast to have to play amongst so many different regions who favor different play styles. And I feel like you're kind of seeing that reflected in the results a little bit. If it's your first time here, you really don't have that experience. If it's your second time here or if it's been a while, then you might find yourself having some struggles today.
Oxema, for example, being true to his style, maybe sometimes 8th place, got a 1st place now and it started to pop off.
And Along and Steelo of Bora, I think they're the biggest surprises out of APAC right here. They're not the heroes we deserve, but they are the heroes we need for our region.
Yeah,
you deserve it, Clement.
We had like a pack sandwich, right? Kind of towards the bottom of the standings, but then you've got a couple of competitors at the top that do have a lion's share of those points. 2 more games though, and so what are we talking about here? Let's set the stakes a little bit. If you're at the bottom, you are trying to avoid going 8th. You don't want to be on the bottom 8 to get eliminated at the end of the day. But is this really the time to press the button, try to get those Anima cash outs? Do you feel like that has been successful today?
I think it really depends on where you are at in the lobby. If you're sitting at Dish Soap or YBY's positions, I think 2 of our most popular players out there, you need 14 points in 2 games. And the only way you can do that is if you're playing for the highest cap out possible. Again, I think we're looking for expedition starts, we're looking for Anima cash outs, and we're looking for spreading roots, things that give you the most cap possible.
also angles that show player expression. So we saw this show, as Kangli was saying, playing different, playing whatever the game gave him, but you need to get variance into that. So actually, as you mentioned, I think emblems will be the name of the game, especially with gold augments or anything that can give you that influx of power. And of course, you need to then handle that resource in your favor. Anything can go, and next game will be hype.
I want to see a recombobulator game. That's on my bingo card. Well, especially after you got me so hyped, reminding me about what we saw at the regional finals. I thought maybe if somebody picks Build-A-Bud and then we get Thresh, we'll find out very shortly as we get ready and we see our players about to launch into the game. We are going to be focusing on Tidal and Dish Soap, two different ends of the spectrum, both double Tacticians Crown winners. But it's going to be a tough road if you are Steppy or Dish Soap with only 11 points.
As we talked about, this is the GOAT fight, what we've all been waiting to see. And, you know, it wouldn't be that exciting if Dish Soap really does drop out sooner rather than later. I'm rooting for Dish Soap to make a comeback. If you think about his second championship, he put himself in a very similar position on the start of day 2. Yep. He was going 3/8 and then still made it in at the very end. So he is a miracle worker.
We also talked to him. You interviewed him in Necra, and he was like, I'm above average. And that's not normal, because this show normally says, I'm playing normal. No, he knows he's above average. He knows he can play the game. And now starting off, and we see immediately Thresh coming in and giving randomness and packs here to the players.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
It's on the table now with Thresh as a god in this game. You could get offered the recombobulator.
If you're Steppy and Dish Soap, I think the God of Packs is exactly what you want to see. Highest RNG possible. It's just, you know, I hope luck is on their favor. This lobby will also be very tempo heavy. Again, it is going to be a poppy start, so we will be seeing full item carries in stage 2.
Yeah. And of course, it's against Echo, so I mean, Thresh is more significant right now. Everyone going for those resources. As Necra mentioned, if you have something 2-star already, you go for that recombob and trying to maintain tempo, or just try to go for the full cap outboard like Horus and Bishop said that they did recombob with the augment and then got immediately the recombob with the Thresh and get something amazing like a 3-star, 3-cost very early into the game.
And I feel like because you know that Dish Soap and Steppy have to go for something that's high cap, it also alters the game plan for the rest of the players in the lobby. They can settle into more comfortable top 3, top 4 type compositions like the Shepherd and the Corki. You know that, you know, these two players cannot contest you on those lines.
Yeah, and you also don't want to be the player that has to do the contesting.
Yep.
If you're trying to break an anima streak or something like that, do you even have the points to be able to do that? Because you have to think about the long game here. Points carry over from day 1 to 2. So even if you are at the top of the leaderboard right now, looking at players like Stilo of Bora and Tidal, you want to maintain those top standings because you could promote early into the grand finals tomorrow. It also just makes your day a little bit easier.
Yeah, you cannot do it if you have to. You can do it if you can. So, for example, economic augment, something that really leaves you like, I can totally lose streak and it's okay, and then I can pop off immediately into the game. Apotheotic here, Forge, very interesting for Divine Artifact, and of course the 2 tanky with decent items here for this show.
See, I would worry about taking 2 tanky, though, because people will want to play Space Groove. That's been a very contested line. We've already seen a lot of games on stream and off stream where Nami has been very popular, and you're going to be playing a bunch of those units regardless. But he takes it against all odds. He's going to take the 2 tanky and just hopes that nobody else is going to go into the lane.
Yeah, probably seeing the early game of the other players, seeing that no one has a perfect spot for that Space Groove angle, but of course, as you mentioned, is the preferred angle. It's the thing that gets you to level 8 easier, it gets you stable, and of course you can cap out later into the game.
I'm just saying, if I'm Tidal, I want to straight out win the GOAT fight, and he has the econ edge over the 2 tanky. We have seen this over and over again in regionals. If you have the econ edge, you can roll before the opposing player. Wajan Iverson has done this many, many times. You just go straight into that lane and derail Dish Soap. So I'm getting really nervous. He's already committed the items into the Samira, but everyone knows if you just contest him here, you take a potential GOAT out of the game.
I mean, it just does, when you think about it, like the strategic element of that, you're kind of playing defense with your offense. Makes it a little easier maybe for your path to the finals tomorrow, but we still have a lot of game to play out. I wanted to call out a couple of the other augments that we are seeing in this game, one of which Horo X did take the Jax Hero augment. We've seen this a couple of times. Clement, what are your thoughts on this?
Reach for the Stars is a great augment depending on kind of the setup of what you have for Stargazers. I think that one's really important. If you get something like the Medallion, it actually does a surprising amount of damage. And it's also something that I think is very tricky with positioning. A lot of the times you want a straight B line into the back, so it really kind of depends on where your Stargazer positions your Jax.
So the Stargazer this game is going to be the Altar.
Yeah, and we already saw Altar Stargazer in a previous game with a Jax hero augment going first. So actually the possibility of Altar to give you that influx of power later into the game, and of course the slow that gives a chance for the Jax to actually pop off, because if you focus the Jax, I mean Jax is just eliminated directly. So this is the perfect setup. This is the setup that actually already got a first place, and it's something we haven't seen on regionals.
Yeah, Jedusor did have a combat augment with that. It was the Baron Slayer. So it was something that was scaling throughout the entire game. But that might be something else that you have to think about. When you take a look at Conda's board, this is going to be early learnings.
Yeah, I think it's the ideal setup for this Veigar board. It's very strong still with his specific augment, even though it was nerfed. We saw it played a ton in both EMEA and CN. The only issue with this is you want to play tempo, but you also want to hit that magical 4 copies of Veigar, so you don't have to like put your Veigar down to print.
And Nekra, you know about this.
I love
I've seen
this
you play
comp.
Veigar so many times throughout the weekend.
Look, it's been to varying degrees of success, and I think something that we've seen a couple of our competitors struggle with is this isn't going to be a comp that wins your game. You're not going first with it. But you can, if you are in Conda's position where you're in the middle of the packs, hope that it's going to be good enough for a top 4.
Yep.
Are you guys ready for the random boon?
I'm so ready, Clement.
This might be the only chance for Dishsoap to dig it out. He really needs some high rolls. Free rerolls would be great right here. Let's see what each player goes for. It's Divine Intervention, another really high cap one.
Yeah, but you have such a hard payoff for that. You need to drop below 30 HP, and that could be a tough amount of HP to give up relative to where people want to go in the lobby.
Yeah, that's exactly what we see. Only Steppy and Tidal both lose trigger actually going for that line. As you mentioned, Nekra, you need to be in a position where losing is not relevant right now, and the ones doing economy are the ones going for that risky line.
Now, what do you all make of this? So we do see the Rage Blade pickup and the Heavy is the Crown. Do you think that Tianlong could actually be trying to go for LeBlanc instead?
Yeah, I think this is a Tempo, LeBlanc, or Vex line if it does come down to it. I think, Heavy is the Crown with Guinsoo Rageblade. It's such a classical combination for tempo streaking in the early game. It's a really nice build around just the fact that I think he probably popped his anvils after he saw his first augment, knew he had the Heavy as the Crown, and then built the Guinsoo's Rageblade to go into this line.
Yeah, I love the LeBlanc in this line. Safo, on the other hand, getting an early Voyager here, and coming into AP, normally the Voyager is very flexible. I've seen it more in Corki, but of course, AP Flex, once again, is the name of the game. Safo has played AP, I think, in all of the games. The Anima, for sure, with the mech, and now going into a more flexible angle here and fast 8.
Oh, wow. Dishso from the Mystery Loot actually got a 2 cost plus a lesser champion duplicator. So it wasn't the rerolls like you were thinking it could be, but a dupe is pretty good.
Yeah, sorry, I was just kind of stun-locked that Tianlong accidentally lost that fight because the Veigar took down his Heavy as the Crown. I was like, there's no way you lose this, right? And I was like,
Hey, that's the drawback, is that if your carry holding the Heavy as the Crown actually does get eliminated, then you lose.
Yeah, that was actually pretty huge for his chances right there because he's optimally looking for a Fast 9 Vex angle. Probably not anymore. We can settle for the LeBlanc. That's good enough.
For Tilos Bora, this is perfect, maintaining the win streak. Has the infinite removers also, and this is perfect because he can just move the hat around depending on what makes more sense. And this will pop off. For now, a good win streak, and in the end of the game, if he managed to maintain the win streak at least 5 more rounds, that's a lot of stack to 1 carry.
What is your favorite hat in the stack of hats?
Ooh, there's a Teemo one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite for sure.
Okay.
You have a favorite?
I like Teemo too.
Okay, that's 2 Teemo. Clement?
But it's only because that's the only one I can name.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I can't name the other ones.
Okay, we all like Teemo.
I like the name though. Kappa Juice is such a fun name to say.
It's awesome. I wish the item felt a little bit better, but let's take a look at what Tidal is doing. Savings account, so there's going to be a huge influx of gold for title throughout this early game. That's what both of you are mentioning. Sometimes if you are able to accumulate enough, you can beat a couple players to the punch. And you're right, but it does kind of look like this might be more of a Vanguard game. Now that he's put together the the Leona, I'm thinking of LeBlanc. I'm like, that's coming next.
Yeah, similar plan that of the one we saw before. Can be LeBlanc, can be Vex. We already saw taking a first place with Vex, 9-5 Nova. And of course, this is an angle that title loves and can really execute well.
Got Arbiter in now as well, finding that early package.
Diana with the coming in, so he can potentially even print 2 Leonas around here if he wants to. I haven't really made sure of the Arbiter. Oh, it is going to be chance for gold. This one is typically seen as a little bit harder to activate here, but Diana is a great item holder for a potential LeBlanc later down the line.
I mean, look at that. That was just item slams right into the fight.
And Steppy also with Winsus here. So we have 3 players going for Winsus, probably contesting the LeBlanc. One of them will have to go to the Vex line that is more difficult. But, I mean, that's the preferred line, right? It's early game, so just try to tempo out, preserve HP, and we will see many going to that line.
And I do want to point out the reason why LeBlanc is so favored is because she is essentially single target damage. She allows you to take enemy units off the board and preserve HP. Earth's Gambit here would be quite interesting. 21 gold is also necessary if you're going for this double 3-cost reroll line for Dish Soap. But oh, sorry, this is Horo. I was baited once more. Horo, you know, going into the Reach for the Stars reroll. None of these options are great for him.
Yeah, I wonder if there are maybe any emblems that you could think about having the... Yeah, I mean, you are going to get the Anvil, so it was the Earth's Gambit. I'm thinking maybe, like, is there some sort of class emblem that might be very good for this comp?
I actually can't think of one off the top of my head.
Maybe?
Yeah, a difficult spot for sure, yeah, to get a possibility. Silo Bora here, having just tempo out fully here with the... Finds an early Kindred. This is very good. Kindred has been buffed since a few patches ago. Even Kindred 1 could make a difference here until he finds the Jinx or the Samira 2-star.
I feel like this is a sigh of relief coming from Dish Soap. So this is one of the players that could have gone onto the Xayah line and, you know, had kept a couple Samiras for himself. But now that we have the Marauder emblem down on the Kindred coming in early, he's pretty firmly established outside of Dish Soap's zone.
I'm just waiting as Kindred does the victory dance for the hats to start falling off the stack. But we'll just keep getting bigger. I mean, that is a great print of the early 3-star. Are you still trying to re-roll in this comp, or is this because you got the early Kindred, you're thinking a bit more about trying to get levels?
I would try to get levels. 6 Marauder Kindred is an incredibly powerful unit, and this lobby is not going to be contesting you on Master E. So I think it's a very comfortable position for him. He also is the point leader in this lobby. I don't see a way that you know, contesting reroll and giving your destiny up to chance would be a good option.
Konda here, not looking happy, has a good item, but still capping here with the Veigar 1. So naturally not getting the Veigar, the items are actually mixed there between the Veigar and the Lissandra. So an uncomfortable spot here for the Brazilian.
Yeah, yeah, it's tough because you would also really like this Veigar to be paired or have multiple copies on your bench.
And this is the hardest part about playing the Veigar line. Sometimes you want to roll a little bit on 5 to make sure you don't have to find those copies later. Let's go into the Thresh. We do have the random boons coming in. This is the spiciness that we've all been waiting for, and Dish Soap goes for it.
There's too many for me to keep track of, honestly.
Interesting. Tidal, the only one going for the attack speed. So attack speed scaling for Tidal, thinking once again into the later stages of the game, and the rest are just going to have fun with the Gamba.
You could get something really good. Let's find out here. Ooh, a Misfortune 2. Dish Soap, I think.
Oh, what did he get?
Got some rolls.
Oh, I think it was just 5 rerolls. All right, that's the less spicy one, but still very good for his spot.
Decides to pop off here.
Roll.
Trying to stabilize.
One Samira is not good.
Yeah, but I think he's full win streak, and the most important for stage 4 is actually going to be the Ornn. So I feel like he's in a fairly good spot, you know. 4 Ornns already found, you know, doesn't need to roll too deep for them. Is stabilized right now, has 2 tanky online, and also has that Xayah in too. So I feel like this is a pretty decent spot economy for him. And the great thing is, nobody's in his lane.
That's true. He's not contested at all at the moment.
We have confirmation that Bishop got additional XP together with gold. So that's the reason he popped off here on level 7 and tried to stabilize. So easier for him, maintaining 30 gold. Pretty good, as you mentioned.
Tafo's doing something quite interesting. So ended up getting that Voyager emblem early, and so is played around for Voyager. Would you want to ever add in a Timebreaker here just for some additional econ? Or are you happy with just rolling with the 4 Voyager?
The Voyager comp is... I actually like to play it a lot, but Aurora is such a disappointing unit that I often feel like it's... Like, unless you actually have, like, the Karma, it's... I typically want to take out the Voyagers, but, you know, you can't say no to a Pike 2, Meeple 2, a Meepsy 2, potentially in this case.
Yeah. Steppy, on the other hand, he got the boom from Thresh, so he will get 1 gold each round.
Oh,
pretty decent.
That's really good.
And of course, we'll think about the later stages of the game. Also with a Guinsoo, and now losing again to Yanlong, the crown is just too strong in this moment of the game, especially if you can protect your backline.
And now we should be looking at title. I believe he has already finished his deposit here. 9-loss streak. This is the moment where we see where he ends up. There could be a situation where he's like, oh, this first shop has 3 Namis. I guess I'm contesting. And as I say that's
there is
first
one. Wow, look at this though. A title is going to get the savings account payout and also the orb that he picked from the Echo God offering in that first round. So let's see what else he gets. I mean, that's a very early LeBlanc. That feels nice.
Yeah. So huge for him being able to roll this early, knowing that he's contested by at least 2 players that want to go to this line.
And he has a duplicator.
Ooh. Very spicy indeed. You know, this could be those 1% duplicators you get from, like, just the Scuttle Puddles. So we'll see if he can finish out his items right here. Already has a full item stack. LeBlanc. Sona comes in early, so he doesn't have to run Teemo. That's a huge find for the Shemper composition. He's starting to look in to be in a very strong spot here.
Ooh.
Wow, there's the upgrade. Then you can use your duplicator on the Nunu if you're so lucky to be able to find a pair. Okay, just use it on the Morgana instead.
I mean, this is perfect. Good tanks, 3 or 4 main tanks there. Everyone 2-star, the LeBlanc 2-star with good ramping items. This looks amazing for title from now on. Low in HP, but this is exactly what he wanted.
And for Tianlong, it's the exact opposite. Why did title hit so well? What am I supposed to do? What about me?
Where's my unit? Still has a lot of gold though, and Tianlong might be the second player to roll. Since we're still waiting on some level ups to come through from the rest of the competitors, Title was just the first player to 8.
Yeah, I feel like he was kind of baited by Heavy as the Crown. Once he built the Guinsoos, looked around, there's like, wait a minute, there's 2 other Guinsoos? Very poor position for Tianlong right now.
It's not ideal, but he's holding 2 Namis, and we know Nami can hold the Guinsoos, not ideally, but that's probably the out that he's looking for, knowing that it will be very difficult to hit the LeBlanc.
Final gold augment to round out our augment choices in this 5th game.
Heroic? Come on, you know. Side effects is not really worthwhile.
Waiting to see the reroll. He takes cybernetic.
Oh, it's not actually settling. He's close enough to the copies where he just wants to take an additional combat combat augment. Yeah, I didn't see he was only missing 3 on each.
Wow, Konda steal on 1 Veigar here. So tough. He's getting ahead right now.
Wow, he's going to copy the Lissandra
He doesn't believe it. Yeah.
This is the most awkward situation. So it's like you can't even print your Veigar because then it's Veigar 2 and you have no additional copies.
Yeah, wow.
Oof. We were talking about Horo X's position, and I do actually like Alter quite a bit because it's a symmetrical Stargazer shape. It allows you to kind of shift positions for your Jax onto either side of the board. I do think this is slightly a little bit of a low roll, but he should be fine for stage 4. You know, he's just does have that only the Jax copy, and he's down to less than 10 gold.
He looks like he's also only 3 copies away from Lulu 3.
Yep. Oh,
so it actually looks like he's in a great spot.
You're right, you're right. That changes a lot.
Ramos 2 for Conda to get a breather, but he just lacks so much damage here that is so difficult.
Lissandra 3.
Look at the hacks.
Man.
They're ramping. We're like, how much? Like 6 rounds away from full screen, maybe?
Yeah. Steelo actually choosing to reroll the full composition here. Okay, he didn't want to bank on the Kindred. 1 copy away from the Jinx. And just want to keep full momentum.
I mean, you're so healthy. You had a lot of gold to work with. You're seeing everybody else is also doing a lot of reroll lines, or they're going to low roll their comp. I love taking this play just to ensure that you're going to get through this stage 4.
It's a difficult fight here against the Jax holding strong. And if he loses here, Stilobora will lose a lot of hats. And that's exactly what he wants to avoid, and that's what happens. So the power of his artifacts will get so much lower right here. He really needed to hit the Jinx 3-star. He didn't, and now he pays the price.
I'm not sure that the Jinx 3 would have solved that fight, though.
It would have helped.
It would have definitely helped.
Maybe it couldn't change the outcome. You're right.
Oh. Random artifact, or do you take the bones? I'm rolling the bones every time.
It's so many rounds to get something usually quite disappointing. So I feel like gold in the most cases is better unless you're, you know, one of those players like Asafo's going for it, and Steelo of Bora I think so as well, where you can use a lot of these artifact slots. In the meantime, I think we might have to say farewell to Steppy. Oh, this is a great news for Dishsoap's board.
Yeah, finds everything. Finds everything 3-star, has the space sort of on place, now thinking about the finding Nami later into later stages of the game, but he's so strong. Great items, maybe lacking a little AD on the Samira, but looking strong enough for this stage of the game.
Yeah, only looking for burn here, and Steppy down to 10 HP. We know he was multi-way contested. Finally gets the LeBlanc 2 onto the board, but he's playing a hybrid kind of Shen board here to kind of stabilize himself. He's on the same side of the Jax. That's going to be the most important part of this fight. The Altar is definitely down for Horo at this point, so that Jax is incredibly powerful, cannot be CC'd anymore as we see the LeBlanc quickly proccing onto that Titans.
I mean, that's still going to be a lot of focus fire, though. If the LeBlanc can start to cast fast enough and actually get damage down before that Bloodthirster can heal back up this Jax. But it is so doomed. The board is so strong, and Steppy is eliminated.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Clement. I mean, it was on the side of the Jax. The Jax didn't die, so the additional units were just so much, and he got an 8th here.
Yeah, I also never found the burn, so I think, honestly, Horo might be the Grim Reaper for a lot of these players, especially against 2 tanky. It's very easy to allow that Jax to just reach your backline. He's naturally positioned on the 2nd row and positioned in a way to wrap. So Dishsoap needs to pay very close attention to that matchup.
For Safo, Voyager, that's great. With Anima, Voyager. With Voyager emblem, go mech angle also. So it's great to see that he has a spot, but he's playing it according to whatever the game gives him. So that's also preparation.
Oh, okay. Well, Tidal might have caught a nice break here. Konda was able to get the 3-star Lissandra, but everything else is looking kind of bleak. There's a big wraparound from the Morgana as this LeBlanc has been untouched, and so Konda takes a huge hit.
Is he really going to die with Vigar 1? That has to be the most unfortunate game that we've seen from an early learnings player.
At least Morgana is still going to be getting value from the early learnings as a 1 cost, right? But holy Blitzcrank!
What is this shop?
I think
GOAT is back.
Doesn't have the gold, so have to wait 1, and he's low in HP. He's strong enough to survive.
Are you sure you don't just like take... I was going to say, do you actually take out the Karma? Or do you care enough about Darkstar?
3 Voyager is a lot of damage amp, but I feel like at this position you have to go for like the Blitz 2.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah. Oh, has an additional item coming in from the Sona command. Only 7 seconds left. Come on, Tidal.
Come on, go. Tidal, go,
This is the one that you have double, right? No, there. Yeah, you had the double planning phase. It's always a bait, so he has
Oh,
more
yeah,
time here.
you're right, you're right.
Oh, I liked how he was thinking about it though, because did you see that he had the Thieves Gloves on the Blitzcrank, but he wanted the Anomaly on it instead. So he benched the Thieves Gloves, put the Anomaly on the new Blitzcrank that was in the field, and so the Thieves Gloves just popped off without having to use a remover. Now he gets to put those on something else. Maybe he was also just looking to see what the Thieves Gloves rolls would be, so he knew that he could put it on a tank.
Out of nowhere, he has a massive Blitzcrank. So the Fighter Assassin actually gives you a triple of 35% AD and AP when you're low HP. So that Blitzcrank, if it gets into the backline, is going to be an absolute assassin.
I mean,
And
you're
he
trying to
doesn't
go
even
after
need it.
the heavy as the crown right now. But yeah, you're right.
Tianlong is like, come on, guys, I'm not even wearing the crown. Can you give me a break? It's like, oh. Unfortunate line selection there.
Konda want to fight? Am I seeing that correctly?
Oh, you did?
Who did Konda beat?
So Horo lost. Could be, maybe Horo doesn't have a good enough front line?
Horo has the Jax 3, so I wonder.
There's Ping coming through also.
Ping.
Focusing damage. Konda really needs to hit the weak side of any opponents. He has a chance here to kill units so low right now. Very tough spot.
I wonder if people are pinging the Blitz too. It's like a little late for that, but you know, you should definitely know that it exists now.
Yeah, we'll be scanning across all of these boards right here. Title is fighting a Ghost. I do expect him to just win out on that side. Meanwhile, Konda gets another break against Tianlong. I assume one of our weaker players here, if he can still damage the front. Looks like that Morgana had a good TT roll with the adapted helm.
Yeah, double good tank here for Konda, for Tianlong, and the LeBlanc is just ramping up, but is enough here? Carry versus carry damage?
Oh.
Konda.
Ouch. That was such an unfortunate game. You have to carry a Lissandra 3 instead of the Veigar, and you can't print the Poppy either. That's kind of one of those where you're like, okay, GG go next. At least I got a 7th. Safo actually getting eliminated in 6th place in this game.
I think justice has been served. Not all spots are Mecha ASOL spots, and I don't think Voyager +1 is actually a good enough reason to go there. I know he had the Echo potentially for the extra damage that you can put on Aurelia and Soul, but I just feel like that was, you know, inching it a little bit too far.
I think he saved it, Clement, because if you get Voyager, you can play Corki. That is also not great. And the other thing you can play with Voyager is maybe some LeBlanc AP, because he was already committed with AP. So with what he gets, 3 points is not terrible, but for sure, I think it's just a difficult spot there.
Oh, Jiso got the Zhonya's Paradox from the Echo Boon.
Ow. Very good find, especially on Nami that wants to stay in the fight as long as possible.
Dishop is 5 streaking now after this win versus Tianlong. Title eliminated in 5th place, just couldn't keep this level 9 board strong enough. That was with the Blitz 2, by the way.
And with Title out of the way, Blitzcrank is actually a pretty big counter to 2 tanky comps that usually like solo tanks.
Okay.
So I feel like Dishop, his only real fear, I feel like is Horo somehow finding his backline.
Yeah. Here's a split, finding the Lulu 3, finding the Nunu also. Very strong here for Horo, so now having more chance for the Jax to fully cap and having good possibilities. Still, Bora is not as strong as he wants to. He has the artifacts, but maybe only half the hats that he wants to. Against Tianlong on the right and against Dishop on the left. Dishop is just too strong here. Same side for Horok, so there will be access to the backline from the Lulu. So Dishop will need to be careful with the Samiras.
Ooh, does deal a lot of damage onto that Ornn. It's going to take him down before Jax makes it to the backline, but stuck on the
Jax
Nami.
down.
Oh, wow. I mean, the Nami just does so much focus fire with that Samira that you're able to clean up the fight at the end of it. So Horo X is going to take a loss, as does Stilo of Bora on the right-hand side. This is going to be a level 8 roll down, though, for Stilo. And we'll see what he actually finds.
Wow, I'm so impressed by Tianlong actually just making it across all of these different LeBlanc players, just getting good tanks and just making sure that his frontline actually outlasts the other to get him here. I don't think he was expected in the top 4.
Yeah, very good item economy. Great item tanks here, being flexible, having the cut healing, having the reduction there on the karma. And I mean, perfect setup to have a humble board, if you will, but actually that everything makes sense, just giving time here for the LeBlanc to pop off.
And Horo has had a massive upgrade. Going to level 8 and adding in the Ross for this composition is huge. He also has an extra emblem to use for it. It's a lot of extra attack speed. I feel like Horo does have a chance to now take down Dish Soap. For Dish Soap, the next upgrade is going to be finding his own Blitzcrank. Can he actually do that?
Taking a fourth here, Tianlo, it just wasn't strong enough, and this is the board that beat him. Just too strong. Had so much damage, the popping off here with the Jax, and decent front line with the Nunu that also gives you CC. And this is the board that actually is popping off right now, and Bishop, the one with the full win streak, should be the boogeyman for him.
Yeah, but we saw this fight play out not too long ago, and it was Dish Soap that ended up winning it, and that's just because the Samira and the Nami were left alone a little too long, and that was with a Nami 1. And so a Nami 2 would make a huge amount of difference if you get that Blitzcrank 2 upgrade. I think that's also something that might win against this Horo X board. So we'll see what we can find here as we enter into stage 6.
I feel like Dish Soap, if he can get the top 2, his job is, pretty much done here. The next game, he gets a first place, then there is still a high chance that he can make it through. The margins are extremely thin. This is one of the most important roles that we have seen. The Caitlyn has been moved off the board for the Morgana. That's going to be another solid upgrade coming in for Horo's board.
There is a Blitz too.
Oh! Okay, well, I think that question's settled then.
Also with the Sonias making the switch immediately, and this Blitz is just so strong. This positioning everyone and just ramping up the damage.
I mean, the Blitzcrank is actually going to be on the Jax. And once that Zhonya's activates, Blitzcrank is going to be so strong. This is a Ghost board on the left-hand side, so it's not going to be fully indicative of the fight that we will see play out between the real Horo X. But Horo X and Stilo of Bora are fighting on the right-hand side. Does Horo X actually make it through this?
Wow.
Just barely.
I mean, the Steel of Bora just wrapped, so the Velvet went into the backline and deleted everything. You need to be attentive. You have to position against this, and this is a rock, paper, scissors. You have to position against the wrap, and you have to keep strong the front line if you get to the front to back.
We just saw Horo X get a high roll from his Thresh dice there, completes an item, gets one of the better ones there as well, Sterix. I want to see some positioning trickery for him. He needs to dodge the blitz and somehow find the backline. Very difficult to do at the same time.
Well, now Horo X is facing Dish Soap's Ghost.
Yeah, I think he might be going down here. This positioning doesn't scream that there are going to be any wraps possible. I feel like Dish Soap did a great job making sure that the pathway to his Samiras was completely airtight.
I mean, the Nunu just got instantly deleted, and now it's going to be the Jax, the target of the focus. Samira onto the Lulu 2, and it's going to be Dish Soap's Ghost that takes out Horo X. Stilo Bora falls as well to the real Dish Soap, and Dish Soap with a first place keeps himself in this Tactician's crown.
Double kill, finds everything, too tanky, gets everything on place with tempo, and then obviously finding the Blitzcrank together with the Sonias. Just amazing gameplay, and now he can pop off low in points, and now with a first place before a second place, and having a chance here to come back.
Even though this game, Dish Soap was super dominant, I actually felt like it was a lot of the early game line selection that cleared him out of the danger zone.
He thought about it, yeah.
Yeah.
He took his time.
There was 3 players that went for Gwynsu's. He was like, oh, okay, you're out of the way.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
there.
just
And
making
then
sure.
Stilo of Bora is like, oh, double Marauders? He's not coming back. So, so he just goes full commit into that line. And the story is still alive. If he does make it, this could be one of the greatest comebacks that we have seen in TacRun history.
It's happened before. It only takes a couple of games to get yourself back in the driver's seat, and then hopefully you can cross that finish line. But it is going to be a tough road ahead still. One more game left, and we're actually, before we even get to that point, going to finish one of the games that started a little bit later. So let's actually jump back into a game 5 for Lobby 2.
Immediately on the right, we see 6 Aurelion Souls for AQ1H trying to get the miracle. We already seen a 4-star 3-star 4 cost there with the Karma on the early stages of today. And Cheetos right now playing the best comp right now if you just want to win, additionally, the Super LeBlanc.
Oh, Shepard LeBlanc seems to have been the most contested comp we've seen so far. He's also hit this LeBlanc just using the reinforcement, so that kind of points to me that there's other LeBlanc players coming into this lobby as well.
Oh, there's at least a mecha player. AQ1H has kind of hit a lot of good things. I have to imagine, was this from no, maybe that was just from a Latent Forge.
Yeah, got the Varus's Obsession here from Latent Forge, but can his... the thing about this one is you really need your front line to stay alive for a long time, and he only has the 1-star Galio. He's not getting full value out of it. This might be the turn where he has to send it. I think we should watch AQ1H. I don't think he has another option realistically.
Yeah, we just saw it in the last game with Safo, with the Boyareg Emblem trying to play mech without a good artifact, without Anima Cash Out, and it's just not enough.
Oh, never mind, Soraka. Okay, we can play another round.
12 HP.
I jinxed it.
Everyone going for cryogenic. This is huge. You get a great... the one who has the biggest tank, the one who can get the most value out of the healing, is just amazing. So rerolls will be great, and of course the mech now improves a little.
I believe AQ1H was already 30th place, in a lot of trouble if he can't find another out, and I guess this is the reason why he can't find the Galio. Along also contesting. He had the 400 cash out, but can't find his Aurelion Soul. So there's no need for AQ1H to even roll down. AQ1H is just trying to go 7th here. Step 1 is he needs to take down Along, and step 2 is he finds the copy himself. I feel like that's a little bit of a tall ask.
Yeah, trying to find the angle here. Going full right. There's no weak side. I'm going for the mirror here. Double mech.
There can only be one in this lobby, and so they will find out right now who gets to actually stay here. Oh, this is a tough one, though. You do at least have the upgraded Aurelion Soul in the backline for AQ1H. But you have so many stacks on the Aurelion Soul for Along, and it just is too much with the Mighty Mech 2 upgrade. And so AQ1H goes out in 8th place.
Yeah. Item diff also. It's only ASOL 1, but it's just so strong with the items, and that's the difference here. It's just too much damage. Even with the 1-star, and now he has a free pass for the ASOL 2-star.
This could be very dangerous. Might be the worst out for AQ1H. He was second place in both of his second place in APAC in both of his TAC rounds, and this time he's looking at a day 1 exit. So, we might have sacrificed AQ1H for Along to prosper, though. I'm willing to accept that trade, given how many points he has.
Okay, yeah,
you offer him to
27 points.
Like, take him.
Yeah, the altar. All right, well, Dialme, as we check out his board, is going to have the Meeple printer printing out those Nars. Very close to being able to get that 3-star Nar. Should be in the next turn or two, depending on where that printer is. But you've got to go up against this Upset Max board. Upset Max has loved these AP flex lines throughout his entire regional finals. It's not really a surprise to me that that's going to be another game for him. But he does have the Nami 2, which is a pretty significant unit to have.
Yeah. And it's interesting, Upset Max, we know about him, he always plays a Lustric into maybe Cash Out or something like that, but the 2 best games has been Jinx with Tempo, and now once again playing Tempo with AP Flex, so he has, I want to say improve, because this is a different Upset Max, being able to play different lines from what he got him here. So very interesting that he decided to play it in a different way and have a more variety of comps.
I just want to say, Upset Max has been the bane of APAC. He's holding 2 Aurelion Souls on his bench and main carrying Nami at the same time.
He's the griefer. He's going to grief your anime cash outs, and he's going to grief your board by holding your units.
I can see how you guys feel over there in Americas.
It just gives us drama and entertainment, Clement.
And breakdancing.
Yes, actually so true.
For Dialme, finds the Corki 2-star, already had the Jinx, but decides to switch the items here, and 1 round away from the Nar 3.
I feel like once he finds the Rammus, he's in a very decent position here. He still has decent HP, 44 HP going into stage 5. That's perfectly fine. We haven't seen a board, I think, that can actually contest Along. I feel like if Along, even in his current state, is likely to just win out the lobby.
I'm also inclined to agree with you. as we check out some of these other boards, we don't have eyes on every single one yet, but this board is looking pretty good here with the Karma and the LeBlanc, but is this Aurelion Sol just going to destroy everything?
The 400 cash out from the Annihilator is incredibly powerful. It gives you mana gen.
Look
and
at
you
him.
Can see it. He's vibing. He's vibing.
He's like, oh yeah, I've got this game in the bag.
Difficult spot there for XCC. Had a good LeBlanc, but the tanks, I think it was a Dragon's Claw together with Sanguinaria. It's just the Block Thirst is just not strong enough, and you don't have the time here for the LeBlanc. Now Cheetos with a good possibility to even improve his board, trying to find the Karma. Tanks are there, and again, lacking a little item, especially for the Morgana.
You know, this is a critical round still for Alon because he did find the Fiora quite early. He's on 14 HP. If he gets to 16, I think he's kind of like out of the danger zone of being just one hit knocked out. And he is going up against a board that I feel like still relatively weak at this point. Still running with the single carry, with the Teemo, no Sona. So this should be another round where the kind of rookie out of Vietnam is going to do very well. This is a player that VNG actually did a special interview with, and he is a relatively young player. He says his strength is his flexibility, and he's actually taking a short pause out of his studies to make sure he does the best he can at Tech Round.
He's taking out everyone.
I love the dedication to the game.
Yeah.
Soil here with a different line than what we've seen so far, playing Master G without Master G being actually the carry in the composition. Kindred is the one doing the heavy lifting here, together with an Urgot that normally is the holder, and then you transfer the items. So for me, getting into this spot and not being in the bottom 5 is pretty strong. Just trying to save points here and get as much point as he can. Will not win the lobby, but doing what he can with what the game gave him.
I'm surprised he took this line because he has 9 points. He
Wow.
can't really top 4 and call it a day. So I wonder if this is a bit of for fun mode, or is he gonna give us like a mad dash for Master E3? Like,
yeah.
If he gets the top 4 this game, it doesn't matter. He's still out.
Yeah, it needs to kind of be first place or bust. Oh, but the Kindred! Oh my goodness. It's actually a pretty critical fight win.
Oh, he has no gold to roll either.
Wait, Tom Kench? Aww.
Oh, Fiora.
Okay, well, there's a
Helps.
little gold. Yeah,
Soil
Fiora's
is
going to go in instead.
known as the hope of Korea. He is the first Korean player to actually win a TPC. There's massive praise for him in scrims. He's an absolute monster, but it seems like today just wasn't his day, Even with the Master E2 online, I don't think he can actually salvage this.
There's no way for Master Yi to go wrap onto a backline unit, is there? Is that something that you can do, especially against, like,
I've seen it against Aurelion Souls. Some pilots are just... some pilots do not
Need
value...
some glasses?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to focus in on this matchup between Along and Upset Max. Upset Max takes a huge hit here, and I fear that Along is going to end up running away with this lobby. Soul is eliminated from the fight, and so we do have our top 4 in this game.
That puts Soul right now at 13 points, and historically speaking, no matter what he does next game, it's not enough to take him to day 2.
It would have to be a first and a couple of things to fall into place outside of that.
Yeah, it's a massive point difference for Soul.
What is the cutoff estimated? 23?
It's even higher than that a little bit. Sorry. The cutoff is lower, but I'm looking at the potential for finals. Yep. Sorry, because I have higher expectations for him. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Upset Max, full flex here, playing the Nami together with the A-Soul, just getting good front line and already getting a fort with this. He's happy, trying to get a little more, and obviously concentrated damage for now on the right.
Big stun, though, onto the Nami and the Aurelion Soul.
Oh, Aurelion on the back. Jing is down, but too much damage from the Gnar.
Yeah, I think that huge stun onto the backline carries just took away so much damage from this Upset Max board. Not quite over yet. Oh, Ringo actually out means that Upset Max has secured a top 4.
I think he's pretty happy with this result. I just want to say, how many Anima Mecha ASOLs have we seen won today? I feel like this is at least the fifth win coming in from this composition.
Oh, on broadcast or off broadcast or both?
I think personally it's the fifth one I've personally seen so far.
I mean, that's going to be kind of a theme of the weekend, is the anima cash outs into the Mecha Aurelion ASOL. And we'll see. We'll be going over that in more detail a little bit later, what our competitors are actually going to be expecting or looking for out of these 400 and 500 cash outs. But we still have a couple of fights left to finish this game.
For Oxemax, Blitzcrank 2-star for Diao main, also getting a 2-star there with the Bard. So everyone getting stronger at 6-1, and so important because damage increases. Alon also with the bigs to everyone, right now capped.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a lot of fight RNG to see who can avoid Alon the longest. But of course, Upset Max only on 13 HP. This is probably going to be the end of the road unless Aurelion Sol does something truly silly. That doesn't look like it. This is a very decent pilot that we have right here. Annihilation comes through, wipes the board away, and also takes down Upset Max.
Oh, wow. It's at third place for Upset Max, but that's a lot of points accumulated over these games. And it's going to be a big finish for Diaomei, who is sitting at the middle of the pack. 16 points now, extended at least 7 or 8. It's going to feel really great, but I feel like it's going to be 7 as Along takes away this lobby.
You can't escape fate. That's the kind of name of the game here as he's about to face this really capped out Along board. For Diaomei, I wanted to give him a little bit of intro. We didn't talk too much about him, but he's actually one of the first players in the CN server to hit Challenger. He definitely knows his way around both the mobile and the desktop version of TFT. He's in kind of the study group with Flancy, with a lot of the APAC server players as well. So he's definitely a known threat coming into this one, not your average JOC player.
Along with less HP, but stronger here than the Diaomei, just trying to hold up, but the damage coming on through, the Nard loses, and Along is just too strong. Too much damage, the front line's not going away, and now the Blitzcrank is even helping more.
Yeah.
Well, this might be the earliest game we'll see end on broadcast. 6-3. In case you were worried about your pick'ems. But
It's a
don't
great
worry.
comeback from Alon because he was actually contested so many ways on the Aurelion Sol, able to outlast AQ1H. He accepted the sacrificial offering that we proposed here to keep Alon afloat in the top half of the graphics, and I think he's going to come away with another strong win. So, what an amazing time for the rookie! 35 points in just 5 games for a player that almost no one has heard before.
Let's watch the victory lap of this Aurelion Sol. We've seen this game play out just this last fight a round ago, and I don't think that there's too many things that can be done to change it. Even though there's an Elder Dragon on this screen now, it is just going to be another fight win for Along and a first place, extending the lead of 27 points.
Aura points there for Alon, taking the headsets out before the fight ends. I know, man. I got this. And taking the win once again with Aso.
And Alon could be chasing history. Our record here for day one is 40 points by Nanda De, another JOC player. And this could be the first player to surpass that and still make it to finals. You know, like Nanda De didn't make it last time. So he might be setting 2 records at the same time if he can keep this up.
Oh, that would be so cool. But we've had other action happening in our lobbies off stage. And so we have our correspondent standing by. So fill us in. What you got?
All right, guys. We have seen very interesting things happening over there. Earlier in chat, people were asking, can you actually wear this crown? The answer was yes. You can also wear the crown that you get from Heavy is the crown, although the player we're talking about did not.
It was one of the strangest anime games that I've ever seen. Brahu guaranteed his loss streak by picking Heavy as a crown on 2-1. And if he was ever going to win a round, he can just put it on any unit that's about to die and guarantee that loss streak. 500 cash out, 4-2. He's already pre-rolled all his gold to stabilize on a LeBlanc board. He has pretty much everything stabilized, upgraded, no gold. His cash out is Battle Bunny Crossbow and echoing bat blades, 2 AD anima items, no reforgers. What does he do?
Well, it's very simple. He just plays AD Karma for a while to try and get his lobby together. In some cruel twist of fate, it's good enough. He starts winning those fights on the back of having a strong front line. And from there on, it's just history. He built a board that we have never seen before.
His level 8 board he was carrying Karma, Yi, Fiora, Tom Kench, Morgana, and a Graves 1. And he was not using his crown at all because he was scared he would lose those fights. The crown was on the bench.
Lives.
The crown was on the bench for like 2 stages. He didn't use it any round in the late game. He took over the entire game in the end.
I'm here to say 2 things. Number 1, I put his exact board into the Data Explorer and found that no one else has ever played this board ever in the history of this set. And number 2, let it be known that I was the one fighting for this guy to not be C tier, but he was listed B tier in our official power ranking. So you're welcome. BBBW is the king. Sorry.
There was a fight where Soju loads into this board. He's just smiling, like a polite smile. And then at the end of the fight, he sinks down
Into
and
his
he's
chair.
eliminated. And the webcam flashes off. It was very
great
funny
flip.
to see.
Great
There was
flip.
also 4 Leona 3 players in the lobby. They ended up 3rd to 6th. But Bensack came in 2nd in the end with a Lulu 3 board, Treasure Hunt. Strong setup, but not strong enough to beat Brubber Rahu.
Was on the mountain as well as most of the Lulu boards are. But yeah, I mean, that Rahu board, magic. Really.
I love this. I'm also now realizing we need to come up with a new name for him.
Yes.
Rahu is far too long, so if you're hearing this, please help. we need a nickname for you.
I have a suggestion. Can we just do Brahu? Is that good enough?
Or just call bruh.
Bruh. Bruh. Oh, yeah, let's go bruh.
Okay.
That's even better.
See, that's what you can say when you now see him going for the heavy as the crown, but not wearing it.
That makes sense to me.
Bruh.
That was it for
I
that
was
lobby,
saying
though.
a lot of bruh, trust me.
Well, thank you so much for that update on the lobby. That is going to be the next one that we are following, but let's also take a look at the standings before we get into that game. And you can see where our cutoff is. 15 points right now for Ironbug, Peepo Glad, and AQ1H. That is the bar that they are trying to avoid, as YBY1 is on the cutoff at 17 points. So the way that this usually works is we're going to add basically about 4.5 points or 5 points. So it should be roughly 21 to 22 will be the expected cutoff for 32nd place.
I feel like this is that meme where I'm saying, this is the worst day of my life, and someone comes in and tells me it's the worst day so far because there's so many APAC players in the bottom.
Yeah.
Well,
The difference between the full bottom and the top 16 is 2 points. So it's actually brother. It would be very difficult to surpass.
But does it make you feel better, Clement, that Milo did just go first with 10 meeple?
Let's go. I trust in the unknown APAC players.
So it can be your best and worst day.
Okay. You know, second day's the worst. Like, finals, we win. We're doing the Americas script. Let's
Oh,
go.
okay, the submarine. I got it.
Long on top. Let's go.
Jedusor as well, after 2 first places and securing a great number of points, is going to be not too far behind at 33. And of course, Bra. Just Bra. That's it. I'll stop.
And I want to say, I finally see Hwanmi at the top of the leaderboard. It's been 10 sets since Hwanmi has actually ended group stage in the top half. It's been a very long time. He did win opens, but at TAC round, it has been trials and tribulations. So if he makes it and Lisa makes it in, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, both of them on the top, Hwanmi and Lisao, and that will be the return of CN to the Garnet of Greatness, if you will. So obviously trying to pop off and trying to get to the final lobby.
Well, let's tune in now to Lobby 4 for our final game of the day. This is the last one to grab points and avoid elimination in our bottom 8. That bar right now is going to be YBY1 right on the cusp, and we'll see if Zaiku can get out of the danger zone as we head there and see which gods we have.
Okay, Kale Ari. Ari normally some economy, a little on the mid phases, and of course, Kale amazing to get items in the early and try to propose something interesting directly and try to maintain tempo since the start.
Well, we're going to have a very heavy gold start here, and with the Ari just coming in, I think there is a lot of chances for fast 9s. I think that, suits players with lower point totals that need to kind of gamble and make sure they have a good finish right here, especially for YBY1. I talked him up a lot, but, this is the time to show up, YBY.
Coming in, there it is. Soft start here, just finding the replicator line and holding Stargazer. Having that possibility, we know that Jax has been a prevalent game. If you find early Jax, maybe find the Almond early, that could be an angle also to consider.
Yeah, I want to check the Stargazers at some point to see what the answer is here. It does look like a standard Vanguard AP line start. The most common start that we've seen across this entire tournament here. Again, YBY has to angle for something that has incredibly high cap. We're going to be taking, I think we should take a look at his augments going into this to see what he ends up on.
For everyone else, you can see kind of what they're trying to favor. Bensak hoping to put the Primordian package, but Zyko actually does have the Arbiter with the Leona and the Zoe early, as does Bruh. So YBY1 might actually want to think about something else. Maybe too tanky, perhaps.
Once again, items are not the best now. Not having anything slammable, maybe frontline items there in the Anima Visage, but not having anything for the Samira. Could make sense either way, but maybe in a Lustrik to try to find then some sorts in the anvils for Carousel.
Calculated loss might be a decent option here if you need to win out. I don't see the spot for too tanky. I think it might be a near full open saw for too tanky if he does take it. Okay, so he's still going to commit to it. He's going to follow the dish soap script. But as we said before, this line is very easy to disrupt. We're going to have to check if the spreading roots players have hit Space Groove at all.
Yeah, don't see, at least for Bruh, ended up with a Meeple emblem and the Brawler emblem. And it's going to be Stargazer and Nova for Hypno.
This is so tough for YBY. We need to dodge 5 different emblems as Zyko also is going into 3's a Legion. We'll be reporting which ones players hit for you here. Hypno looks like he's going to go for maybe a Lulu and Milo reroll.
That would be kind of tough, though, because we actually do have the Jax hero augment for Huan Yi. So you might not want to contest that.
Yeah. Also, it's Huntress, so it's difficult to navigate. We'll be very interested in what they do with this Stargazer. A difficult constellation for sure. And Brower here, probably just trying to tempo the Meeple, trying to go into that vertical. Very beautiful for this set that we have 2 verticals on Origins that are so prevalent. Meeple, you can play and then you put anything, and obviously the space group that is so important.
Well, Winey now just trying to go full Lost Streak. There is, I believe, K3 Soju that is also playing for Lost Streak. So we'll see if Soju gets his Lost Streak broken. You winning the first one definitely feels decent for Soju. So maybe he was trying to break another player's streak. We'll take a look at that.
Oh, Primordian emblem. That's fascinating.
I think that does move him outside of the line of the Samira reroll, most likely going for Jinx.
Yeah, I guess you just have the Gwenin just to get Rogue online. But do you want to drop anything? Because you don't need the emblem in order to get the...
You drop the Briar. That is the unit that doesn't go into the final board for the Jinx. But for now, you use it. Tempo, great unit. And then you just don't need it, and you get the free 3 Primordial. Keep maintaining economy.
The fun thing about Primordian is the monsters actually continue to scale up even beyond 9 stars. So you can have 13 stars of Primordian.
Oh, you actually could get 4.
Yeah. It still scales beyond
4.
3.
Wow.
So it's a very interesting thing that I think nobody really plays towards because it's not actually that strong, but it's kind of cool visually.
But that's cool.
It is.
I do like them.
Oh, so K3, so this is so interesting from Soju. He's actually doing a gold loss streak typically, but actually win streaking with it. This is a very Soju-esque type of playstyle that we heard, very similar line like Dissoap took with the Patience is a Virtue, where you take an econ, you actually try to tempo with it.
Oh, but he's gonna lose.
Ooh, I jinxed him, sorry. Now he can sell his board, Okay.
difficult spot also. Hypno having the time breaker and winning, so getting that possibility also to get additional rolls on the later stage of the game. Time breaker, something that we haven't seen at least that early. Everyone's going for Anima, maybe Primordial for more tempo. Time breaker a little more difficult to navigate.
Well, I think it's like harder to get because you need to have two costs as well as the one cost. And so I think it's just kind of harder to find the package overall. But if you're able to upgrade it, then sometimes it's not even about getting the re-rolls, but if you're winning, then get the XP.
We're going to have the God of the Reforger on the right here for Kale. So if you're in that 5-6 position where you're going to get Reforgers, or you're planning to go for a Reforger in the augments, it can outscale what Ari Gold gives you. But I think Ari Gold is a little bit more direct coming into this one.
Do you ever take those and reforge some of the emblems that you got if you were these Spreading Roots players? Because that Stargazer and Nova emblem might be better to reforge.
I think you definitely try to do that there. We are playing Huntress, which is typically considered unplayable for Lulu. So I think if I'm on the Milo line, I might consider just going somewhere else.
Benzac here maintaining flexibility, double tank item together with the emblem, and just trying to hold up, be open to chances. Has the Briar, so for now just holding strong and see what the game gives him in the next round. YBY and Hypno, the one in the win streak.
This Heart of Steel build is actually pretty disgusting. You can stack triple Heart of Steels on the Poppy and print her later on, and she can substitute Rammus very, very easily. I really find that build quite fun.
But by the way, an update, Hypno actually did reforge the Stargazer emblem and got a Vanguard. Kept the Nova emblem.
Much more flexible option here. So I think he can go into a Nova Fast 9 board with just, usually you put the Nova emblem on a Fiora later game, and you also have a pairing for something like the Blitzcrank. Yeah, he does sell his board for K3 Soju after losing that. It's like, okay, I don't need to be so strong anymore. I should actually try to save some money, plan for retirement. Okay. No Samiras, but full win streak. Still decent spot.
Yeah, that's really not too bad.
Wow, he must be... that's actually kind of obscene that he can get a full win streak off that.
Yeah. No value of the 2-tank win streak.
I mean, a lot of these players, they didn't really get very, strong synergies, for example. Hypno with the emblems didn't get a whole lot of power out of it. And everyone else is trying to lose, Kaiwing and Huanyi are trying to string together loss streaks. I don't know if it was just some matchmaking here, as YBY1's win streak eventually gets snapped.
Yeah, Hypno really unhappy with that one. He wanted to continue to lose streak into the later rounds. He did have Timebreaker working in for him. But I think the key thing here is for YBY1, because he actually had a big win streak, can he find the correct items to play this Samira line?
Yeah.
There is Kale there, but you still need a lot of swords to stabilize here.
Yeah, it would be easier if he lost and just get the ambush here, and now he's, as you mentioned, going for the randomness and trying to get that possibility. Has also a Misfortune as a chance, but of course we know he's going for the Samira and finds tank items. So he would have a great Ornn, but Samira will be difficult. Only a bow for the last Whisper.
Yeah, this build at least needs 2 swords. The Shojin is the most important one, and then you would have prefer the Infinity Edge. So he's still going to be starving for items going forward. And that's typically why we see more of an open style being played with something like the Samira reroll.
Ooh, pushing here.
For Primordian.
Getting more stacks there.
More bad guys.
Now, the magic number you want to get to is 9 Primordian overall star levels. That gives you the big bruiser dude.
I love him.
Yeah, he's so fun.
He's so cool.
I thought he was Darius the first few times I saw him, because he's wearing the same armor. And he does 100 DPS in damage.
I love how he just he sprints onto the board and just pushes people over. It's awesome.
Yep. Hasn't got there yet. Just has the Lancers for his board here. And I wonder where he's... Oh, he has the Reforger, so he can reforge the items. He's just trying to play strongest board around the Gwen.
Yeah, I think it's kind of okay for now. You got to wait to see your augment, and it is going to be a silver for the second one of the game. It's an easy pickup there from YBY1 to get the team builder augment. So you get a couple of those lesser duplicators and best friends. So a little combat coming in from Soju and Hwanyi. Oh, wow. Late game specialist for Who.
Wow.
And a slightly magic roll coming in from Bensak.
This is going to be so fun to see how Kai Wing actually pilots this. So if you take power up on 3-2, you're guaranteed to get a prismatic later on. There isn't a chance for silvers on 4-2. So, this is always basically you instantly pick this up whenever you get the chance here. So he has a really, really high cap. He's going to be the only one here with a prismatic augment coming into this one. And the conduit is incredibly strong. You typically want to try and play around the Ace Soul here and then move it into the Bard later on.
Will be tough to get there. HP is being stacked here. So thinking about the later stage of the game, he knows how to play with low HP. So will be a little hard here for Kaiwen just to pop off. Going up against YBY, that Socho in a dire spot here, not getting value skills from the two tanky, more the Kaiser only.
I did get baited a little bit, by the way. That is not a magic roll for Bensak. That was restart mission. And so you can actually see what he ended up getting out of that board. Some really interesting units there.
Does he know Heart of Steel gives you plus HP permanent? I'm actually kind of surprised he restarted that because he lost all his stacks.
Maybe he just wasn't happy with what he had.
Yeah, completely pivots out of it. I thought he was going to commit to the Vigar line a little bit. He did have the... He did have the early start.
How that has gone, though, for a couple of competitors. Possible if you just didn't have enough Vagars and you said, okay, well, I really don't want to be running a Lissandra 3 instead. So
actually, the item, Clement, it maintains the HP.
Oh, even if you...
Yeah, because it's in the item itself.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. But don't you have, like, cellular... Oh, it's in the item itself. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Bensak here just trying to hold strong and getting that chances. And of course, Kaiwen in the Lustrik, thinking more about the later stages of the game. Will be very difficult to ramp up. Bensak in a great position right now, maintaining tempo.
All right, wealth or just a Negatron cloak?
Normally people wait here because everyone wants to get the Ari. 5 people get the Ari, so they're like, okay, is it good or not?
Yes, who cares? Just let everybody have gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, Negatron is usually not a very attractive option for an item, so I feel like everyone's going to get their cash out just going with the Ari route.
I'm surprised that it's not more...
K3 Sochi did see him. He's like, what? I didn't get in on the action? 2 extra gold for everyone else?
I feel like the Negatron cloak isn't that bad in my opinion because... he's going to reforge it anyway and just get gold. Very smart. But you have a bunch of people that are actually playing AP. I feel like we've seen more Dragon Claws get built over the last couple of weeks since LeBlanc and Nami have become more popular.
Yeah, we have for sure. Especially when you're going to that line. Is the component you least want in general, but in this meta, I totally agree, Necra. It's a great possibility, especially if you already have the other one to slam, and you go for item economy. Bro, thinking about fast 9 here, has the time breaker, has already the bastion, so we'll have to make something different happen here, or maybe just try to find a reforge.
No, he reforged these.
Oh.
His original spreading roots were a Meeple emblem and a Brawler emblem, and he got time breaker and bastion instead. Don't know how many reforgers that took, but they are there now.
Yeah, I think this is probably a better transition. Transition emblems coming in from him. He finds another win here. Bensak with the restart mission. I shouldn't have questioned him. I'm sorry to all the French viewers out there. As he continues his very, very strong win streak here. So I think general for me, for like the heart of this story, it's really about YBY. You know, I think he should have started his roll down. Oh, he's about to start next round. And it's going to be pivotal because he didn't natural too many of the copies that he really needed to look for.
I mean, this feels like such a rough spot to be in with the 2 tanky and a single copy of Samira and Ornn. But nobody else is in the line right now, so I think that your bets might be pretty good in order to actually get your units. There is an Ornn out of the pool on Brahu's board, but that is it. So let's hope that this roll down is strong for him.
Yeah, he really needs to find 4 copies of the Ornn to kind of stabilize, 4 copies of the Samira. So it will be a very substantial roll down coming into the next round. He also needs his items here. He did find the 1 sword for the Shojins. Of course, we talked about that's the most important item to proc the knockups here. But he still needs more, right? Because he's coming from a win streak version of the Samira.
Well, you do have PvE now, so you might be getting dropped a couple more components, but there's a lot to do on just 1 turn, so we are going to see some of that transition start now as we do get the 2 Ornns in and 5 Space Groove activated. Another couple copies of Samira as we will see where YBY1 can put this together.
The wave has ended. The wave has ended. Okay. Yeah. Save at 50. Save at 50. This is actually the Apex
Louder, Clement. He's not hearing. Louder.
You roll 3 times. No extra copies. Stop.
And then wait for the shop to refresh by itself. Got it.
And by the way, I'm joking. But the wave does not exist.
I don't know about that. I think I'm always a wave believer. Pretty good anvil.
There's a sword. He has the Deathblade if he wants to.
He's going to reforge and get the gold.
Oh,
Gets an additional sword here. So now more options.
Do like Deathblade Giant Slayer.
Yeah.
And now you gotta roll, man, roll.
Ooh,
Okay. 4 copies here. That's good. That's step 1. And then Blitzcrank. Okay, never mind. Asking for too
the
much.
1%.
I like that he stayed here in 40 because if he gets Samira, he needs another one. Yep. So actually staying here is perfect.
It would be so heartbreaking to see YBY1 go out day 1. YBY1 after such a history of great results at the Tactician's crown.
Yeah, I think it would really kind of break the myth of a legend. Someone that is ultra consistent, someone that has been the best player of the TPC era. But, you know, it is a game of RNG. There is a massive typhoon in the region as well. So, you know, there are a lot of factors here. The 4-2 augments here are huge, though. We have multiple reroll players trying to find a way out of this composition. We have players that are going fast 9 that need big econ. And we also have a power-up player.
Yeah, Kai Wing. It's going to be gold augments for everybody else except for Kai Wing, who does get prismatic.
He needs everything here. He needs gold. He needs item. No gold.
He
needs to really stabilize. Finds the mech, has a front line, but still only the Zo is the one doing the damage. 1 ASO.
This does not look enough,
yeah.
Unfortunately. Not a lot of saving pieces here. On the meantime, for Soju, we're going to take a look at what comp he ended up on. So he did start with Asterix, just a tempo, and then later reforged it. So really cool. I'm sorry. That was actually Bensack. So K3 Soju, win streak into full loss streak, and then goes on to the contested Shepherd line.
Not a pair of LeBlanc having good tanks. Doesn't find the Ilawi, but finds the Mighty Mech that should be strong enough for the start of the game. And yeah, maintaining flexibility here, going up against Kaiwen, flexible also in AP. You have done it several times here, playing around the Aurelion Soul. Still lacking this 2-star also.
Yeah, we have the 2 Gallios trying to chop each other up, and I feel like this is another one of those games where we have a lot of AP flex players just running into each other. You know, K3 Soju, Kai Wing not in great positions, Zyko in very much the same boat here, even though he does find the LeBlanc 2, though.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, still on LeBlanc 1. I got baited.
Yeah, also YBY was holding LeBlanc, so just trying to get a little more difficulty here for the rest of the people. Samira 1 has additional pairs here, but doesn't have the second Samira.
He found it, the 1% Blitzcrank. Let's go. That's
it's
the
always
signal.
how it happens, too. Oh, wow. Hypno actually ended up reforging again to get a Marauder emblem now instead of the Vanguard emblem.
It's good, maintaining the Nova. Now Marauder can go into that line together with, for now, Master G, maybe find the Fiora that you guys were mentioning before. And trying to hold up. The Kindred is the one that has to do the most damage for now.
Kaiwei taking an 8th here would be devastating because 21 points is the expected cutoff for the bottom 8 to be eliminated today. And that is a huge hit, putting Kaiwei at single-digit life.
Can he actually find the necessary carries? But it's so difficult. There's a lot of Aurelion Souls outside the pool, and you're trying to play around a conduit. So I don't really know what he can do here. He still has a duplicator from Red-Blue buff, but he really needs to find the critical carry. And because he's so low, he's getting offered full 5 costs, which doesn't actually help him complete a damage dealer.
20 points here for Kaiwen. Very low right now. Needs to stabilize, and the body's not helping. He needs a miracle here. Trying to find the exact units. One of the Nunu, and only Aurelion Sol 1. Has the rolls. Finds another pair.
It's absolutely huge. Can he actually find an additional bard maybe to do the swap? Nope, he's just going to pop in the Aurelion Soul.
For Brobro, holding still there the Samir as the holder, has a good front line, but also needs to find a way to stabilize. 50 gold, but also, obviously planning for that level 9. Strong enough. Interesting the way he's playing the Misfortune, AP, and just trying to go for that level 9 and fully transition the board into AP line with fast line.
Yeah, very interesting board that he's using right here. He's all versions of Misfortune are just AD, so he's just trying to kind of survive and get himself all the way towards level 9. Kaiwei, in the meantime, does take out YBY1's board right now with the Aurelion Soul 2, but there's still a lot of fights ahead of him that he needs to win. I love the way he transitioned this. He's actually using a 3 mecha transition to get the extra AP across both of his mecha units and make that Galio a little bit bigger.
So you maintaining tempo, level 8, once again in the level 8 jail, trying to find the Morgana 2-star, trying to find something additional, finds the Sona, and he needs to hold. It doesn't look like the tank is strong enough to hold the Morgana, at least he finds a 2-star. So once again, humble board, good win streak, trying to win the next one, and obviously having a chance to then pop off in the later stages up against YBY, who still haven't found the 3-star and is far away from each of them.
Yeah, I feel like if this is going to be the time that you're going to play this board, now is a good one. The HP is getting closer and closer together with each of these rounds. But it's like 20 points right now, separating 7th and 2nd.
I think YBY1 is actually decently close to hit on tempo on 5-1. He still has 2 of the small duplicators that he could use, and you know, that means that in total, he's only 6 copies away from just completing his board. He also has the lucky Blitzcrank. So I don't see him as completely out of the woods. He found another a lesser duplicator somewhere as well.
Oh, he's rolling now.
Yep. He's not going to get interest on this round, so we might as well just get going.
2 off the Ornn. And who's 2 off a Kindred 3-star is Hypno. Shy there, trying to get the unit that no one's playing and trying to get a pop-off opportunity there. 21 points, he needs a good position here to be safer for tomorrow.
Oh, these are great items for YBY1. It actually gets to complete utility without spending too much on that treasure realm. We're going to be taking a look at Bra, who has got his late game cash out here. Vex 2 already on board. Does he have another Reforger? Oh, no, it doesn't. He's going to have 2 kind of semi-useless.
No, he got one because of the God offering. He just got it right now.
You're right. Great call out. Gets the Kale one.
It's going to reforge the Anima, get Stargazer.
Oh. Well, I guess you could put it, you do have a Nunu, I suppose, but I think that's going to be pretty lackluster. You just use it for the stats on this Shen, I guess.
20 with 2 3-stars here, very far away from the Lulu. It's all down to the Jax, but I don't see really enough combat augments to support this hero augment here. Yeah, Bro is going to take him down.
A little beefy, but yeah, the Jax there with the best friends, but it just wasn't enough. Needed a little more. Kaiwen taking the 8th. With 20 points, that's mathematically difficult for him and probably out of the competition.
Oh, a very tough day for Kai Wang there. That was the America's regional winner. Of course, there are some miracle scenarios that he does make it in, but pretty unlikely. Zyko, in the meantime, we saw a smile flash across his face. Once Kai Wang was eliminated, those LeBlancs, some of the forecasts were released, and he is able to get that LeBlanc 2 finally with the 7 Shepherd.
How do you think about the 7 Shepherd, Clement? You must know stats on Bia and Bayan.
I gotta say, 7 Shepherd is usually a salvage play. You would really prefer to play better 4 and 5 cost and not play the Teemo. But he hasn't hit them. He doesn't have the gold to actually search for them, so he's kind of settling and trying to scrape by placements.
I thought there would have been another wave cast.
Yeah, 7 Shepherd is never as tanky as you think it is.
Well, it worked. So I guess
Good
it doesn't
enough, good
really
enough.
matter. All right, so Zyko stays alive, and it now is going to be down to him and Bra, who will actually go out in 7th place here. Bit of a roll here for Bra, who kind of hoping to be able to find Blitz 2 if you're so lucky.
Yeah, one off of the Blix, trying to find also the Sona, but only one away, not even the pair. Good front line and good chances here to pop off, but still only 2 items here on Vex. So damage is a little split right now. Could be better. Low in HP, trying to pop off with any additional resources the game can give him.
Yeah. Goes up into, let's see, the matchup here, Bensack, one of the stronger boards. But there is a chance where Sona just targets randomly, and Sona's burst damage is insane. If you actually luck out on the backline, sometimes you can just win fights out of nowhere. I do think Bensack has the far superior front line here with the Mecha Acel, still staying alive all this time, but the number of targets are dropping quite rapidly. Sona, if she gets the target, can she get the Aurelion Soul? She does actually find it after 25 seconds into the fight. Mecha has less units on the board to really shield that Aurelion Soul, and that kind of is the downfall for that comp.
Bra and Zyko both take wins, so maybe it's actually Hypno and Hwanyi that are actually in the danger zone. The HP is so close. 7th to 3rd place only has 8 points between them.
Yeah. Hypno now, 21 points. We have asked the admin, and the mathematical cutoff will be 21, but it will also depend on the rest of the players, and we already have one other player in 21.
The pings should be incoming. Hypno is 1 off. There we go, there we go. I think YB1 started it. He always likes to start the ping chain. Oh! While we were looking at 8 Kindreds, Bensack snuck 9 Aurelion Souls. Oh.
What?
That was in less than a
What?
round.
Yeah. That might be lights out for YBY1.
Where did that come? Wait, what? No, but where did that come from?
28 points for Bensack right now with the Acel 3-star in a great position for tomorrow, and already thinking about day 3 for him. EMEA looking good.
Holy! I'm just stunned.
Yeah, no one was really looking at him. You know, Hypno, he's, Bensack's probably thinking, he was like, oh, thanks for
he had less
clearing my
than
pool.
6 in that last round. So he got 4 out of nowhere?
And it's so interesting because it's the second time we've seen it. We've seen other players going for it. In regionals, this was not a thing. It's very difficult. The pins came through, but it was just too fast to actually make something out of it.
I wish to have APM that's quick.
Oh, Project Hail Mary not going to work out here. Does sell part of his board, but realizes he's not going to win if he sells even more. And runs into the strongest player, which guarantees the bottom placement.
Yeah, Hypno can't believe it at all that this is going to be how he gets eliminated. Gets up and walks away because Bensack hit Aurelion Soul 3. Now, the only hope is that Hwanyi also gets knocked out and Hypno gets more points than that. And it is actually going to be a 5th place for Hypno. Zyko out, though, in 7th. That is going to be a mathematical elimination.
And what
cannot make it to next day.
For who?
Zyko.
Yeah,
Zyko.
yeah, for Zyko. It's
And for YBY, is there in the cutoff. Is 5 points, that's 22. Mathematical cutoff is 21, so probably that will be the range that we're actually seeing. A lot of players in 21, 22 points, so very difficult for him.
There is a chance he makes it into day 2, but historically, no one has ever been able to salvage that situation and then go on into a finals. So YBY1 already starting off in a very rough position. It's probably Fast 9 only tomorrow for YBY1, so if you like that play, definitely tune in.
If there's anybody that's really good at it, it is YBY1.
For sure. Fastest mechanics out in the west, but of course, out in the east, but Bensack somehow. Even faster.
Bra, who at level 10 is still not going to beat this Aurelian Soul. Oh my god.
But how
to avoid him? Yeah, he has the double, so it's 50-50 here. And gets the ace. So, oh my god. It's just too much damage. You don't have time here for the Vex to ramp up. And Bensack will take away here Bro, and if Soju managed to maintain himself alive, even against a Ghost, this could be a second place. He played very well here, good tempo. Bro still out? He should be out.
Unit kills.
Yeah, that's it. They're
Soju
both dead.
double kill for Bensack, Aurelion Sol, 3-star Soju, playing humble TFT with the LeBlanc, getting a great second place.
So, I wonder if Soju is happy about that second place, or like, how dare this Aurelion Soul 3 get found by
I think he's happy and he's saying, why they laughing? Why they laughing at the Ace Soul 3 for free?
Look at his board. This is actually pretty insane. He's actually playing 2 Voyager units you typically don't see on the endgame state for these AP Flex boards, Aurora and the Galio being there. So just playing whatever he can and getting over the hump to level 9. I feel like Soju, probably played the best spot here, just getting it to that second place.
I see our analysts very excited over there, so I can't wait to hear from them. But for now, we'll go ahead and look over to Lobby 2 that is still ongoing and completing, so we'll see where this finishes. Diaomei right now in first place with 51 HP, but it's very, very close at the bottom table. Upset Max and Along right now, both in danger of getting eliminated.
And with already confirmed 4th place here for Along, Clement, you were mentioning, Nanande is the leader in record with 40 points, so he already has 40 points. If he does 4th or better, we'll have a record for day 1 point.
Oh, Along is getting eliminated.
Can he at least get eliminated at 3rd place? Can we have a new record holder? No!
He tied.
He ties with Nanda back from set 13 into the Arcane here. That's how long it took for someone to actually crack a 40 bomb at TAC round.
How about 40 is still incredible and very impressive. Along should be at the top of the standings at the end of it. And congratulations on such a successful day. We still have a couple of extra fights to be had here in stage 6 of this 6th game. Diaomei, Chi2X, and Upset Max all within it. But Chi2X on a pretty hot win streak right now.
This is his type of game. When you offer him multiple prismatics, Chi2 is the guy to find the highest cap possible. He's the checkmate master, the 3-times regional winner. And his motto is, if you don't plan on high rolling, why are you even playing? That is a great philosophy.
I love that.
To pilot these lines.
That's how you know you're having fun. High rolling is fun.
It is. Double Vanguard, so the front line holding strong, Bar doing the lifting here in the DPS and damage. Going up against Diaomei, who's playing a Kindred Steel together with a Fast 9 composition. Has a Grave.
That was a 3.
Yeah, it's Velvet 3 without the Jinx 3 and has a Grave to improve the damage. So very well. And the Grave's access to the backline directly.
Ooh.
And it's the melee one.
Wow, I mean, so it's just destroying things. So Chi2X takes a big hit here. Upset Max is going to be facing a Ghost on the other side. Looks like was successful. So this is still a 2-horse race.
It's kind of a throwback special from Chi2. That's actually going to be the Assault Frame with Grav boosters. So it increases the chances. You can just zoom around into the back line here. We will have to see the positioning for Upset Max going up against Diaomei. Chi2 would look... Diaomei might be the strongest board. Sorry, I got confused on which board it was. It was the Nova board with the Graves right there. And then Upset Max has to play him. Let's see that Graves, if he can get around this Riven into the back line.
Oh, but it's actually getting surrounded and it's dead. So now there's going to be access to that Kindred in the back. And those stacks aren't going to be stacking up enough as the Riven ends up getting it. Look at Upset Max. Cannot believe his eyes that he ended up winning this fight and getting the positioning.
I built up all that hype for the grab boosters, and it was gone in like 2 seconds.
Clement, that has been your caster curse today, is you get so excited about something and then we see it fall on its face.
Yeah, T2 also gets knocked down in 3rd place, but should be enough points for him to go on to day 2. Still on the lower end, I would say. A 27-point day 1 finish.
Oh my, so many Blitzcranks.
4 Blitzcrank here, just trying to block any possibilities here for the Diao main. Obviously, Upset Max playing around that Blitzcrank together with the Space Rook to try to pop off. And Diao main just trying to block it directly.
Much better positioning this time.
Not even one Blitzcrank for Upset Max.
He's 4.
Just one in the bench.
He's 2.
Yeah, he's lacking 1.
4 out of the pool.
Oh, once again, access to the backline from the Riven immediately going into the Kindred. Kindred's out.
Yeah, but the Graves is alive longer this time and is actually going to end up taking out the left side of the board. And so there are a lot more units left to actually try to burst down from this Nami. It's one more to fall, and it's still going to be another win for Upset Max. He's stringing these together.
I have to say, both of these fights felt like they could have been turned around by positioning. Kindred dropping as one of the first 2 units in both fights seems a little bit egregious.
He might have to change here the Shen sword or try to make something different in positioning. Probably in the last second will be the change. And of course, Max will try to respond to that.
This is huge. He actually gets an Edge of Night onto the Shen. So the Shen can res back again and then just take a lot of aggro into this composition. Once again, he's trying to shield his Graves and finally moves the Kindred. Thank you. Moves the Kindred away from harm's way. Let's see if this is enough. It should be. Once he gets those additional resets, that's a lot of additional attack speed for the Graves. But the Graves is running right up against the Riven right here. Which carry is going to take the other one out? It looks like the Graves is now working on that Riven. 2 shots, the buckshots go through, and grab boosters. The tech wins.
Finally get to see it pay off, and a big win for Diao. A great and valiant effort, though, by Upset Max, leading the charge for the Americas right now. 27 points, increased now by 7 from that 2nd place.
Also a composition that's very difficult to navigate. He played around the Graves, the melee Graves that you mentioned, Clement, didn't have the Jinx, so it was not easy. And we saw it in the expression. He was happy. He was like, okay, I made it here. Amazing. And at first place, I signed that.
I love it. It's been so nice to be able to watch all of the games that we have had on the main stage. And I know our analysts are buzzing, so now we get to hear from them. What did you all watch out there?
Okay, remember what I spoke to you guys about the last time we talked?
No.
The heavy is the crown.
Okay,
now,
yes.
That was Bra, who, this time around, not in this lobby, but there were 2 players who played heavy is the crown, and they went 6-7. But that's not the big story here. Sorry, I had to. But that's not the big story here because all of your pick'ems are ruined. What did you pick for lowest HP win?
I said 6
1.
HP.
1.
6 HP? Clement.
I usually go single digits. Like, I go 1 as well.
It's always 1, yeah.
Always 1. It is 1. Title takes the lobby with a single HP and a dream on Space Grooves. It was a soul as a god, so all of our players were scrambling for emblems. Some of them, unfortunately, got caught in the crossfire. Conda, unable to escape the clutches from elimination, took an 8th place. Wasn't good enough, but another America's favorite was in that lobby, and that was Dish. And I was watching, and I was checking if he can make it and put some distance between him and that elimination bracket. And he played a really interesting game because he was on that Primordian, and I thought he was going to play Jinx. Then Sappho somehow had a Jinx 3, so he wasn't playing Jinx. He instead plays around a Misfortune. Then you think, okay, we might be playing Challengers. We have that Misfortune on level 8. And the next time I looked at the board, there were 5 Nova, Sniper, Kindred, plus Azaya and a Morgana. Just a nice little assembly of units that we usually don't see together, but it was good enough to bring him into that 4th place, which should put him in a safe position.
Makes it some really fun stories to tell you all. Clement, I want you to know, I was doing this for you. I was
All
like,
right.
we got to watch Ironbog because he's sitting at the bottom. He's one of my favorite players of all time. I know Clement loves him.
I'm ready. Give me the story.
He needed a third place finish to get to that 21 points, get
Yeah.
around the elimination. Great line selection. I want to play Jinx.
Okay.
This is what you do when you're looking for that top 3. And this is where it got dicey. Stage 3 comes around. When you're playing around this, you really want to be able to get your Jinx items on stage 3. Instead, he ends up with all of his melee bruiser items, your Akali and Belveth, which are strong. The problem is it's very hard to streak all of stage 3. You run into one strong frontliner and you can't get through it. He wasn't able to streak through stage 3. He just ran out of gas, and unfortunately, Ironbog went out in 6th place. But the other 2 players I was watching, VCLF was one of the other lower tier, or one of the players with lower points going into that game, and he was playing a very risky game alongside Darthnub. One was playing Expedition, VCLF. Darthnub was playing Anima. Darthnub was able to get the 400 cash. VCLF was able to get his full Expedition cash out and play Mecha Asol. VCLF found his top 4, secured his spot in the tournament. He's going to be moving on, and Darthnub won the game, which we saw going into that game. Hwanmie was sitting in the top 8. That means with Darthnub winning this, I don't know exactly where he is on the standings, we might have 2 previous TAC Crown winners sitting in the top 8 right now.
Well, it's not the only thing that's crazy on the standings. I will only take one more thing, because you guys were talking about the 40 bomb and how exciting it is that we now have another player on those 40 points. Well, I'm here to tell you, we don't have just one. We have 2 players on 40
Wow.
You'll see who
Yeah,
it is.
don't say.
You'll see in the standings.
But I want to know now.
Well, you'll find out.
Okay, well, I guess we will. Thank you so much for telling us all the other happenings in our lobbies. As we wrap up our day, now that these 6 games have concluded, we are going to take a look at the standings. And the first page you see are going to be the faces we say goodbye to on this day. And it's a heartbreaking one.
Oh, that went by really fast. So both of the Flash Wolves players are out. I believe Tardaman has also been knocked out. Zyko as well. The French and the TW servers both losing a lot of players here. And here are your players that made it through. Kai Wang on 1 point over the bridge does survive. We're going back to the last graphic to just say goodbye to some of these heavyweight players. AQNH, Ironbog, Soyil, one of the 3 players that we considered heavyweights out of the APAC region, eliminated. Stepia as well, another A-tier player. What is going on?
Tardman also jinxed by Panda. Was his selection directly. People Glad, who also had possibility, and Soil. I mean, the player from Korea making that possibility of happening, and it just wasn't enough. And these players, for the next one, for tomorrow, Necra, will be in danger zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough road. Kai Wing and Xiaoge actually barely missing out on that elimination. 21 points. It can happen, but the eliminations are going to come through quick and fast tomorrow, so you don't have a lot of room for error. As we continue to work up through the standings, though, we will see that Dish Soap is still in the game, has a chance to be able to get the triple crown. And we are also not going to see Hwanmie on this page, so it looks like he might have finished with an even better run today.
Yeah, was top 8 in the previous Game 5 when we saw him.
Okay.
But does move down to 12 positioning. So did take a bit of a loss here. Lisa also falling out of the top 8. But we got K3 Soju moving up the rankings. It was hovering about 17, 19 position right now. But after that 2nd place, now up to 32 points. Is it
it's Jedusaur that got the 2nd 40 bomb. I now see why Makes is very happy about this. EMEA having a great day so far with Jedusaur. And while we did lose 4 APAC players, Clement, we got 3 on this first page.
Is this the first time we don't have a single CM player in the top 8 after day 1?
They are not in the top 8, but there were like 9 in the top 24.
Oh,
that's like in the next and the previous slide, I saw a lot of CN. So
They're
even though they're not in the top, they are very scary to get there.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's been a fantastic day of competition. But we do have an interview with one of our top competitors of the day, Brahu, on the line with us. It's so good to have you. Congratulations on your performance today. How are you feeling being at your first Tactician's crown?
I'm feeling pretty good. Honestly, I was feeling like the most confident I've been like going into a tournament. Even though it's like the TAC round, like playing against some of the best players in the world, I think like I know that I have the ability to perform and like play well against these guys. Like I've been scrimming pretty much all week, so I think I had a good read, and luckily I think the variance was pretty on my side today. So hopefully it goes well tomorrow as well.
Fingers crossed, 37 points definitely sets you up for success. But, bro, I want to actually talk to you a little bit about your path to get here. Because at the Americas Regional Finals, we didn't see you in the final lobby, but we saw that 9th place was good enough once those slots ended up actually rolling down, since we saw Soju and Darthnub in that finals, that you got to go to the TAC Crown. Are you missing out at all not being able to have played that final lobby for regional finals? Or are you just like, okay, no, I'm going to show up and show out here at TAC Crown?
I definitely was like a little bit disappointed that I didn't make it to the final lobby. I think if I played better, I definitely could have, but I was at least like consoled by the fact that I made it to Worlds. And I think for me, like that's really the main goal. I think nobody really cares if you go like 4th or 5th, like in regionals, but if you do well at Worlds, I think that's a lot better. And I'm just gonna keep trying my best.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the preparation going into this? You've been able to watch several Tacticians crowns now, but now finally being here yourself, what did that prep process look like outside of doing all of the scrims leading up to this weekend?
Honestly, I think I did most of my prep like going into regionals, and it's the same patch, so I think my read going into regionals was pretty good, but I think I just needed some more reps on some of the games. So this past week, I've pretty much exclusively been scrimming. I haven't honestly been doing too much VOD review or like stats review. I think most of the stuff has pretty much been the same. But I think for me, it's just like getting more reps on some of the comps that I was less familiar with.
So what are some of those comps? Can you clue us in a little bit in terms of things that you expected to have to play at this event, or things that you feel like might have cropped up after some learnings during all of the regional finals that took place?
I guess one of the comps that I think is probably the best in the game right now is like 5 Shepherd LeBlanc. At regionals, or like going into regionals, I hadn't actually played a single game of it. So
Really?
even though I knew it was the best comp in the game, like I wasn't that prepared for it, and so I think I didn't like execute the comp as well as I wanted to. But basically in scrims, I was playing LeBlanc like maybe like 40 to 50% of my games, just to like kind of test the limits of it. I don't even remember if I played it today, but just sort of getting a better understanding of the comp, which is like the most meta comp in the game, really helped me get a lot more confidence.
The day is a blur, and I know it's very early for you, so I'm sure the details are going to be a bit fuzzy. But if you think about the competitors that you've played against, have there any players that you've been excited to actually get a chance to play or surprised by?
I want to get the chance to play against Tidal. I don't think I got to play against him today, but I think like watching him in some of the earlier sets and sort of the runs that he's gone on, I think the guy's like such a legend. Like he probably the GOAT of TFT. So being able to play against him on the world stage would be really cool. Also, I think I played against Soju quite a few times, and I think he's been like doing really well. So I know I play against him in TPC and stuff, but I hope that he continues to do well and hopefully makes final lobby as well.
I have a question from one of our analysts.
Yeah, bro, congratulations on a great day. Compete TFT is memeing that every time you win, they would add a bro to your name. So if you want them to make it easier for us, is there a way that you like to be called? Maybe a little shorter? Is there something you can give us?
Honestly, I don't really have anything like. A lot of people actually told me I should change my name because it's so difficult to like refer to my name.
Please change your name.
So, you know, that's a work in progress, but I don't have anything for you now, sorry.
Okay.
How about just bruh? Because I feel like we've been shorthanding to that a couple of times, but we would like your blessing for it moving forward.
Yeah, you can go with that for now. I'll think of something.
Okay, well, before we let you go and get some rest, are there any final shout outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, I would maybe want to shout out like my study group mates. So I've been studying a lot with the Brownies recently. And then also like my other study group. So it's like 149TM, Ready, Crazy Cat, a bunch of other people. Also just want to shout out like all my friends who are like supporting me. I know it's like pretty early in the morning, so a lot of my friends like woke up just to sort of support me and watch me. And also want to thank like my parents, because I feel like, you know, I'm a full-time student, but I'm also kind of not doing anything right now. I'm kind of just like full chud maxing, but I'm kind of pursuing this TFT thing. And they're pretty supportive of it, even though they don't really understand what TFT is or really any of it. And they're totally okay with it. So I just really want to shout them out.
Well, it is summer break right now, too, so you may as well go all in and all out. Bra, thank you so much for your time speaking with us, and good luck tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
I was going to say congratulations and then good luck, and then it kind of just like jumbled, and now it's just, you know.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah,
good
luck tomorrow. That's it.
Wow, I'm just so impressed by the youngsters coming out of the woodwork this time around in TAC round. We have 4 players in the top 8 that have never participated in a TAC round. Along, Steelo of Bora, which we just had that great talk with Bra, as I will now refer to him. And of course,
Bra forever. If you weren't going to ask that, Hupe-san, I was.
Okay.
So.
Just in case.
Yeah.
And upset Max also.
Yeah, 4 players that we've never heard before. I think TFT esports ecosystem is alive and well. We have so many new players coming in just this set from tier 2 to suddenly just potentially snatch the crown.
Also, they put in the hard work. We saw Bro, and he wasn't surprised. He was like, I put the work, I know I can compete against the best, and that's not a guy that would you say he's overconfident. He actually put in the work, he has a great study group, and actually making it happen here, playing difficult line, going fast 9, playing aggressive, and amazing that he has the result that he's giving.
Yeah, it's been an amazing day of competition. Only 6 games, and we still have 2 more full days. Tomorrow, you're not going to want to miss it because we are going to cut this field of competitors from 32 all the way down to 8, who will finally play out that grand finals on Sunday. And you're not going to want to miss tomorrow because we're also going to be revealing the dev drop for set 18 and other fun announcements. So thank you so much for tuning in today, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Tactician's Crown for Space Gods.